Unseen, written by Karin Slaughter.
Chapter 10. Friday. It was just past midnight, and Sarah was once again sitting on the couch in the ICU waiting room. She flipped through a magazine, trying to tune out the conversations around her. More patients had been admitted that afternoon. Family members filled the small room. The new people were a communal bunch. They wanted to swap stories. They wanted to compare tragedies. Nell had not been pleased. She couldn't take the prying, the crowded space. She'd easily let Sarah talk her into going back to the hotel room to get some sleep. There was no reason for her to be at the hospital right now anyway. Jared's condition remained unchanged, despite the antibiotics they were pumping into him. Sarah had dealt with surgical infections before. They were as relentless as they were indiscriminate. There were very few antibiotics left that could successfully treat them. So, as Sarah had many times throughout the day, she found herself back at the same point she'd started at this morning. The 24-hour clock had been reset. Jared had survived the surgery. Only time would tell if he survived the infection. Sarah put the magazine back on the table. She'd read the same celebrity gossip story 3 times and still couldn't follow the details. She was in some sort of weird fugue state. Yet again, she regretted the large scotch she'd had earlier that evening. Self-medication was never a good idea, but stress, alcohol, and 30 hours straight without sleep were a lethal combination. Sarah had all of the hangover and none of the buzz. Her head ached, she was jittery. The fact that Sarah knew when she was drinking the scotch that she was making a huge mistake only added to her misery. Her only consolation was that she hadn't ordered another one after talking on the phone with Will. There was a conversation she wished she'd never had. Either Sarah was a very cheap drunk, or their relationship wasn't heading in the direction she thought it was. Her desperate sexual enticement had gone over like an IRS audit. Thank God she hadn't told him that she was in love with him. She could only imagine how embarrassing it would have been to have her pronouncement met with complete silence. Will was obviously pulling away. Sarah had either done something or said something wrong. He was probably relieved she hadn't asked him to make the drive down, or up, or over. Sarah still had no idea where he was. She was just glad that he wasn't here, and she fervently wished that she wasn't either. Sarah couldn't sit anymore. She stood up and stretched her back. The vertebrae felt fused together. Polite smiles greeted her around the room. She walked into the hall for some privacy. The lights were dimmed in deference to the late hour. Possum was exactly where she'd seen him 30 minutes ago. His back was to Sarah. He stood at the closed doors to the ICU, looking through the window. He couldn't see into Jared's room from that angle. The cop was in his line of sight. Sarah could tell the vigilance was grating on the young man. He kept glancing at Possum, then looking back at the nurse's station as if the poor woman could help him. Possum could barely speak to Sarah, not out of rudeness, but because every time he saw her, his eyes filled with tears. She didn't know whether he was crying over the loss of Jeffrey, the threat to Jared, or the unbearable combination of both. Sarah just knew she was sick of being here. She went to the elevator, then decided the stairs would at least give her some exercise. She needed some air, to be in a room that wasn't stale with fear and tragedy. And she should probably have a conversation with herself about Will. Maybe she'd been blind to the deeper truth behind his silences. Sarah had never told Will that she loved him, but then Will had never told Sarah the words either. In her experience, the simplest explanation was usually the crappiest one. Sarah went down 2 flights before she saw a pink and blue sign. The maternity ward. She gladly took the detour. Whenever she was having a particularly horrendous day at Grady, she would go look at the babies. There was something so reassuring about watching brand new eyes blink open, toothless mouths pucker into a smile. Newborns were proof that life could not only continue, but thrive. Sarah guessed not many people would be there at this time of the morning, and she was right. Visiting hours were well over. There was no nurse to send stragglers away. No one had bothered to lower the shade over the large windows so the babies could sleep in peace. The dimmed hallway lights cast a warm glow on the rows of bassinets. The newborns were all wearing pink or blue knit hats. They were swaddled tightly in matching blankets. Their little faces were like raisins, some of them so nude that their heads moved gently side to side, as if they were still floating in the womb. Sarah pressed her forehead to the window. The glass was cold. One of the babies was awake. His squinty eyes scanned the ceiling. Colorful cartoons were painted overhead, rainbows and fluffy clouds and plump rabbits. This was more for the parents and the babies. Newborns were extremely nearsighted. The basic eye structures were there, but months would pass before they learned how to use them. But now, the ceiling art was a pleasant blob. The door behind Sarah opened. She turned, expecting to find a nurse coming out of the bathroom. Instead, it was Lena Adams. She had a tissue in her hand. Sarah could see the dismay when their eyes met, then something like resignation. Lena headed toward the elevator. "Wait," Sarah said. Lena stopped, but didn't turn around. Sarah instantly regretted the word. She didn't know what to say. Was she sorry? Certainly she felt bad that Lena had lost the baby, but that didn't change what had come before. All Sarah could manage was, "You don't have to leave." Slowly, Lena turned. She didn't acknowledge Sarah. Instead, she walked over to the viewing window. Her fingers rested on the edge of the sill. She leant her forehead against the glass, the same as Sarah had. She seemed to wall off everything else around her. There was something so tragic about the way she looked at the newborns. Her longing seemed to pierce the glass. The familiar sense of trespass took hold. Sarah opened her mouth to take her leave, but Lena didn't give her a chance to speak. "Is he the same?" "Jared?" Sarah asked. "Yes." Lena just nodded, her eyes still trained straight ahead. She moved her hand to her stomach, pressed the palm flat. Again, Sarah struggled against the instinct to offer comfort, to spin the situation in a more positive light. In the end, she couldn't summon the energy. Somewhere in the pit of her chest, there was the capacity to feel compassion for this woman. Sarah felt it stir occasionally, like a car engine trying to start on a cold day. It would rev and rev, but eventually, it always sputtered out and died. Again, Sarah tried to leave. I never realized they were so small." Lena's features softened as she watched the newborn in front of her. "It must be scary to know how fragile they are." Her breath fogged the glass. She seemed to be waiting for a response. "You learn what to do." Sarah had grown up around babies. She couldn't imagine a life without them. Lena said, "I've never held a baby before." "You don't have cousins?" "No. And I never babysat or anything." She gave a low laugh. "I wasn't the kind of teenager people trusted with their kids." Sarah could imagine. Lena stuttered out a long sigh. "I didn't think it was possible to love something that needed me so much." "I'm sorry," Sarah said. "For what it's worth." "For what it's worth," Lena repeated. "Nell doesn't hate me so much anymore." Sarah had felt the change too, but she wasn't sure it would last. Lena said, "It was better when she hated me." I knew how to deal with that. We both did. She turned her head to look at Sarah. It's like she thinks losing the baby makes me a better person. Sarah weighed the words, trying to decipher her motivations. Lena wanted something. She always wanted something. Thank you, Sarah. Lena turned back to the window. I knew I could depend on you to not feel sorry for me. Sarah needed to leave. She couldn't muster her old hatred right now, but she knew she could be persuaded. I should check on Possum. It kills him every time he sees you. Sarah couldn't argue with that. Still, did you get my letter? The letter. 4 years ago, Sarah had opened her mailbox to find a handwritten letter from Lena. Sarah had shoved the sealed envelope into her purse. She was late for work. She didn't want to read it. Neither, apparently, did she want to throw it away. For almost a year, the letter had traveled around with Sarah. To work, to the store, to dinner, back home. She moved it when she switched purses. She saw it every time she pulled out her wallet or searched for her keys. Lena was studying her. You read it? Sarah didn't want to admit it, but she said, Eventually. I was wrong. Really? Sarah asked. The letter was 3 pages from a legal pad. 3 tedious, tear-stained pages filled with excuses and lies and blame-shifting. Which part were you wrong about? All of it. She leaned her shoulder against the glass. I knew Jeffrey would come save me. And I knew that I was putting his life in danger. Sarah felt her face start to flush. Her heart was a bird trapped in a cage. She had waited so long to hear this admission, this validation, and now all she could think was that Lena was working an angle. Lena said, You can't light a match, then act surprised when your house burns down. Sarah worked to keep her tone even. You tried to warn him. At least Lena had said as much in the letter. She had devoted 4 lengthy paragraphs to her regret that Jeffrey simply would not take her sound advice. You said you told him to stay away. I knew he wouldn't. Lena stared openly at Sarah. I should be dead now, not him. Sarah didn't buy the sudden conversion. She tried to trick Lena, quoting the words Jared had told Nell. He knew the risks when he put on the badge. You think Will feels the same way when he goes to work? From nowhere, Sarah was seized by the impulse to slap Will's name out of her mouth. He'd investigated Lena almost 2 years ago when she'd let a suspect die in custody and stood by as another cop was stabbed nearly to death. Sarah had been more disappointed than Will that he couldn't make the case stick. She told Lena, The only thing you know about Will Trent is that he almost sent you to prison. Almost. Lena's lips teased into a smile. The mask was starting to fall. You know what I remember about my time with Agent Trent? There was a strange lilt to her voice. Saying that he was already lost in you. And you're in love with him too, right? I can see it in your face. You were always so good at being in love. Sarah shook her head. Now she could see where this was going. It doesn't make up for it. You've obviously moved on, Lena told her. Both of us have moved on. I didn't have a choice, Lena. I had to move on because my husband was murdered. Sarah bit back the venom in her mouth. I didn't have a choice. No matter what you think, I'm not a bad person. I let myself believe that for a long time. I let you convince me I wasn't good enough, wasn't worthy enough. Well, I'm so sorry, Sarah quipped. Please tell me how I can make it up to you. You're going to find out eventually that I've changed. You haven't changed. Neither one of us would be here if you had. Sarah struggled to keep the bitterness out of her tone. Everything is always a game to you. What we're doing right now is a game. You never walk away. You never let anybody get the upper hand. You think you're a good cop, but you don't care about the job or anyone else who's doing it. You just want to make sure that you win no matter what it costs. Lena smirked. Whatever you say, Doc. I'm not doing this. Sarah started to walk away. I can't believe I used to be jealous of you. Sarah turned, mouth open in disbelief. Your family, your life, your marriage. Everybody in town respected you, worshipped you. Lena shrugged. And then I realized one day that I didn't want to be like you. Couldn't be like you if I tried. No one can. You're too perfect, too demanding. Nobody can meet your high standards. Jeffrey couldn't. She shook her head, as if she genuinely felt sorry. Will doesn't stand a chance. For a moment, Sarah was too stunned to speak. Not because of what Lena had said, but because she'd so masterfully turned the conversation. Sarah said, You want me to feel guilty for moving on with my life? The smirk on Lena's face said it all. She echoed Sarah's words from before. Now you know how it feels. Sarah asked, Are we going to do this now? Are we really going to do it? Aren't you scared I'm going to win? Sarah crossed her arms, waiting. All those years I wasted thinking you were better than me. Poor Sarah, the tragic widow. And then I find out you jumped right back into the saddle with the first cop you could find. Guilt flooded Sarah's senses. Lena had always been a shark who could smell even the tiniest drop of blood in the water. That's not how it happened. That's exactly how it happened, Lena shot back. You're just a fancy piece of trim. You know that? Sarah laughed, relieved that was the worst of it. Trim was slang for women who slept with cops. And? You know what you loved about Jeffrey? That he took risks. That he went out there and beat down anybody who got in his way. Is that all you have? Lena stepped closer. You never would have given him the time of day if he was just some pussy who let everybody else fight his battles. You mean like you? Lena pursed her lips, the only indication that she'd heard the words. I saw the way you used to look at him. Your hero. Your big, tough cop. I bet it's the same way with Will. Funny how you just slotted in one cop for the other. Wonder how Jeffrey would have felt about that. Sarah shook her head, as if the blows weren't landing. Is this going somewhere? You wanted Jeffrey out there fighting the good fight. You loved it when he swung his dick around, kicked ass, and took names. Let me tell you something, Sarah. He took risks because you wanted him to. You got some kind of cheap thrill out of pushing him to the edge. I gave him a place to go, but you were the one who rewarded him for it. Shut up, Sarah snapped. The cut was too deep. Just shut up. Doesn't feel so good, does it? Being blamed for something you couldn't control. This conversation is over. Sarah tried to walk away, but Lena grabbed her arm. Get your hand off me. I thought we were doing this. Sarah jerked her arm out of Lena's grasp. Lena said, You always think you're so damn smart, but you can't even see what's right in front of you. She gave a surprised laugh that echoed down the empty hallway. "Hey, I guess you make mistakes after all." "You think I don't make mistakes?" Sarah's voice shook with rage. She could barely restrain herself. "I was the one who told Jeffrey to hire you. I was the one who told him to promote you. I was the one who thought you could do your goddamn job and keep him safe." Lena was backed against the window. Sarah loomed over her. She couldn't remember moving, couldn't understand how her finger had jammed into Lena's chest, or how her hand had clenched into a fist. Slowly, Lena turned her head, offering her cheek. "Go on," she said, her voice smooth as silk. "Take your best shot." There was a weird tickle in Sarah's feet. She felt as if she was standing at the edge of a bottomless pit. She forced herself to look over Lena's shoulder at the rows of newborns swaddled in blankets, the cheerful rainbows and clouds painted on the ceiling above them. Sarah couldn't let Lena win. Not this time. Not like this. She stepped back from the edge. She dropped her hand. She straightened her spine. Sarah held up her head as she walked down the long hallway. Lena asked, "That's it?" She just needed to make it downstairs. Once Sarah was outside, when she had fresh, cold air in her lungs, she would find a way to put this behind her. The last 5 minutes were not going to erase the last 5 years. Lena had no idea what Sarah had been through, how she'd struggled, how she'd carved out a new life for herself. She didn't know Jeffrey, and she sure as hell didn't know Will. The sound of slow clapping echoed down the hall. Sarah forced herself not to flinch. Each clap sounded like a gunshot. "Good for you, Doc." Lena clapped louder. "Ride your high horse right on out of here." Sarah didn't turn around. She couldn't turn around. She'd end up giving Lena the catfight she'd been spoiling for. She pushed open the door to the stairs. Her hands would not unclench. Sarah rounded the landing at a jog. Each step she took only served to ramp up her anger. Of course Sarah had loved Jeffrey because he was tough. There wasn't a woman alive who didn't want a strong man in her life. That didn't make Sarah responsible for his murder. She had begged him not to trust Lena, to just once let her hang herself with her own rope. And the idea that Sarah could just slot in Will for Jeffrey was preposterous. The two men had nothing in common, except that both of them would have kicked Lena to the curb if they'd heard her talking to Sarah the way she just had. Sarah almost wept with relief when she reached the main floor landing. She found herself in another dimly lit hallway. There were no stragglers or visitors at this time of night. Sarah followed the green line on the floor, knowing it would take her to the elevators, to the exit. Too demanding, too perfect. If only. Sarah couldn't stop herself from making mistakes. She was overwhelmed with mistakes. Little ones, big ones. Life-altering, earth-shattering fuck-ups had followed her for the last 5 years of her life, culminating in her drive down to this god-forsaken hospital. Her cell phone rang. Sarah didn't answer. She passed the closed gift shop. Mylar balloons were pressed against the ceiling. The cooler was chained shut. Sarah's phone stopped ringing. Almost immediately, it started back up again. She let it ring out, go to voicemail. There were a few seconds of silence, then the ringing started up again. Sarah checked the caller ID. Jasper, Georgia. Will. A few hours ago, his phone said he was on the coast. Now, it said he was in the mountains. Sarah answered the call. She fought to keep her tone even. "I can't talk right now."
"Where are you?"
"I'm at the hospital."
"Upstairs?"
"No." She wiped away tears. The main entrance was up ahead. The lights from the parking lot gave the lobby an ethereal luminescence. I'm leaving.
To go to the hotel?
To go home. Sarah didn't realize until she'd said the words that they were true. Her purse was locked in the back of her car. The key fob was in her pocket. The rest of her stuff was at the hotel. She'd brought a change of clothes and some toiletries she kept in her locker at Grady. None of it was worth postponing her escape. The hotel cleaning staff could throw it out or keep it. Sarah didn't care. She would call the front desk on her way out of town.
Sarah?
Will asked. I can't talk. Her hand was clenching and unclenching. Her teeth ached from grinding them together. I'll call you later.
Don't hang up.
She shook her head. I can't do this now.
I need you to just stop right now.
Will I?
Sarah, stop walking.
Sarah stopped.
I need to talk to you.
Sarah looked down at the phone. Then she looked up. How had Will known she was walking? She scanned the empty lobby. Where are you?
I need to tell you what happened.
He sounded desperate.
Not just before, but tonight. Last night.
She saw him then. He was standing outside the glass entrance doors. He was wearing dark pants and a gray shirt. Sarah had seen the uniform before. The hospital maintenance staff wore it. His hand went up to the glass. She gave him an out. Insanely, she gave him an out. You're working with Faith. Will didn't answer. And Sarah finally understood. The rolling phone calls. The undercover assignment he wouldn't talk about. The guilty look on his face this morning. His refusal to tell her what he was hiding. There was only one reason he would lie to her. Sarah said, You're investigating Lena again.
No. But she knows I'm here.
Will said.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry.
Sarah's eyes burned with tears. Lena didn't just know that Will was here. She knew that he'd left Sarah completely in the dark. You always think you're so damn smart, but you can't even see what's right in front of you. You asshole, Sarah hissed into the phone. She could still hear Lena's laughter ringing in her ears. You let her make a fool of me.
I'm sorry.
Will's hand went up again. He pressed his palm to the glass door.
I didn't think that far ahead. I didn't.
He stopped.
I need you to go easy on me, Sarah. Please.
You lied to me. Her voice was shaking again. Everything was shaking. She'd blamed herself for pushing him away when all the time Will was the one keeping her at arm's length. You looked me right in the face and you lied to me.
I didn't tell you because I thought you would leave me.
She felt something snap inside of her. You were right.
Sarah?
The pain was too much. She clutched the phone in her hand, wishing she could break it into pieces. And then she realized she could. Sarah smashed the phone against the wall. Chunks of plastic and glass popped back into her face. She picked up the pieces and threw them back at the wall.
Sarah!
Will shouted. He was still outside, pulling on the closed glass doors.
Sarah!
What an idiot she'd been. She'd opened her heart to this man. She'd shared her bed with him. She'd told him things she'd never even told her husband. And he'd given Lena Adams a knife to stab into Sarah's back.
Sarah!
The locks rattled on the closed doors. She turned away from him, heading back toward the stairs.
Wait!
Sarah kept walking. She wasn't going to wait on him. She would never wait on him again. She had to get out of this building, out of this town, away from Lena, away from Will and his lies. There was nothing else Sarah could do but run away. She'd been stupid and blind. He'd betrayed her. She had given him everything, and Will had betrayed her.
Sarah!
Will's voice was louder. He was inside the building. She quickened her pace. Will's footsteps pounded through the empty lobby, echoed down the hall. He was coming after her. Sarah started running. She couldn't bear the thought of seeing his face again. She pumped her arms, lifted her knees. Will's footsteps grew louder. The door smacked against the wall as she ran into the stairwell. Instead of going up, she went down. The staff locker room would be in the basement. Maintenance, storage, the morgue. There would be a loading dock or an exit she could use to get the hell out of here.
Sarah!
She was on the landing when the door banged open above her. Will yelled,
Wait!
She tripped, grabbing the handrail as she slid down the last few stairs. Sarah pulled open the door, another hallway. The bright lights were like needles in her eyes.
Stop!
Will was already on the landing. He was faster than Sarah. She would never make it to the exit without him catching her. Her shoes skidded on the floor as she darted into an open doorway.
Let me explain, Sarah!
She slammed the door shut, furiously checked for a way to lock it. The door pushed open. She fell backward. Will grabbed her arm. He jerked her toward him. Sarah slapped at him as hard as she could. He caught one of her hands. She punched him with the other one. She hated him. She wanted to scratch out his eyes, to tear his heart out of his chest the way he had torn out hers.
Sarah, please!
She punched him again. She couldn't stop. Hitting him felt too good. She slapped his face. Her fingernails drew blood. He caught both of her hands in one of his own. Sarah couldn't break free. He pushed her back against the wall. Her head banged against the cinder block. She brought up her knee, but Will was too close for her to do any damage. He kissed her. Their teeth clashed. His fingers gripped open her jaw. His tongue filled her mouth. Sarah slammed her fist into his chest. He ripped open her jeans. Sarah didn't stop him. She helped him. She felt numb. Every emotion had drained away but one. She was sick of taking care of people. She was sick of being the good friend, of doing the right thing, of letting things go. Will spit in his hand. It wasn't enough. Sarah gasped as he pushed inside of her. He went deep, too deep. It took her breath away. Still, she gripped his shoulders, holding tight, meeting each thrust until her body took over and she felt herself give. Sarah's mouth found his. She sucked his tongue, bit his lip. Her heels dug into the backs of his legs. Will flinched when her hand slipped underneath his shirt. She didn't care. She scratched the scarred flesh on his back. Words came out of her mouth, filthy words that told him exactly what to do. Again and again she met each thrust until she had to clench her teeth to keep from screaming. There was no slow build, just an uncontrollable rush that flowered deep inside her. The ecstasy was unbearable. Sarah bit down on Will's shoulder. She tasted the salt of his sweat. Every molecule in her body pulsated from the intensity. She cried out his name. She couldn't help herself, couldn't stop the exquisite torrent of release. Will collapsed against her. Neither one of them could stand. They slid to the floor, both breathless, both shocked by what they had done.
Sarah!
She covered her face with her hands. She couldn't look at him, couldn't acknowledge what had just happened.
Sarah!
Will's mouth was close to her ear. The brush of his lips brought an involuntary shiver.
Oh, God.
He whispered.
Sarah, please.
She pushed him away. She could still feel him throbbing between her legs. She felt craven, deviant.
Sarah.
She shook her head, wishing she could disappear.
Go.
She begged.
Please. Just go. Sarah.
Go! She screamed. Will struggled to stand. She heard him zip up his pants, tuck in his shirt. There was a loud click as the door opened, then again as it closed. Sarah looked up. He was gone. Chapter 11. 4 days before the raid. Lena sat in the cramped surveillance van with her hands thrust into her jacket pockets. There were 3 monitors in front of her. The computers under the desk were blowing out heat. Deshawn and Paul were wearing short-sleeved shirts. They were both sweating, but Lena was so cold she could have been sitting in an igloo. She was only 6 weeks pregnant, and already her body was out of whack. This was why pregnant women were always so cranky. Their thermometers bounced up and down like ping-pong balls. Deshawn scrolled through the security cameras, asking,
Where are you, Mr. Snitch? Mr. Snitch.
Paul echoed, giving the name a showman's flourish. All confidential informants had code names. Protecting a CI's identity was part of the devil's bargain. You used the name on all your paperwork. You used it in the field, where the slip of a word could mean the death of an informant. Mr. Snitch wasn't the most creative name, but it suited the junkie they'd turned a few days ago. There was something about the man that was slithery, like a snake. Lena thought maybe it was his scaly skin and beady little eyes.
Come on, Snitchy.
Deshawn tapped the keyboard, toggling back and forth through the cameras outside the Chick-fil-A.
Here, Snitchy, Snitchy.
Paul reminded him.
We padded in an extra hour for a reason.
Lena watched the monitors change as Deshawn scrolled through the different angles. She'd always hated junkies, probably because her uncle was one. Hank was clean now, but that didn't change his basic junkie personality. Everything about him asked, "What's in it for me?"
Here we go.
Paul pointed at one of the monitors. A white car pulled into a parking space near the door. The emergency brake was pulled. The windows rolled shut. Lena asked, "Does he have his mic on?" Deshawn twisted the dial on the tuner that picked up Snitch's transmitter. They heard his car radio playing an ad for a pizza place. The sound cut. Keys jangled. The car door opened. Snitch was short and wiry and needed a shave. His ball cap was pulled low on his head. Dark sunglasses wrapped around his face. He was dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt. He kept checking over his shoulder, looking left and right as he walked toward the restaurant.
Moron.
Paul groaned.
He couldn't just get a neon sign.
Snitch kept looking around as he entered the restaurant. He stood in line at the counter. A woman steered clear of him as she headed toward the side exit. Lena had scheduled the meet for just after the lunch rush, but a few stragglers were waiting around for refills. She heard soft conversation under the rustle of clothes. Snitch moved up in line. He ordered an iced tea. He kept scratching himself, shifting from one foot to the other.
Junkie needs his pills,
Deshawn noted. Lena said, "Junkie needs to do what he's supposed to do before I pull his immunity." Mr. Snitch waited at the counter. He kept twitching. Lena wanted to reach through the monitor and make him stop. Their entire operation depended on this junkie scumbag. For almost 2 weeks, Lena's team had been surveilling a shooting gallery off an anonymous tip. They didn't want to just shut it down. They wanted to decimate Sid Waller's operation. The job had quickly become an exercise in futility. Normally, there was always some lowlife who was willing to flip for cash and prizes. This time was different. No one would turn on Sid Waller. No one would wear a wire while they made a buy. No one would go on the record about the drugs and guns. No one that was, until Mr. Snitch. Paul seemed to read her mind. He asked,
"You still think Snitch is working both sides?"
"I don't know," Lena admitted. Mr. Snitch had asked for her by name. She'd been leaving the doctor's office when the call came through. Her celebratory dinner with Jared had turned into takeout at the station. "It's weird that he showed up right when our case was falling apart." Paul asked,
"How would he know it was falling apart?"
Lena shrugged. "Snitch was locked up for less than 2 hours when he told a guard to get me. How did he even know my name?" Paul and Deshawn guffawed. Lena liked to break balls. Every junkie in town knew her name. All right, she allowed. "Still, we've all been at this long enough to know that nobody does you any favors."
"I don't know,"
Paul said.
"Scrawny guy like that, his first time behind bars. 2 hours sounds like the right amount of time for him to freak the fuck out."
Deshawn added,
"Oxy is hard to come by in the pokey. Not if you suck enough dick."
Paul held up his hand for a high five. Deshawn readily obliged. "Where did he go?" Lena leant forward, scanning the monitors. Deshawn worked the cameras again, toggling through the different views.
"There he is."
Lena saw the top of a door closing. Snitch had gone to the playground. Brightly colored plastic slides and swings circled around a sandpit. 2 kids were playing on the rope climb, a boy and a girl. There were more cameras on the playground than inside the restaurant. Every corner was on display. Snitch sat down on a bench. The sun was on his face. He stretched his arms out along the back like he had all the time in the world. They heard him humming through the microphone taped to his chest.
"They're gonna kick him out,"
Paul said.
"Grown men ain't allowed on the playground without a kid."
"I think he'll be okay." Lena could see the staff moving lethargically behind the counter. They had all downshifted for the post-lunch lull. One of the kids tossed a cup in his hand. The others watched him with a mixture of boredom and exhaustion.
"Looks like Mom's not gonna be a problem."
Deshawn pointed to a lone woman sitting in a booth. She was typing on her iPad while simultaneously talking on her cell phone. Papers were spread out on the table. She was obviously working. Paul said,
"I bet she tells her husband she's spending time with the kids."
Lena held back a response. Now that she was going to be a mother, she found herself far less judgmental. "We've got 45 minutes, right?"
"Give or take,"
Deshawn said.
"Wall has a reputation for being late."
Paul always had to contradict.
"He might show up early, case the joint."
"Call me on my cell if he does." Lena pushed open the door. "I'll be right back." She kept her head down as she walked across the parking lot. There was little chance of her being seen. They had set up in front of a Target, 50 yards from the Chick-fil-A. Tapping into the restaurant's wireless security system was less than legal, but the manager should have better encrypted his wireless hotspot. They weren't going to use the video anyway. Deshawn wasn't recording. They were keeping a tight leash on Mr. Snitch. At least Lena was. She didn't trust just the audio. She wanted to see him with her own eyes. There was something wrong with the guy. She'd only met him a few days ago, but in her gut, Lena knew there was something off about him. She had felt it when she first sat across from him at the jail. She had especially felt it when he told her he could hand her Sid Waller. Sidney Michael Waller. Lena was more than familiar with the name. Everyone at the station was. Waller wasn't just a drug dealer. He wasn't just a pimp and a gun runner. Last year, they'd all worked around the clock to make a case against Waller for raping his niece and murdering his sister. And then the niece had recanted. Witnesses disappeared. People changed their stories. The case had fallen apart 3 days before the trial started, and everyone, especially Lena, had walked away with a bad taste in their mouths. But then, Mr. Snitch had showed up with a golden ticket. She couldn't have written a better script for the man. He'd confirmed details about the shooting gallery off the interstate. The guns, the whores, the vast amount of drugs moving through the city while Sid Wallace sat back and counted the dough. The case practically made itself. Wallace would spend years behind bars. He'd get far more time for the guns than he would have off the rape. But only if Lena ignored her gut. She had to keep tamping down the little voice inside her head that said this was too easy. She'd been gunning for Wallace for a year, and suddenly he fell into her lap. What was Mr. Snitch getting out of this? The immunity deal was good, but was skipping 8 months in prison really worth risking his life? Lena couldn't let herself dwell on the questions too long. She couldn't let this operation fall apart. The truth was that Sid Waller had gotten under her skin. Lena was determined to return the favor. She brought him in for questioning every time she found a plausible excuse. She couldn't put him behind bars yet, but she could certainly run up his legal bills. Just last week, Waller had called her a cunt during an interview. 2 weeks before that, he told her all the different ways he could fuck her. That all of this had been recorded for prosperity didn't seem to bother him. Waller had a good attorney, the kind of attorney who knew the law better than most cops. Maybe that's why the judge was being so difficult. Lena had tried to get a warrant for the shooting gallery based on the suspicious traffic at all hours of the night. The judge had said no. Denise Branson presented evidence that Mr. Snitch, a confidential informant, had given up the location. The judge had said no. It was only through blind persistence that they had talked the man into letting them record today's meeting. And even then, he'd only authorized audio. This was their last chance. Lena knew there was no way the judge could say no if they got it on tape. All Mr. Snitch had to do was get Waller to talk about the house, to say something about the guns or the drugs or the money. Then they could go in and bust some bad guys. At least that's what Lena was praying for. Sid Waller was the last big case she was going to work for a while. She was looking at months of her life being consumed by her pregnancy. Then a couple of weeks, maybe another month, home with the baby before she returned to work. Just the thought of being away from the job that long made her feel antsy. Lena had always been a cop. She couldn't lose that part of her identity. Lately, it seemed like she wasn't going to have a choice. She was too tired to sleep, too sleepy to concentrate. She had to pee all the time. She was cold, she was hot, she was cold again. If this was what pregnancy was like, Lena wasn't sure she could handle it. And the nausea was unrelenting. Why did they call it morning sickness when it was more like all-day sickness? Lena sat on a bench in front of the target. She had to unzip her jacket because she'd started sweating at some point during the easy walk across the parking lot. She found a tissue in the pocket and blew her nose. She wasn't sure why her nose ran all the time now. Jared said she was making snot for 2. Lena checked the time on her phone. Sid Waller wasn't due for another 40 minutes. She'd rest for a little while, then go back to the van. That is, if she didn't fall asleep first. Her eyelids felt heavy as she looked around the parking lot. Lena found herself wondering if the world had always been filled with so many kids, or if she was just seeing them now because she was pregnant. A toddler screamed as his mother pulled him toward the store. A child ran screeching around a minivan as his harried mom chased after him. Just outside the entrance to the store, another poor woman was bouncing a wailing baby on her hip. Topping off this happy tableau was an extremely pregnant woman who was loading bags into the trunk of her car. Her belly was the size of a beach ball. Sweat glued her hair to her head. She was parked in one of those expectant mother parking spaces that Lena had always resented, but now completely understood. The woman deserved to be closer to the door. She looked miserable. She dug her fist into her back as she unloaded the last bag from the cart. Her dress was way too tight. Even from a distance, Lena could see the thong sticking like dental floss between her ass cheeks. Jesus, Lena whispered. She felt like a cow glimpsing behind the counter at the butcher shop. Lena shivered. Her hands were cold. That's how it usually started. The change in temperature worked its way from the edges. She stuck her hands into her jacket pockets. Her fingers curled around the photo. Lena guessed the ultrasound could be called a photograph. At the very least, it was a snapshot of what was going on inside of her. Over the years, Lena had looked at her share of X-rays and medical reports. She'd seen ultrasound pictures taped on refrigerators, shown on TV screens, and even presented as evidence in court cases where the mother had been murdered. Lena had never been particularly moved by the images. To her, they were just black and white blobs. She assumed that the ability to ooh and ah over the tiny splotches and weird folds was lost on her. Also, there was something disturbing about looking at a person's interior workings. Maybe Lena was a prude, but she couldn't be the only one thinking that showing an ultrasound was tantamount to showing the world irrefutable proof that you'd had sex. But that was before Lena had seen an ultrasound of her own baby. Everything had changed 2 days ago. She couldn't understand it. How had that tiny, pulsing little being opened up such a large space in her heart? And how had it made Lena love Jared so much? She couldn't explain the shift. Loving Jared was nothing new, but the sudden depth of her feeling was terrifying. Lena had never felt this way about a man before. She was completely out of control, incapable of hiding her vulnerabilities. At night, she clung to him. During the day, she couldn't stop touching him. At first, Jared had been mildly annoyed. He generally wasn't up for touching unless it led to something, but he'd become more receptive over the last few weeks. There had to be some hormone Lena was giving off. Even the guys at work were looking at her differently. Work. Lena couldn't think about what would happen when she started to show. Not that she wasn't already. They probably just thought she was getting fat, which she was. Her pants cut into her waist. She spilled out of her bra. Jared was ecstatic about this particular development. All Lena could think was that there was no way she could chase after some thug with her breasts flopping around. In a few months, she'd probably end up stuck behind a desk. She'd be doing paperwork and following up on witness statements while everyone else had all the fun. Was it worth it? Lena looked down at the ultrasound. She touched the tiny little bean resting in white crescent arms. Of course it was worth it. Her phone vibrated in her jacket pocket. Denise Branson. She was probably pacing the station house waiting for news. Lena said, "What's up, Dee?"
Any news?
Lena looked at the time. She should head back to the van. "He's got another 30 minutes, but he's always late."
I'm already pushing back a meeting,
Denise said.
You know it's both our asses on the line now.
"I know." Lena reluctantly pushed herself up from the bench. "I appreciate it."
Listen,
Denise seemed eager to move on.
I got another piece of the big Whitey puzzle.
"Denise."
Just hear me out like I do with you, okay?
Lena owed her that much. "Okay."
I found an article in the Savannah Tribune. 18 months ago, 2 white girls showed up dead behind a church. Runaways from good homes. Heroin overdoses, both of them. From honor students to stone-cold junkies in less than a month. The needles were still in their arms. That sound familiar?
"Honor students OD on heroin all the time," Lena told her. "I could find 100 other cases on the same day, maybe thousands."
It's just like what happened here.
There was no use arguing. Denise, I'm saying this as a friend. You're obsessed with this. You're too close.
So what if I am?
Lena shook her head as she made her way back across the parking lot. Only in law enforcement was obsession considered an asset. Denise said,
You're obsessed with Sid Waller.
And I'm about to bust him, Lena countered. I've got a case. I've got a witness. I've got leads, photos, timelines. All you've got is a ghost.
You start out with all of that, or did you put it together?
Lena didn't want to admit she had a point. Before Mr. Snitch magically appeared, Denise could have been asking Lena the same questions about Waller. But she hadn't. She'd given Lena the support and time to do what she needed to do. Did you track down that law firm?
I'm working on it. There's some kind of connection there.
If you're right, then maybe we can help each other out. Sid Waller's the big man on campus. Once we take him down, he can give us Big Whitey. Denise huffed a laugh.
You think Sid Waller's gonna turn? He's got just as much juice inside the joint as he does out.
She was right. The gangs ran the prisons, and Waller would be a top dog. Still, she said, it could happen.
I'm not giving Waller any deals. He can rot away his sick ass in jail. I can get Big Whitey on my own.
Lena realized her fist was stuck in her back, just like the other pregnant woman. She dropped her hand. All right. If you think you can put together a case, then you should get help. This is too big for one person. 2, if you count me, because you know I'm there for you. Denise snorted.
You know I'm off book. How am I going to go to Lonnie for help when he told me to shut this down months ago? He's not going to spend one dime of department money on Big Whitey. At least not until it's too late.
She was right again. By budgetary necessity, police forces were more reactive than preventative these days. Lena had an idea. I know somebody with the state who can give us a hand.
I can't jump over Lonnie's head.
I know that, Lena said. Gray was relatively new to Macon, but he'd spent the past 15 years heading up forces all around the state. They both respected him too much to stab him in the back. Not to mention that when push came to shove, Gray could twist that knife right back in theirs. You could reach out informally. I know an agent who's discreet. She didn't mention that the man had investigated her almost 2 years ago. He's a cop, but he doesn't act like one. He'll give you the support you need. At the very least, he can help you put together some of these pieces.
You think I'm going to let the GBI come stomping onto my turf and taking credit?
She gave a harsh laugh.
You know how many hours I put into this? How many miles on my car? How many sleepless nights? I've got blood in this fight, Lee. I'm not going to let go of it now.
Lena recognized the righteous indignation in her tone. 5 years ago, Lena would have been saying the same thing, sounding the same way. She'd been so sure of herself before Jeffrey died. She was the one who was always right. She didn't need help. She didn't need some asshole trying to grab credit. Lena had taken on the world single-handedly every day, right up until the world knocked her flat on her ass. Denise said,
If you talk to that girl, listen to her mama, then you'd feel the same way as me.
I know, Lena said. She was glad she hadn't spoken with either of them. Otherwise, she probably would have been sucked in right along with Denise. You work the case. You don't let the case work you.
What does that mean?
Denise shot back. This ghost you're chasing, it's affecting your life.
In what way?
Lena didn't answer. Denise wanted some bowling pins she could knock down. Lena knew from experience that the job wasn't kind to lonely women. It could make you too driven, too hard. It could scare people away from you. Having Jared in her life had changed that for Lena. He'd shouldered some of the burden. He'd made her feel like it was okay to let go. And then there was the baby. Lena put her hand to her stomach. Her face felt hot. An idiotic grin spread across her mouth. It was the hormones. She was glad she wasn't in the van with Paul and Deshawn. She was probably fucking glowing.
Come on, Adams,
Branson prompted.
give it to me straight.
Lena shrugged off the challenge. Did you hear Deshawn's getting divorced again?
And you think 'cause he's black and I'm black that we're a match made in heaven?
Please. He should be so lucky. As hypocritical as it sounded, Lena told her, I'm just saying that you can't do both. Be married to the job and married to a wife. What are you working for if you don't have someone to come home to? Denise's words were pointed.
You mean husband?
The phone line was deadly silent. Denise Branson went to church every Sunday. She made the appropriate noises when a good-looking man walked by. But so had Lena's sister, and Sybil had been as gay as a $3 bill. Denise was all business again.
Call me as soon as the meet's over. If you can't get Waller on tape, Lonnie's gonna give us a come-to-Jesus talk. And I'm not gonna argue with him, because he'll be right.
Denise, give me a break.
Don't talk about break, girl. Talk about broke. Do you know how much this is costing the department? 24-hour surveillance going on 10 days. Overtime for everybody and their mother. We passed the $500,000 mark last weekend. I can't even do the math on where we are now. I've been waiting for this meet to pan out, so when I take it to Lonnie, he doesn't kick my ass out the door.
I know you're taking hate from me.
Shit,
Denise muttered.
I wish it was hate. I'm standing in a damn ring of fire.
Lena was almost to the van. She glanced around, making sure she wasn't being watched. I'll get Waller, I promise.
You don't? Then get a newspaper. We're gonna both need to start looking for new jobs.
She let the phone slam down in Lena's ear. Lena slipped her hand back into her pocket. She traced the edge of the ultrasound as she walked toward the white van with the AT&T logo on the side. As far as she knew, no one had bothered to get clearance from the phone company. Lena figured they should shut up and take the free advertising.
Hey, boss!
Deshawn came around the side of the van. He was so big he cast her completely in shadow. Lena's hand went to her throat. You sure move light for a Mack truck.
That's what the ladies say.
He winked at her.
You doing all right?
Lena felt her defenses go up. Why? He shrugged and shook his head.
No reason.
You take yourself off the monitors and stand out here waiting for me for no reason? He had the grace to admit he'd been caught.
I know this whole Waller thing's been weighing hard on you.
Why? Has Lonnie said something? Lena knew that Deshawn was Gray's eyes and ears, but she'd never thought of him as a tattletale. What did he say?
Nothing. And I didn't say anything to him.
Deshawn looked at her like she was paranoid for no reason.
Come on, gal. You know I'm on your team.
What's going on? Lena asked. Now that she was looking at him, he seemed on edge, like something else was going on. Why are you acting weird? Deshawn gave a heavy sigh.
I just noticed you've been tired lately.
So, we're all tired. We've been butts to nuts for weeks. He gave the sigh again.
I just wanted you to know that it's okay by me if you decide to take a back seat on...
Fuck your back seat, Lena snapped. I've never taken a back seat on anything in my life.
All right.
He held up his hands.
Just worried about you is all.
Worried about me why? His mouth twisted to the side, like he was debating whether or not to tell her something. Lena knew Deshawn's sister had 2 girls. Maybe he'd figured out that Lena was pregnant, in which case she had to shut this down, fast. She said, Get your panties out of your cooch, Sean. I appreciate your concern, but the best thing for both of us right now is for you to do your job and me to do mine, all right? He held up his hands in surrender again.
You're the boss.
She knocked on the side of the van. It's me. Eric Haig cracked open the door. The whole gang was here. He told Lena,
We got a call from Wallace Tail. He's about 5 minutes out.
Paul couldn't help but add,
I was right. He's probably coming early to case the restaurant.
Lena wasn't interested in giving credit. She started to hold out her hand for help, then decided it would be better to show Deshawn she was capable of moving her own weight. Still, she groaned as she pulled herself up. Deshawn vaulted in without assistance, probably to prove a point. He slammed the door shut behind him. Jesus Christ! Lena clapped her hands over her face. The smell was disgusting. What have you guys been doing in here?
Sorry,
Eric said.
I had Mexican for lunch. Thanks a lot, Dick Slit.
Paul punched him in the arm. Eric rewarded him with the wettest-sounding fart Lena had ever heard. Oh, God! She pinched her nose closed and breathed through her mouth. Please tell me Snitch is still there. Paul provided.
Mr. Snitchy is on the bench looking at the kiddies.
Looking at them how? Lena checked the monitor to see for herself. Snitch still had on his sunglasses. His arms were sprawled across the back of the bench. Are you sure he's not asleep?
Look at his foot.
He was right. Snitch's heel was hopping up and down so fast the camera barely registered the movement. Lena asked, Where's Mom? Deshawn was back in his chair. He pulled up the appropriate camera. The mother was still on the phone, stretched out in the booth as if she planned to stay there for a while. Good thing he's not a pedophile, Lena said. She motioned for Eric to get out of her chair. Eric said,
The seat might be a little warm.
Paul laughed again, and she slapped him on the back of the head. Why is everyone in this van an asshole except for me? Paul asked.
You okay, boss?
Lena scowled at him. Since when am I the boss?
You're in charge, right?
Paul indicated his empty chair.
What's going on with you? Your face is all red.
She put her hand to her cheek. The skin was hot. It's probably gas poisoning.
You sure about that?
He cocked an eyebrow at her, but he didn't push it.
All right, ladies and Lena.
Deshawn rubbed his hands together.
Mr. Waller has arrived.
A red Corvette idled in the parking lot. The windows were down. Sid Waller circled the lot twice before parking in a space by the road. He'd brought weight with him. Diego Nunez was in the passenger seat. He had his arm resting on the door. A cigarette dangled from his fingers. Eric squinted at the monitor.
Is that a joint?
Deshawn checked it out.
Looks like it. Damn,
Paul said.
Chick-fil-A don't like queers. What are they gonna do with a spick token of doobie?
Shut up, Lena said. She tried to tune out their voices as she watched Sid Waller get out of the car. The metal chain on his wallet swung as he strutted across the parking lot. His long, skanky hair was pulled back in a ponytail. He wore ragged jeans and a flannel shirt with the sleeves ripped off. Tattoos covered both arms. Like Paul, he was incapable of just opening a door. He flung it open to announce his presence. All four of them swiveled their heads in unison, watching the monitor that showed the lobby camera. Waller raised some eyebrows inside the restaurant. But this was Macon, and it was hard to tell a homeless long-haired redneck from a violent one. The girls behind the counter figured it out quickly. Lena had always believed that women were better than men at spotting danger. It was why her gut wouldn't let go of the bad feeling she had about Mr. Snitch. The junkie in question had noticed Waller's arrival. He sat up straight on the bench. His hand shot up in a wave. and then he kept waving because Waller wouldn't look his way. Finally, Snitch stood up and went to the door. Instead of going inside, he motioned for Waller to join him on the playground. Lena checked on the woman in the booth. The mother's jaw dropped when she saw Sid Waller. Deshawn said,
Come on, Mama. Time to check on the kiddies.
Waller jerked open the door. Lena startled when his voice blared from the speaker in the van.
What the fuck, dumbass?
Snitch nervously looked at the kids. Thankfully, their mother had scrambled to the door on the other side of the playground. They heard her strident tone on Snitch's concealed mic. Brittany, Randall, now! The children didn't have to be told twice. Sid Waller had a way of clearing a room.
Move over,
Waller said, and Snitch slid down the bench.
What are you doing here? I thought they didn't let faggots in this place.
Snitch chuckled like he was in on the joke.
Shut up, pencil dick.
Waller took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He shook one out, fumbled for his lighter. Snitch looked around, checking all the corners.
You worried about something?
Waller asked. He held the open flame of the lighter a few inches from his cigarette. Snitch shook his head.
Take off those fucking glasses.
Snitch took off his sunglasses. Waller lit the cigarette. He inhaled half of it down before blowing out a long stream of smoke.
What are we doing here? I got some more pills.
Snitch reached for his pocket. Waller stopped him with a look.
I look like a drug dealer to you?
Snitch froze, his hand halfway in his pocket. They'd told him to pass the pills, so at the very least, they'd have Waller on taking stolen narcotics. Inside the van, they all tensed. Eric said,
Look at him. He's freaking out.
He was right. Snitch was panicking. Waller stood up to leave.
Come on,
Snitch said.
Don't be that way.
Instead of opening the door, Waller leant against it. His arms crossed over his broad chest. The cigarette dangled from his mouth. Lena held her breath. She watched the two men. They were having some kind of staring contest. Unbelievably, Snitch won. Waller looked down as he tapped the ash off his cigarette. Snitch said,
I want to move up.
Waller put the cigarette back in his mouth.
I'll get more product. What makes you think I need it?
Snitch stood up. He took off his ball cap and ran his fingers through his hair. Lena asked, Was that a signal?
I think it's just sweating.
Paul said.
Look at the way he keeps pulling his pants away from his sack.
He was right. Snitch couldn't keep his hands off his crotch.
Will?
Waller prompted.
You gonna make your case?
Remarkably, Snitch remembered his lines.
I've got a source at the hospital. I can get the good stuff. Name brand. Not that shit from China.
Smoke wafted up into Waller's eyes. He was thinking about it. Lena knew that he was thinking about it.
Come on,
she begged. Everyone in the van edged closer to the monitors. This was the make-or-break moment. Maybe their only chance to get him. Waller turned around and opened the door.
Fuck!
Deshawn banged his fist against the table. The monitor shook.
I can't believe he blew it!
Snitch seemed to be thinking the same thing. He took off his hat again.
You're a dumbass.
Waller stopped. Eric whispered,
Holy shit.
Shut up, Lena ordered. Waller was turning around. He didn't speak until the door had closed.
What'd you just call me? I said you're a dumbass.
Lena felt her heart stop beating. Waller was coiled like a snake. They would have to peel him off Snitch before he killed him.
You think I'm a dumbass?
Walla asked, like he wanted to be absolutely clear. Instead of backing down, Snitch said, "I offer to double my deliveries, to give you top-notch product, and you walk away from me?" He took a step toward Waller, seemingly blind to the fact that he was taking his own life into his hands. "I want to move up, Sid. I've been a good soldier, but I want to be a general one day." Wallace seemed amused. "That's so?" "Yeah, that's so." Snitch jammed his hat back on his head. "I think I've earned some respect." Waller took out his cigarette pack again. He lit a fresh one off the old one. "What do I get out of this?" "You know I'm an earner," Snitch said. "You know I can do the dirty work." "Seems to me you like the dirty work. You want to get me wet?" Walla didn't answer, but Lena shook her head. Snitch was pushing it too far. He was asking if Walla wanted him to murder someone. Walla flicked the old cigarette into the sandpit. "Let's stick with what you know how to do. Double the order. Bring it to the house I've rented. We got junkies clawing at the door." Deshawn offered silent high fives all around. The shooting gallery was the house off Redding. They had their probable cause. Snitch wouldn't leave well enough alone. "When do you want it?" "Soon as you can. Shipment's late this week." Sid puffed his cigarette. "We had a truck rolled in Miami. Cubans took $200K worth of oxy." Snitch's inner junkie took over. "I get payment on delivery. That's the deal." Walla laughed. "Look at the big man giving orders." He patted Snitch on the back so hard that Snitch almost fell into the swing set. "I go by the house at 3 every morning. Don't be stupid, and don't be late." "Holy motherfucker!" Lena laughed incredulously as Sid Walla took his leave from the playground. "Holy shit!" Paul was laughing too. "Grab your ankles, Waller. Get ready for the big pokey." Eric cut a bugle of a fart, which made the men laugh harder. Lena groaned as she crawled past them to the front of the van. "You're all disgusting." They were laughing too hard to hear her. She plopped into the driver's seat. She rolled down the window and filled her lungs with clean, fresh air. She prayed to God she wasn't carrying a boy. Or worse, 2 boys. Twins ran in families. Dr. Benedict had told her they'd know for sure when he did the next ultrasound. Lena took out her phone and pulled up Denise Branson's number. She could see the Chick-fil-A building through the windshield. The distance was too great for detail, but she could tell that Snitch was still on the playground. He had returned to the bench, arms and legs spread wide. The sunglasses were back on. Lena couldn't see his expression, but she gathered he was feeling pretty pleased with himself. He knew he was safe now. The minute he'd gotten Waller to talk about the house, Snitch's immunity deal was set in stone. Lena heard Denise Branson's voicemail. She ended the call. Denise was probably in a meeting. Lena pulled up the text messaging and typed out a quick note. "Baldy will have package within the hour." Baldy was their nickname for the judge who kept telling them no. Lena was probably being paranoid, but she didn't want to take the chance that her phone was hacked. She checked over her shoulder. The men were still celebrating, trying to one-up one another with crass jokes about prison rape. Lena rolled her eyes as she turned back around. Mr. Snitch was still on the playground bench. The sun was in his eyes. Kids were playing on the swings in front of him. He didn't have a care in the world. She hated this part of the job. The junkie had been caught selling pills to kids, and he would go back to selling them pills because the police had let him go. There was no way for her to sit on him, wait for the inevitable fuck-up. No criminal would ever deal with Lena again if they knew she couldn't be trusted. She would have to sit back and wait for Mr. Snitch to screw up on his own. Or maybe she wouldn't. Lena pulled up email on her phone. She selected the Google account that she used for ordering off the internet. The email address could probably be traced back to her, but she didn't really care. She was going to take the advice she had just given Denise Branson. No cop should go it alone. There was no shame in asking for help. Besides, Mr. Snitch's immunity deal was with Macon, not the state of Georgia. Lena couldn't touch Anthony Dell, but Will Trent could. Chapter 12. Friday. Will stumbled out of the hospital. Even outside, he could still hear Sarah crying. Could feel the mark she'd left on his skin. Could smell her, taste her. He passed his bike, crossed the parking lot. His foot hit the curb. He stepped up, walking into the woods behind the building. Will didn't get far. He fell to his knees. He opened his mouth, tried to bring up the acid eating him inside. What had he done? He pressed his forehead to the cold ground. His mind kept flipping through the last 24 hours. All the violence, all the pain. What Will had seen, what he had wrought. Lena with the hammer, Tony with his knife. And then there was Sarah. What had he done to Sarah? He had lost her. In that one brutal moment, he had lost her forever.
Hey, asshole!
Will looked up. Paul Vickery was barreling toward him. Before Will could react, the man kicked him in the head. Will slammed to the ground. Stars burst in front of his eyes. The air was knocked out of his chest. Vickery jumped on him. He rained down punches like a windmill. Will bucked, trying to heave him off. Vickery grabbed Will's neck. The man put all of his weight into it, crushing Will's windpipe. Will tried to pry away his fingers. His mouth gaped open. Vickery pressed harder, strangling him. Will's tongue swelled. His eyes burned. He started to black out. Was this how it was going to happen? After all he had survived, was this how he was going to die? Suddenly, the pressure stopped. Will gagged on the sudden rush of air. Paul Vickery flew off him. He landed hard on the asphalt. His head thumped against the curb. Will coughed so hard his feet kicked out. "Are you okay?" Faith was there. She had a 20-inch-long steel police baton in her hand. She asked Will again, "Are you okay?" She kept looking at Vickery, then back at Will. "Can you see me?" Will saw 2 of her, then 3. Vickery tried to push himself up. Faith slammed the baton into Vickery's kidneys. 2 brutal blows, one after the other.
Bitch!
He screamed, writhing on the ground.
Jesus!
Faith jammed the baton in Vickery's face. "Stay down!"
He murdered a cop!
The baton stayed in Vickery's face. She drew her Glock on Will. "Get up!" Will blinked at the gun. Her finger was on the trigger guard. He wasn't sure he could move. He hurt so bad. Everything hurt so bad. "Black," Faith said, "I told you to get the fuck up." Black. Will didn't understand what she was saying. Was it some kind of a code? "Up," Faith repeated. She was using her cop voice, the one that said she had drawn down on a suspect before and was ready to do it again. "I said get the fuck up." Finally, Will's brain managed to make contact with his arms, his legs. He pushed himself to sitting. The effort almost wasted him. "Stay there," Faith ordered, as if Will had a choice. "Bill Black, I'm placing you under arrest for parole violation."
Parole?
Vickery shouted.
He killed a fucking cop!
You got proof? When Vickery didn't offer an answer, she told Will, "You have the right to remain silent." Vickery muttered,
"Stupid cunt."
Faith talked over him. "Anything you say or do may be used against you in a court of law." Will leant over and threw up. Peas, something white, green beans. He couldn't remember eating any of it. "You have a right to consult with an attorney." Will sniffed. The sensation almost made him vomit again. "If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you by the courts."
Okay.
Will held up his hand for silence. The sound of her voice was an ice pick in his brain.
I waive my rights.
Faith holstered her Glock, but kept the baton at the ready. She tossed Will her handcuffs. "Put those on." Vickery saw an opportunity. He tried to stand. Faith flicked the baton, cracking it against Vickery's ankle. The sound was like a twig snapping.
Bitch!
Vickery screamed in agony.
You fucking bitch!
"Stand up." Faith grabbed Will's arm. She couldn't move him. "Come on." She leant down to help. Her whisper in his ear felt like she was talking underwater.
Please.
From somewhere deep inside, Will summoned the strength to stand. He staggered like a colt taking its first steps. Faith wrapped her hand around his arm, pulled him toward the parking lot. He tripped over the curb again. Faith labored to keep him upright. She coached, "Keep walking. Just keep walking." Will tried to do as he was told. His feet were floppy, like the tendons had come undone. The ground looked strange. Everything was too large or too small. He was walking through a funhouse mirror. If not for Faith propping him up, he would have fallen flat on his face. Paul Vickery wouldn't give up.
I got a witness puts him in the back room of Tipsy's tonight.
He limped after them, keeping his distance.
Same place as the shooters who went after Lena.
Faith didn't answer. She pulled Will, urging him to go faster.
Ask him where he went afterward.
Vickery said.
Ask him where he was when my fucking team was being attacked.
Faith raised the baton in warning. Vickery hung back.
I'll get him at the station.
He's not going to the station. Faith leaned Will against the black Suburban. I'm taking him to the field office. He's in state custody.
You won't be able to hold him there.
Faith opened the back door. She kept her body turned toward Vickery as she tried to help Will into the seat. He was too heavy for her to manage. In the end, all Will could do was fall in.
You'll have to process him,
Vickery warned.
You send him to county. You send him to Fulton. I'll get at him somehow.
Will's wrists were still cuffed. He clenched his stomach muscles so he could straighten up in the seat. The pain was excruciating. He opened his mouth. He was going to be sick again. Stay back, Vickery. I mean it. Faith closed the door. She used the remote to lock it. The baton stayed out as she walked around the front of the Suburban.
You're dead, Black!
Vickery punched the door. He banged his fists against the glass.
You hear me? I will fuck you up!
Will closed his eyes. Everything was spinning. The car kept shaking. Vickery was putting his shoulder into it, like he thought he could roll a 5,000-pound vehicle. Back the fuck up! Faith yelled. She was at the front of the car. She said something else, but Will's hearing was going in and out. He heard Vickery call her every name a man could use against a woman. Faith cussed him right back, giving as good as she got. The driver's side door opened. Faith yelled, Bet on it, cocksucker! She slammed the door shut. The sound was like a cannon. The engine turned over. The car jerked as she put it in gear. The wheels squealed against pavement. Will leant forward. He rested his head on his knees. His hands were clasped together, trapped between his chest and legs. Spit and blood dripped from his open mouth. He waited for Faith to say something, to yell at him, to ask him what the hell he'd been doing. She rolled down the windows a few inches. Will felt the cold night air swirl around him. He closed his eyes, breathed through his mouth. The light grew softer. The tires hummed against the road. Faith kept driving. She didn't say a word, didn't even turn around. Will's breathing started to even out. Eventually, the nausea passed. Unfortunately, so did the numbness. His body came alive with pain. His nose felt broken. His eyelids throbbed. His lip was split. His neck felt as if it had been scraped with a razor, and his head pounded along with the beating of his heart. Faith accelerated. They were on the highway. Will could tell from the steady, low grind of the engine. He didn't know how much time passed before she finally slowed for a turn. The sound inside the Suburban changed from a gentle hum to a fragmented crunch. The brakes squeaked as Faith slowed to a stop. She put the gear in park. The emergency brake clicked when she pushed down the pedal. Faith opened the door. Will heard her walk around the car. He pushed himself up. He had to move slowly. He winced at the pain in his head. His throat felt raw. He couldn't get the taste of blood out of his mouth. The back door opened. Faith still didn't speak. She turned on the dome light. Will blinked, squinting. The handcuffs came off. Will rubbed his wrists, trying to get the circulation to come back. Faith opened the first aid kit from under the seat. She pulled out a roll of cotton squares, various packets, antibiotic ointment, Band-Aids. Will heard cars on either side of them. Faith had parked in a restricted area that cut across the highway median. Trees surrounded them. Broken beer bottles and used condoms littered the ground. She said, "Look at me." Will turned his head toward her. He closed his eyes. Packets were ripped open. Alcohol wipes, disinfectant. He kept his eyes shut as Faith tended his scrapes and cuts. She was efficient, if not gentle. Will was grateful. Sarah had doctored him before. She always touched him so softly. She caressed him, kissed the places she said needed extra help to heal. Faith wiped underneath his eyes with a tissue. Will parted his lips to help get more air in his lungs. He wanted to thank her, to acknowledge how much her silence meant to him. Faith had always been a bull in the china shop of his life. Will was too broken now to tell her what had happened with Sarah tonight. Faith scrubbed at the blood around his nose. She said, "Eric Hay is dead."
I know.
Will could barely speak. He tried to clear what felt like a wad of cotton trapped in his esophagus. Faith said, "We found the body an hour ago."
In front yard.
Will whispered.
I helped Tony Dale put it there.
Faith's hand stopped. Will opened his eyes.
I watched him kill him. Tony Dale killed Eric.
Will coughed. The cotton had turned into razors.
It was at deer season. Hunting up. Dale bears it in his boot. Water.
Will tried to swallow, but his throat refused.
We threw the knife in the river. I don't know which one. Concrete bridge. No houses around.
We'll find it.
You need to find Tony.
He's gone. His house is empty. His car's still in the impound lot. Faith tore open a packet of antibiotic. He used his ATM card to clean out his bank account. She squeezed some ointment onto a Q-tip. We got a bolo on him. Will still couldn't swallow. There was only an empty clicking noise.
3 men were there. Rednecks. Big guys. Fat.
Will couldn't remember whether or not he told her where this had happened.
At Tipsy's. That's where Tony killed Eric Haig.
She dabbed the Q-tip to his forehead. I'll put somebody on the club.
They were in the back room. Dale took me there to meet them. I didn't know until we were inside that that's what he wanted.
Faith squirted more ointment onto the Q-tip.
They knew my Bill Black cover. All of it. They were watching me. Not when I went back to Atlanta. They couldn't follow me on my back. But they knew about the hotel. My habits.
Will felt in his pocket for his phone. He looked down at the shattered glass. Sarah had thrown her phone against the wall. Will had watched it break into pieces. He had never seen her throw anything like that before. Faith asked, "Well?" His phone was in his hand. The glass was shattered. Will slid it back into his pocket.
One of them was called Junior.
He finally managed to swallow. The pain nearly made him pass out.
He had a gun to my chest. Pearl handle, Smith & Wesson. The knife had a pearl handle. The rednecks, not Tony's. We threw that off a bridge.
Faith ringed the Q-tip underneath Will's eye. He remembered the redneck cutting him. The first cut of the night. He said,
My clothes are in a trash bag in my locker. I had to change. Take a shower. Tony was in the ER. He cut his hand when he stabbed Haig. They had to stitch it up.
He felt the need to add,
I don't know how many stitches.
Faith said, His wife found him.
Tony has a wife?
Eric Haig. His wife found his body outside the house. There was a lot of confusion at first. She didn't recognize him. Will remembered.
They told us to put him on the front lawn. The order came from Big Whitey.
He saw the question in her eyes.
On the phone, I didn't meet him. The redneck took the call. Then he told Dell where to dump the body. That the order came straight from Big Whitey.
We'll see if we can trace the call to the club.
It was a cell, probably a burner.
We'll check it anyway. Faith tossed the Q-tip into the first aid box. The cotton was soaked red. She told Will, Haig'd been missing for 2 days. His wife didn't say because he'd been acting weird since the raid. She knew internal affairs was involved. She didn't want to get him into trouble.
The raid,
Will repeated. Faith had talked about it earlier, but Will couldn't recall the conversation.
They tortured him.
I know.
The redneck told Dale.
He lost his train of thought.
What did I say?
The redneck told Dale? She tried. We were talking about Eric Haig. The prompt didn't help.
He said he'd be in touch with me. That he had a job for me.
What time were you at the club?
Time?
The question didn't make sense. What time? Will took his phone out of his pocket. The glass was shattered. Still, the screen came on when he pressed the button. He told Faith,
It's 1:31 a.m.
Faith tilted his head back up so she could look at him. Did I take you to the hospital? A different hospital, I mean. Will shook his head. He wasn't going to any hospital. I think you have a concussion.
Why?
Paul Vickery kicked you in the head.
When?
Will asked, but that wasn't the right question. He knew Vickery had kicked him.
I mean, why was Paul at the hospital?
Someone took a shot at him. Faith made herself more clear. Paul Vickery was at the hospital because someone tried to kill him tonight.
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting things.
It's all right. Faith spoke more slowly than necessary. Vickery was at home. A gunshot was fired through a front window at his house. That's why he had the bandage on his arm. Will couldn't remember seeing a bandage.
Is he okay?
Okay enough to attack you. She frowned. He fights like a woman. You've got scratches on your neck. Faith turned his head. Did he bite you? Will looked away. Paul Vickery hadn't made those marks. Sarah had scratched him. She'd kicked him and bitten him, and Will hadn't stopped because everything she did only made him want to fuck her harder. Faith gave up on the Q-tip. She smeared antibiotic onto her finger and rubbed it on Will's face. They went after Deshaun Franklin, too. He was jumped outside a movie theater tonight. His girlfriend started screaming. She called 911.
They took him to the hospital?
Well, look at me. She made sure she had his attention. Someone went after Franklin and Vickery on the same night that Eric Haig's body was dumped on his front lawn. Will already knew these details, but the way she put them together so succinctly finally made them click.
It was coordinated.
Right. Someone was sending a message. She peeled open a Band-Aid.
That's what the redneck said. There's no use sending a message unless everybody can read it.
Well, if you ever see him again, tell him the message was received loud and clear. Turn that way. Will turned his head. Faith stuck the Band-Aid on his neck to cover the scratches. He asked,
Is that why you were at the hospital? Because they were all attacked?
I was looking for you.
Because of Deshaun Franklin?
Will shook his head. That was wrong.
You went to the hospital because of Eric Haig. You saw him, and you thought they had done the same thing to me.
I thought he was you, Faith said. His own wife didn't recognize him. I went to the hospital thinking I was going to have to identify your body.
I'm sorry.
Thank God Sarah wasn't answering her phone. She indicated for him to look up again. The scratches were too wide for just one Band-Aid. It was a real party after that. Paul Vickery and Deshaun Franklin were wheeled in right as I was coming up from the morgue. I was talking on the phone to Amanda.
Did you have to tell them Haig was dead?
Yes, Faith answered, her voice straining. But then they saw Tony Dill getting his hand sewn up and decided to take it out on him. She didn't make Will ask. It took 6 cops to get them off the guy.
Why'd they go after him?
I guess because Dell's car was parked outside Lena's house the night they were attacked. I'm sure whoever Vickery's witness is, who saw you at the club, also saw Tony. It's not a leap to think you both had something to do with Haig's murder. It wasn't a leap because it was right.
What's Tony saying?
Who knows? Faith sounded exasperated. I told you 5 seconds ago that it took 6 cops to peel Deshaun and Vickery off Tony Dale. By the time anybody thought to look, Dale was gone. We turned the hospital upside down, but he managed to get away.
He probably had 10 escape routes already planned.
Will remembered something. He took out his wallet. Kayla Martin's handwritten note was still in the photo sleeve.
This is Tony's stepsister. Check her house.
Faith took the note with some skepticism. Dale didn't have any siblings on his background check.
It was only a few years,
Will said.
He's in love with her.
Her look said she was considering the hospital again.
I know, it sounds weird, but it's true. She's a nurse at the hospital.
I'll send a car. Will coughed. He looked at his palm, expecting to find blood.
Vickery called me a cop killer.
Faith shook her head like she didn't understand it either. Maybe he saw you leaving Eric Haig's house. She answered herself. No, if he saw you leaving Haig's, he would have killed you in the street. Do you remember seeing Vickery tonight? Or any of them? Will considered the question. He could feel it roll around in his brain like a marble that wouldn't settle. Faith said, I'm going to call Sarah.
Don't.
She has a right to...
No.
Will grabbed her arm. He let go just as quickly.
She knows everything.
Faith examined his face. He wondered what she saw. The bruises wouldn't show for a few hours. The side of Will's head probably had a print from Paul Vickery's shoe. The bridge of his nose would be red. His split lip would show blood, the scratch mark, the bite mark. What would she make of those? She said, We need to get to the field office. Will wanted to go back to Atlanta. He had to get his dog from Sarah's apartment. His toothbrush, the clothes he'd left in the drawer she'd cleared out for him. She shouldn't have to see any reminders of Will. It was the least he could do.
It's over,
he told Faith.
With Sarah, it's over.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Will had never been so sure of anything in his life. Faith closed the first aid kit. She clicked the plastic lock. Well, that's her loss.
She has good reason.
No, she doesn't, Faith insisted. No matter what you did, Sarah's not the woman I thought she was if she can't forgive you. Will held his tongue. She would find out the truth soon enough. Faith said, Get in the front seat. We're going to be late.
For what?
Branson. Faith's tone made Will think maybe she'd said this before. I saw her at the hospital. She's ready to talk.
Why now?
Somebody tried to take out 2 of her detectives. 3, if you count Lena. Eric Haig was tortured and stabbed to death. Jared Long was almost murdered. Hell yes, she's going to talk to us. She's getting her files. We're supposed to meet at the field office. Faith looked at her watch. 10 minutes ago.
What files?
The ones from the shooting gallery. Faith motioned for Will to move. Denise Branson has been lying to us all along. She's finally going to show us her files from the raid. Will stared into the bathroom mirror at the GBI field office, assessing his damaged face. Life had left him a wound expert. He knew the difference between a cut that scarred into a thin white line and a cut that left nothing but a faint memory. By his estimation, the only lasting reminder of the night would come from the redneck's knife. The tiny slice below Will's eye probably should have had at least 1 stitch. But that had to be done at a hospital, and Will was never going to another hospital ever again. At least the nausea had passed. His head was aching at a lower frequency. The trembling had stopped, which he took as a good sign that he wasn't having a stroke or a seizure. Swallowing was still an issue. He found this out the hard way when Faith made him drink 2 bottles of Coke. Then she'd stood over him while he choked down a pack of cheese crackers. Will had gotten irritated at her for bossing him around, which probably meant that whatever she was doing was working. He looked at his neck, lightly touching the reddish bruises that were starting to come up. If Will had one talent, it was surviving. He'd made it through the night. The redneck hadn't done too much damage. Tony Dell hadn't killed him, though he was obviously capable. Paul Vickery had gotten in many, many good blows, but Faith had probably cracked his ankle, which was a nasty enough payback. So, Will had survived. He had a right to feel good about that. But then there was Sarah. When Will was a kid, he'd imagined all the slings and arrows thrown his way were easily portable. He didn't have to keep them inside. He could shove them all into boxes. After a while, there were a lot of boxes. There was nowhere to put them. They floated over his bed at the children's home. They followed him to school. They chased after him like bullies when he ran down the street. As Will got older, storage became an issue. Or maybe the metaphor evolved alongside him. The floating boxes turned into pieces of paper. The papers went into files. The files were put in filing cabinets. The cabinets were locked so that he never had to see them again. When Sarah came into his life, Will forgot about the file room. He forgot about the endless pieces of paper, the rusted cabinet locks that wouldn't turn sometimes. That was over now. Standing in the bathroom, Will put Sarah Linton into a file and closed the drawer. "Will?" Faith knocked lightly at the door. "Are you okay?" He turned on the faucet to let her know he was alive. The water was icy cold. He wanted to splash some onto his face, but the liquid would probably roll right off. Faith had used so much antibiotic ointment that his skin glistened. Will opened the door. Faith was standing there with a bottle of water in each hand. His voice sounded like an old man's.
"Scared I'd die on the toilet."
"That's not funny."
"It can happen,"
he croaked.
"I read about it in the paper."
She handed him the water. "You weren't sick again?"
"No."
He regretted the loss of her previous silence, but he wasn't cruel enough to tell her.
"I'm fine. Thank you."
"Drink all of that water." She led him down the hall. "I sent a cruiser for a knock check on Kayla Martin's house. Took them forever to find the place. It's not on MapQuest, Google, anything." Will nodded. He would never have found the road without Tony's help. Anyway, the point is they eventually found it. Martin was home. She said Tony Dale could go to hell for all she cared. And then she asked if there was a reward for helping to find him. Will nodded again. That sounded like Kayla Martin. The cruiser's going to swing by a few more times before they go off shift to make sure Dale doesn't show up. Meanwhile, I cut up Amanda on everything that happened tonight. We're trying to Skype her into the conference room, but there are some technical difficulties. Will assumed the problems weren't on this end. Lonnie Gray is here, the Macon chief of police.
"Amanda called him?"
Denise Branson did. My hat's off to her for manning up to the boss. They're outside talking while we try to get the feed up. And by talking, I mean Denise is mostly listening to him screaming. Gray's so far up her ass, he's probably in her gallbladder by now. Will took a sip of water.
"She lose her job?"
If she's lucky, that's all she'll lose. Gray had no idea Branson was lying to us. She could be looking at obstruction charges or worse. Faith glanced over her shoulder. I haven't told Gray what Vickery did to you yet. Will shook his head.
"Don't. I'll settle it with Vickery."
You'll have to beat Amanda to it. She's ready to scalp him. Will kept shaking his head.
"I wish you hadn't told her."
Yeah, well, I wish I hadn't lost my virginity during a midnight screening of Die Hard. Get over it. Faith pushed open the door. The conference room was eerily similar to just about every other conference room at every other GBI field office in the state. Fake oak paneling covered the walls. A long table split the center of the room. Worn pleather office chairs were crammed so tight that two large men couldn't comfortably sit by each other. A small plasma television was on top of a rolling metal cart. Wires hung down to the various electronics on the shelf below. The screen showed what was obviously Amanda's personal Skype photo. The image had to be from the 1980s. She was dressed for tennis. A wooden racket rested on her shoulder. A Jane Fonda headband poofed out her hair. She was smiling, which was probably the most disconcerting part. Amanda's voice squawked from the speaker on the table. Can you see me waving my hand?
"No, ma'am."
Agent Nick Shelton, head of the field station, didn't touch the laptop in front of him. Instead, he jammed his fingers into his eyes as he shook his head.
"I'm trying everything I can. Are you sure it's not on your end?"
Yes, I'm sure, Amanda snapped. I can't see anything but the GBI logo. There's no video at all. Nick shook his head at Faith. He held out his hand to Will.
Agent Trent?
Is Will there? Amanda asked. I can't see a thing. Will tried to make his voice as strong as he could.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you whispering? Faith said. Because he was nearly strangled to death. Amanda showed her usual concern. Sit close to the speaker, then. I don't want to have to ask you to repeat yourself every 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to have a word with that idiot who set up my computer, Amanda complained. He's been out here 3 times, and it stops working the minute he leaves. Faith couldn't help herself. You know you can catch more flies with honey. Yes, Faith, thank you. That's exactly what I need is more flies. Will slumped into a chair as the 2 women exchanged more helpful suggestions. The table was set up for a formal meeting. 5 bottles of water were in front of 5 chairs. Notepads and pens were laid out beside them. Will had been at a lot of briefings where a lot of cops lost their jobs, but he felt sorry about this one. Denise Branson had made a career-ending mistake, but she'd probably done it for reasons she felt were right. It was just a matter of time before Lena Adams did the same. Will looked at the digital clock on the wall. 3:01 in the morning. He should be exhausted. Maybe the caffeine and the cokes had sparked him up. Or maybe his body had finally accepted the fact that he was going to live. He stared at the water bottles Faith had shoved into his hands. One was about a quart empty. Will's mouth was bone dry, but just thinking about taking another drink made his throat hurt. He felt like he was drowning in the ocean. The door opened. Nick stood up.
Ma'am, Chief Gray and Major Branson have entered the room.
Denise Branson was no longer in her shiny uniform. She wore jeans and a loose-fitting blouse. Her previously erect posture was gone. There was something beaten down about her. The leather briefcase was the only indication that she was the same woman they'd talked with in Atlanta yesterday morning. For his part, Lonnie Gray was decked out in full regalia. His gold epaulets glimmered in the overhead light. He carried his hat under his arm. He was older, but had the look of a guy who started his day with 100 push-ups before the sun came up. He also looked furious as hell. His mouth was a barely visible white line under his mustache. His forehead was furrowed like a plowed field. They all shook hands. Will stayed in his chair, hoping they would understand. Chief Gray, Amanda said, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm doing the Skype program from my home. Will didn't know which was worse, the photo of Amanda playing tennis, or the thought of her talking to them in her nightgown.
That's fine.
Lonnie Gray sat across from Will. He did a double take. So did Denise Branson. She slowly sank into the chair beside her chief, lips parted in surprise. Will guessed he was going to have to get used to people staring at him for a while. Nick said,
Ma'am, we're all seated.
Thank you, Amanda said. Lonnie, my condolences on your son. I hadn't heard that he passed away.
Thank you.
Gray obviously didn't want to talk about his personal life. He quickly got down to business.
Mandy, I want to apologize to you, your agents, and your agency for the actions of one rogue officer. Rest assured, my house will be put in order.
He shot Branson a look.
Starting now.
I appreciate that, Lonnie. Amanda didn't sound like she appreciated it at all. Major Branson, I need to inform you that because you are officially under investigation, this conversation is being recorded. Anything you say may be used against you. You're entitled to an attorney.
I don't need an attorney,
Branson said, though they all knew she did.
Give me the form.
Nick was prepared. He pushed a sheet of paper over to Branson so she could officially acknowledge that she'd been Mirandized. Branson didn't read the form. She'd probably seen it thousands of times. She clicked the pen and signed her name on the bottom before pushing the paper back toward Nick. Lonnie Gray gave her a nod to begin. Branson didn't start immediately, not because she was playing games again, but because she probably knew this was the last briefing she would ever give. Finally, she took a deep breath and jumped in.
Approximately 3.5 weeks ago, Detective Adams came to me about a suspected shooting gallery off Redden Street. I authorized her to investigate. She monitored the house for a few days and determined the intelligence was good.
Branson paused. She started playing with the ballpoint pen, balancing it between 2 fingers.
During the course of surveillance, Detective Adams realized that the shooting gallery was being run by a man named Sidney Waller.
Gray took over.
Waller's an extremely violent, high-level drug runner. When I came in 2 years ago, my #1 priority was capturing and prosecuting him. Even with the full force of the department behind it, we were never able to make any charges stick.
Will thought it was pretty decent of the man to acknowledge his failure. Branson seemed to appreciate it too. She nodded at him before continuing.
We knew we could shut down the shooting gallery pretty quickly, but with Sid Waller involved, we saw an opportunity. I spoke with Detective Adams and decided that we should expand the operation with the goal of capturing and convicting Waller.
Gray provided.
This was where I came in. We got the DA on our side, formed an intra-agency task force. There were a lot of moving pieces. Denise and I had to coordinate together.
Will saw Branson flinch when he used her first name rather than her rank. Still, she said,
We were 10 days into the operation when we realized that catching Waller was unlikely. We couldn't turn anyone. People were terrified of him. The junkies went to ground. No one would wear a wire. It was looking like we would have to go into the house and settle on rounding up whomever we could find. We could time it so Waller was there, but that wasn't much of a consolation.
Amanda said, because you couldn't prove that Waller was in charge, he'd bond out with the rest of the junkies. She sounded impatient, but obviously something changed. Branson said,
Detective Adams was contacted by a confidential informant. He was in lockup for selling pills to Mercer students. Not on campus, but at one of the coffee shops.
The distinction was important. Sale or distribution of illegal substances inside a school zone jacked up the prison time exponentially. Amanda asked,
This was one of Adams' usual CIs.
No, she'd never met him before. He was locked up less than 2 hours, and he asked for her by name.
Branson added,
Adams has a reputation with the junkies around town. This wasn't necessarily a red flag.
Amanda's brain was working faster than Will's.
The snitch was Tony Dell?
Branson hesitated.
Yes, ma'am. He told her that he would trade Sid Waller for immunity off the drug deal.
Will glanced at Faith. At least now they knew why Lena had sent Will the email. She didn't want Dell to skate. Amanda told Branson,
You got Waller on tape, which gave you probable cause for an arrest warrant.
Yes.
Branson confirmed.
We commenced the raid 4 days later. The snitch said a big shipment was coming in. Detective Adams and her team breached the house. They found this.
She nodded to Nick. He tapped some keys on the laptop, and Amanda's tennis shop was replaced by a crime scene photo. Will stared at the screen. 2 dead men, Hispanic, shirtless. They were sitting on a tattered old couch. Their throats were slit open. Nick asked Amanda,
Can you see it, ma'am?
Yes. Branson said,
The one on the right is Elian Ramirez, an oxy freak who was at the wrong place at the wrong time. The guy on the left is Diego Nunez. He was Waller's right-hand man, professional thug. He spent his 20s inside for manslaughter, coupled with time plus for bad behavior.
Branson nodded for the next photo, and Nick slid over the laptop so she could do it herself. Branson narrated the next picture, which showed a man with the top of his skull chopped off.
Thomas Holland. He's new to the scene. Got hooked on crack his senior year. We don't know why he was there except to get high. He was taken out with an axe.
A picture of Holland's scalp flashed up, then his face from another angle. He was young, probably 17, blonde hair, piercing blue eyes. Except for the missing part of his head, he could have been on a poster for a Disney movie. Branson flashed through some more innocuous photos, showing stills of the bedrooms, the bathroom, the dining room. Will had been inside shooting galleries before. The scene was familiar. Crack pipes and needles scattered on the floor, mattresses in every room. He never understood where the mattresses came from, or why someone who was shooting poison into their veins required a comfortable place to pass out.
Here.
Branson stopped on a photo. It showed an open basement door. There were metal braces on each side. A 2x4 was on the floor. She said,
The basement. This is where Sid Waller was hiding.
Will wondered if his head was still messed up. If someone locked you in a basement, you weren't hiding. You were trapped. Branson said,
2 detectives breached the basement. Mitch Cabello and Keith McVeigh.
Faith stiffened. They both recognized the detectives' names. McVeigh had taken leave from his job, and Cabello had been admitted to the hospital the day of the raid. Branson said,
Detectives Adams and Vickery stayed in the kitchen. Cabello and McVeigh called the all clear on the basement. They relayed to Detective Adams that they'd found a large amount of money. We believe it was shortly after this that Sid Waller came out from his hiding place.
She pulled up the next photo, which showed a hanging piece of wall paneling with a dark, wet hole behind it that someone had dug into the earth. The photo was not great, but Will could tell the hole was deep enough to hide a grown man.
Waller knocked out Cabello with a strike to the head. He then took McVeigh hostage, quietly. Shortly after, Detective Adams went downstairs to help secure the money. She walked into the hostage situation. She drew on Sid Waller, who had a gun to McVeigh's head. There was a standoff. Rather than being taken in by Detective Adams, Waller shot himself in the head.
Will silently replayed her words, which were wholly unexpected. He managed,
Sid Waller shot himself? All 3 detectives told exactly the same story.
She held up her hands, stopping the obvious question.
The crime scene techs support every word of their statements. The autopsy confirmed the wound was self-inflicted. The talk screen showed there were enough pills in Waller to make a Buddhist monk go postal. At no point did the facts diverge. Everything says Waller took his own life.
Amanda wanted a second opinion. Lonnie? Gray stirred in his chair.
That was snitch, recorded Waller referring to a breakdown in supply. One of his trucks was rolled by some Cubans down in Miami. I made a call to some contacts I still have down in Florida. Waller was on the verge of a war with the Cuban cartel.
Branson said,
Sid knew he wouldn't last more than a day in prison. Better to eat a bullet than take a shiv from some Cuban in the yard.
Amanda moved them along. Where does Big Whitey fit into all of this? Gray looked at Branson. He seemed sad, like one of his children had disappointed him. She told them,
I was working the case off book. Chief Gray told me not to pursue it, even on my own time. But I was obsessed with tracking Big Whitey down.
Amanda asked, This is connected to Waller?
Tangentially.
Branson conceded. Is there a reason you're not taking us down that tangent? Branson reached into her briefcase again. She took out a file that was several inches thick. Then she took out another one, then another one. She stacked them on the table. Faith wasn't shy. She grabbed the whole pile and slid it toward her. Branson said,
Big Whitey came onto my radar 18 months ago. I like statistics. I like to run the numbers, track the crimes, see where we need to move people around to stop the bad guys.
She paused. Will could tell she had just realized she wasn't going to get to do this anymore.
Anyway,
Branson said,
it's what you said yesterday. The same thing that happened in Savannah and Hilton Head. It felt like there was a larger organizing factor. Our usual lowlifes were stepping up. There's a law firm here they all use. Ambulance chasers. Sloppy and cheap. Suddenly, they merged with a white shoe firm out of Florida.
Van Horn and Gresham? Faith looked up from the report she was reading. The shooter who went after Jared Long is represented by the firm.
Correct,
Branson said.
We started seeing low-level cons like Fred Zachary walking on solid charges because of these guys. I started talking to folks, meeting with my detectives, and figured out there was a new player in town.
Faith said, Big Whitey.
Correct.
Branson repeated.
Whitey started out banking legit through a series of pain management clinics. It's the usual deal. They were using junkies to cash the scripts. Rednecks, mostly. They control the meth trade, so it was natural for Whitey to tap into an existing market.
Gray felt the need to explain himself.
I wasn't persuaded Big Whitey existed. There were some sketchy details from Florida, but no name, no description, no affiliation. He was a ghost.
Gray shrugged.
And we had a lot going on at the time. There was a rash of heroin overdoses at one of our private schools. Young women from good homes. Not the type we were used to seeing in that situation.
Rich white girls, Faith supplied, skipping the political correctness. They die or just end up at the hospital? Branson said.
3 died. 6 went to the ER, then got carted off to white girl prison.
She meant rehab.
They were from some of our better-known families. There was a lot of heat to make arrests. Like I said, Whitey was running pills through rednecks. Most of our non-pharmaceutical dealers were black and Hispanic. It's easy to spot who's working for whom.
Faith put it more succinctly. So, the white people freaked out and demanded justice. You arrested a bunch of blacks and Hispanics. She used sarcasm to make her point. I'm sure that went over well. Gray was obviously uncomfortable with Faith's directness, or maybe he was more conscious that the conversation was being recorded.
We arrested the dealers who were known to sell heroin. My department is not in the business of racial profiling and never will be.
Will assumed from Gray's tone that he'd faced these accusations before. Atlanta had enough political scandals of its own to fill the local news, but Will had a vague recollection of seeing some reports about the mayhem down in Macon. Lonnie Gray must have gone to work every day, wondering if he was going to keep his job. Branson spoke reluctantly.
Because of the clampdown, we crippled Whitey's competition in the streets. We created a racial firestorm that split apart the city and made all the politicians start screaming for blood.
Gray admitted,
That's when I shut down Denise's investigation. We had too much going on to waste resources on a man we weren't even sure existed.
Will tried to clear the squeak from his voice.
This was Big Whitey's endgame? To take over the heroin trade?
Branson answered,
He took over everything. Remember chess, not checkers. He comes into town and makes friends. Pays up the food chain to guys like Sid Wallace so that everybody stays happy. Whitey has operating capital. He opens up some pain clinics, gets his regulars, puts the junkies on his payroll so they start dealing. Then, he spreads out his business to the malls, into the suburbs. He gets the kids with money hooked. Then, when they want something more, he moves them on to heroin.
She shook her head, though he could tell part of her was impressed.
Once his business model's up and running, he starts taking out the competition.
Amanda asked, "You know this is a patent how?"
Because I drove to Savannah and talked to some retired detectives who were too scared to tell me this over the phone.
Gray's clenched fists indicated he was just hearing this. He shot Branson a withering look. Will couldn't let go of something. He asked,
Chief Gray, you didn't think Whitey existed?
Gray reluctantly turned his attention away from Branson.
We're not used to this level of sophistication in our criminal underworld. Mandy, you know I've worked all over the state, but this is more like something you'd see out of Miami or New York.
There was a big fish, little pond logic to Whitey taking on the smaller cities. He'd also managed to pick 2 areas in Georgia where the population was predominantly African American. It was as if he was franchising his business model. Will asked Branson,
Major, why were you so sure Whitey existed?
May I?
Branson was talking to Faith. She wanted one of her file folders back. Help yourself. Faith pushed the stack back across the table. Branson flipped through one of the files until she found a photograph. She put it on the table. The young girl in the picture was pretty and blonde, posing for the camera in that seductive way that teenage girls don't know is dangerous. Branson said,
Marie Sorensen, 16 years old. She worked at a cheese shop in River Crossing, one of our upscale malls. Lots of bored suburban kids hang out there. Sorensen's by far the prettiest. She managed to catch Big Whitey's eye.
Nick told Amanda.
I'll scan it in for you.
Don't bother, Amanda guessed. Big Whitey got Sorensen hooked on heroin?
He got her into his car.
Branson took out another photo. This one showing Sorensen looking 10 years older and 20 pounds lighter. Both eyes were bruised. There were open sores on her face. Patches of hair were missing from her head. Branson said,
Another one of Big Whitey's patents. But this one, he does himself because he enjoys it.
She put the pictures side by side on the table.
He tells them that he works for a modeling agency. They buy it because they've been told they're beautiful all their lives. He gets them to the car, forces them into the trunk, then drives them to a hotel on the coast. Tybee, Fort King George, Jekyll. He rapes them. His friends rape them. He shoots them up with heroin. He tricks them out.
Branson paused. She looked away from the photos.
Sorensen was defiant at first. He put her in a dog crate to teach her a lesson. Took about a week to break her. Then he put her up for sale on the internet. $160 for the lunchtime special, $250 for an hour. $400 for 2 hours. She does 10, 15 clients a day. Her habit runs a couple $100. Not a bad business model. Do the math.
Faith stared straight ahead. She couldn't look at the photos either. Will wondered if she was thinking about her daughter. Will asked,
What happened to her?
Branson said,
Sorensen got old real quick. That's the problem with these young girls. They don't stay young for long. After 2 months, she was moved to the next stop on the circuit. That's what these guys do. They move them around, never let them get settled in one place.
She paused again. The pain was obviously still fresh.
Eventually, the girls get sent out to California, where they're tricked out on the streets. Sorensen ended up in L.A. She managed to call her mom a few times, tell her what happened. Mom hired a private detective to try to find her.
Faith asked, She didn't file a report in Macon? The girl was 16 years old. Branson's face told the story. This was the ball she had dropped. This was why she was so obsessed with the case.
We filed a missing persons report when she disappeared. When the mom told me about the phone calls, I reached out to L.A. They told me it was a lost cause. They've got so many girls streaming into the city that they had to close the Hollywood bus station.
Faith smoothed her lips together like she was putting on lipstick. Branson slid out another photo. Will recognized the tiny ruler beside Marie Sorensen's head as the kind that medical examiners use during autopsies. She said,
"The private dick in L.A. tracked down an address. The police searched the apartment 3 times before they found her. She was crammed into a suitcase underneath the bed, still alive."
Branson let out a slow breath.
"Still alive."
She looked down at the autopsy photo. No one pushed her to go on. Branson took another deep breath.
"Mom got the first plane out to California. Marie's in the hospital for 3 weeks. They patch her back together, get some weight on her, take her down off the heroin. Only they can't heal her brain. 2 weeks after Mom gets her home, she sneaks out and kills herself. Heroin. Cops found her behind the church. She was 6 months to the day from walking out of that mall with Big Whitey."
They were all silent after that. Will looked at the 3 photographs. Branson hadn't exaggerated. Sorensen was beautiful. He could imagine the girl would believe a modeling agency was interested. The autopsy photo was a sharp contrast. A dark reminder that the only person who would want her now was her grieving mother. Finally, Amanda asked, "You talked to Sorensen when she returned to Macon?"
"Yes."
Branson looked down at her hands.
"He never gave her a name. She was told from the start to call him Big Whitey. She didn't know his real identity. Couldn't give us any actionable intelligence. She was blindfolded most of the time, and when she wasn't being sold, she was locked in a closet or a suitcase. The description she gave was spotty. Dark hair, dark eyes. No distinguishing features."
Faith asked, "Do you think she was lying?"
"Yes."
Branson admitted.
"She was terrified of him. Couldn't sleep in her own bed. She stayed in the closet the whole time she was home, back to the wall, waiting for him to come get her."
"She was abducted at the mall?" Faith said. "What about CCTV?"
"The cameras were out. We don't know if he had someone from security on the payroll or if he was just lucky."
Branson added,
"He's always been lucky."
Faith asked, "No one saw anything at the mall or in the parking lot? No customers or friends?"
"No. And there was nothing on her cell phone or email, so we obviously made her keep it on the down low."
Branson added,
"That's what he's good at. Not being seen."
Amanda finally spoke, and Will realized she hadn't been silent out of respect. She was livid. "I'm curious, Miss Branson, as to why you've got a sex trafficking case in your town and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation doesn't know anything about it." Branson's cheeks darkened with a blush.
"You're right. This is all on me. I was ashamed that I couldn't do anything to save her, and I was angry that I was told not to pursue Big Whitey."
She turned to Chief Gray.
"I should have told you, Lonnie. I was hell-bent on proving you wrong. Instead of running around behind your back, I should have gone to you for help."
Gray wasn't kind.
You're goddamn right about that.
"I'm sorry."
That's enough.
Gray said.
Tell them what you found in the house.
"You mean the shooting gallery?" Faith sounded surprised. She'd obviously thought that part was over. Will had a sinking feeling that he knew the answer, but he asked,
"What was behind the panel?"
Branson turned back to the laptop computer. She tapped the screen awake, then advanced the next image. The photo of a young boy appeared on screen. The picture was grainy, obviously taken with a cell phone. The boy's eyes were blackened slits. Like Marie Sorensen's, his face was emaciated. His lips were dry. Sores caked his skin. It was his eyes that made Will finally turn away. He could not stand to see the hollow look in the boy's eyes. Amanda broke the silence, asking, "Cause of death was dehydration? Malnourishment?" Branson seemed surprised.
No. He's alive.
Will felt truly shocked for the first time since the meeting had started. Branson said,
We have no idea who he is. He can talk, but he won't.
Faith looked as if she wanted to grab Branson across the table. "He hasn't said anything for a week?" Branson didn't answer. She'd been keeping this all to herself for so long that she'd lost perspective. Talking it out had obviously revealed her catastrophic errors. Faith said, "I haven't seen anything about him on the news."
I entered it into the FBI databases, but I kept making out of it.
Branson glanced at Chief Gray. The man's hands were gripped so tightly together, he looked as if he was trying to break the bones.
If the local stations picked up on the story, then Whitey would know the boy was still alive. The only thing we know for sure about this guy is he murders anybody who gets in his way. He'd kill that boy just as sure as I'm sitting here.
Faith asked, "Which hospital is he in?"
He's been under close medical supervision.
Branson didn't offer any further explanation. She told her chief,
Chances are he was abducted in another state. Wherever he's from, the local police force got the notice. For what it's worth.
Will knew that everyone in the room had gotten the notice. There was no way to read them all. Nearly 800,000 children were reported missing each year, which translated into more than 2,000 notices a day. Branson said,
The boy doesn't have any identifying marks. We don't know what region he's from. We don't know when he was taken. We've been combing through all the stranger abduction reports, but...
Branson seemed to realize how thin her excuses sounded. Her voice was weak when she said,
He's the only living witness who can identify Big Whitey.
Faith demanded, "How do you know that if he's not talking?"
Because of his reaction when I said Big Whitey's name. Because he has distinguishing marks on his body that are the same as Marie Sorensen's.
"Wait a minute," Faith said. "Back up. Who else knows about this?"
No more than I can count on my hand.
Branson listed them.
Detective Adams stayed downstairs while I cleared everyone from the scene. Only 2 paramedics were allowed in the basement. Girls I've known since high school. Both of them have been taking turns watching the boy around the clock. We couldn't take him to the hospital. He's being kept at an undisclosed location. Dr. Thomas is treating him. I've known Dean since I was a child. There's one other officer who guards him when I can't. Only the people I trust with my life know where that kid is.
Will looked at Lonnie Gray, easily judging from the man's expression that he'd learned about this cabal just a few moments before the rest of them. His face was bright red. His mustache looked like a piece of chalk over his mouth. Gray demanded,
And who exactly is this other officer who's watching the boy now?
She's with the sheriff's department. She's a good friend.
Branson wouldn't look at Gray. Her cheeks darkened again. Will guessed the deputy was more than a friend.
I trust her.
More than you trust me, apparently.
I'm sorry, sir. I knew if you found out, you'd have an obligation to report this to the state. Other people in the department would find out. We wouldn't be able to keep him safe. Big Whitey has too much reach. The boy would be dead in a matter of hours.
That again.
Gray addressed the speaker on the table, telling Amanda,
Denise theorizes that Big Whitey has a mole on my force.
Will thought about the file on the redneck's desk. They had Bill Black's police record. They had his military details. It wasn't so much of a stretch to think Whitey had a cop or two working for his side. If the patent held, he had more than a few. Faith analyzed the situation differently. She told Branson, "You think someone tipped off Big Whitey about the raid?" She shrugged, but said,
The raid team breaches the house and finds 3 dead guys. Sid Waller's locked in the basement with an abducted boy. It practically had a bow tied on it.
Gray turned on Branson, demanding,
Who do you think is the mole? Vickery and Franklin were nearly killed tonight. Adams was attacked. Eric Haig was tortured before he was murdered.
He added,
Why do you think that is, Denise? Why do you think they tortured him?
He answered his own question.
They're looking for the boy. If they had someone on the inside, they wouldn't have to torture cops for information.
Branson looked down at the table. The room went silent. Will thought about Lena Adams in the ICU. She had told Will that he would eventually find out she was doing the right thing. She had said the words as if they would redeem all the ills that came before. Had she thought that saving the boy would make up for losing her baby? Or was it simply a matter of Lena's eternal conviction that everything she did was for the greater good? Will asked,
Does Lena know where the boy is? I sure as hell don't.
Gray interrupted. Will tried again, asking,
Does she?
Branson shook her head.
Lena has no idea. I let her believe the state was already involved, that we had to be quiet about what happened to keep him safe. I doubt she even told Jared.
Gray realized.
She lied to Internal Affairs. None of this was mentioned during any of her interviews.
He sounded disgusted.
Jesus Christ, Denise. You forced her to lie on record.
Branson defended.
Lena was protecting the boy. She knew what Big Whitey would do if he found out there was a witness.
And I assume you let her believe I was okay with this?
Gray waved away any response Branson might come up with.
For the love of God, I can't believe I trusted you.
Faith said, Obviously, someone figured out the boy was alive. Why else attack Lena in the middle of the night? Why else go after the rest of the team that was there during the raid? She told Branson, Thanks for wasting my fucking time and nearly getting my partner killed. Amanda took over.
Where is this boy now?
Gray turned to his former confidant, making a show of waiting for an answer. Branson equivocated. She told Amanda,
I'd rather not say on an open line, but I'll take your people to him as soon as this is over.
Surprisingly, Amanda didn't argue.
Denise, tell your paramedics to get ready for transport. We'll keep it quiet, but we have to move that boy to Atlanta.
Branson's inner cop took over.
Logistics might take a while. We'll need to get an ambulance. My paramedics are working alternating shifts. Dr. Thomas will need to get him ready.
Amanda moved a split second ahead of Will.
Sarah Linton's still down there, right?
Faith looked at Will. She answered, Right.
Amanda said, Will, do whatever it takes to get Sarah in that ambulance to Atlanta. If there really is a leak down there, we need to use our own people as much as we can.
His mouth went dry. He couldn't swallow again. Amanda took his silence for agreement.
We still have an active manhunt for Tony Dell. Even if the boy won't talk, we might be able to flip Dell. Again. Will, what time does your shift start?
Will had forgotten about Bill Black's hospital job.
8.
Don't go in early. Maintain your cover. You're a con. Dell is on the move. There's a heavy police presence. It would make sense for you to start asking questions.
He said,
There's a nurse I've been working. Dell's stepsister. She knows I was sent up for assault. I think if I work it right, I can scare her into talking.
Terrorize her if that's what it takes.
Amanda seemed ready to get started.
Lonnie, I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Gray said.
I appreciate your... Sir?
Nick was apologetic.
She already terminated the connection.
Chief Gray didn't bother with formalities. He turned on Branson like a raging lion.
You have some nerve, lady. Make me come here in the middle of the night like I'm some goddamn schoolboy being called to the principal's office? Make me look like a fool in front of one of the most respected peace officers in the state? And I gather you'll still refuse to tell me the boy's location.
He waited for her to answer. When it was clear she wouldn't, he mumbled,
You worthless piece of shit. It sickens me to think you ever wore the uniform.
Tears came into Branson's eyes as she tried.
Sir, with all due respect...
You don't know the meaning of the word.
Gray snatched his hat off the table.
Human Resources will be in touch. Don't try to reach out to me or any of my officers. Don't try to plead your case. Don't even say my name. As far as I'm concerned, your involvement with me and my department is over.
He stormed out of the room. Branson's throat worked. She looked down, pressing her palms flat to the table like she needed a moment to collect herself. Faith didn't give her the time.
You're gay?
Will was surprised by the bluntness of the question. Branson seemed ashamed. She looked away, her head turned to the wall.
Faith said, Jared Long got a call from you on his cell phone a few minutes before he was attacked.
Branson seemed to understand. She wiped the tears from her eyes.
You thought I was two-timing with him.
Why else would you be calling Lena's husband in the middle of the night?
I was worried about her. Something wasn't right.
Because of the raid?
No, before that. She was just...
Branson tried to find the right words.
We're friends. That's all we are. But something's been wrong with Lena for a while. She was happy, pumped about taking down Waller. And then, when it all came together, she just got sad. She wouldn't talk to me about it. I thought maybe Jared could tell me what was going on.
Will guessed that Lena hadn't told Denise Branson about the baby. Faith quickly moved on.
Where are you keeping the boy?
Branson took a deep breath. She held it for a while. Will could see the turmoil in her face. Every second of her life for the last 8 days had been devoted to keeping the boys safe. She'd risked alienating her friends, losing her job, pissing off her chief. No cop ever wanted to hand over a case, especially one that ripped at their heart.
Okay,
Branson finally said.
We're keeping him at my girlfriend's farm.
The sheriff's deputy?
Yes. She works 2 counties over. We've been together about a year. Nobody knows about us.
Good,
Faith said.
How far away is the farm?
Not far, but it's gonna take some time to put this together. We don't make phone calls. As you clearly know, all calls can be traced, even blocked ones. I didn't want any of their numbers showing up on my line. We check in on a message board for gay first responders.
Branson looked at her watch.
Dr. Thomas comes in at 6 before he goes to work. My ex is already there, one of the paramedics. Her girlfriend will come at 6 to relieve her. My deputy is spelling me. I was supposed to take the night shift, but then the shit hit the fan.
Faith checked her own watch.
So, everyone will be there in a little over 2 hours?
Unless they read the message boards at 4 in the morning.
She asked Nick.
Can I use your laptop?
Nick offered.
The computer in my office is more private.
He scooped up the big whitey files, telling Faith,
I'll get started on these.
Branson followed him to the door, but she didn't leave.
I'm sorry for wasting y'all's time. I always try to be tough as I need to be, never tougher than I have to be.
Will nodded, but Faith wouldn't give an inch. She waited for Branson to leave, then blew out a puff of air. Will said,
What do you think?
I think Tony Dale's closer to Big Whitey than we thought. He nodded, though they both knew that's not what he was asking about. Whoever this Big Whitey is, he's a freaking genius. Faith couldn't keep the admiration out of her voice. He played them like a fiddle.
The two men in the house.
Will coughed a few times before he could continue.
I could see Tony slitting their throats, then going after the third guy with an axe. He's a killer. He likes using his hands. He takes out the three of them, puts the brace on the basement door so Sid Wallace trapped, then he walks away.
He was feeding Lena intel. He knew when the raid was going to happen. Faith waited out another coughing fit. You still think Tony's not Big Whitey? Will gagged down some water.
I don't know what to think anymore. He's more like the point at the edge of somebody else's sword.
Will coughed again.
And I know he's got that weird thing with his sister, stepsister, but I can't see him with little boys. He couldn't stand to be in the same room with his own nephew.
You never know what people get up to, Faith said. Do you think the stepsister knows anything? Will shrugged to save his voice. He'd have to find a way to get Kayla Martin to talk. There was no other option. Faith stared at the grainy cell phone photo on the screen. Poor little lamb. He can't be more than 7. Will didn't want to look at the screen, but once he did, he couldn't take his eyes off the boy. It didn't seem possible he was still alive. How had he survived living in that dank, dark hole? And what had been done to him while he was there?
I'll call Sarah.
Faith took out her cell phone and dialed the number. Will opened his mouth to tell her there was no point. Nothing came out. He couldn't speak, but not because of his sore throat. It occurred to him that the boy was not talking because he had nothing to say. His expression in the photo told the story. The boy would never be the same again. He would never sleep as deeply or play with the same abandon. Chasing a ball, flying a kite, helping his mother set the table, none of this would ever be done without constantly checking for danger. The boy did not want to go back to his parents. They wouldn't recognize him. They would take one look and ask who was this damaged creature and what had he done with their real son. It was all captured in the grainy photo on the screen. The fear, the loneliness, the overwhelming shame. Marie Sorensen had the same look. She had been stolen. She had been abused. She had been thrown away. Even when she got home, she never felt safe. She had made the only choice that was truly her own. Will couldn't blame her. There wasn't a box in the world that was big enough to contain those horrors. Everything she'd survived had made her want to die. Who could fault the boy for thinking the same thing? Sarah's not answering. Faith ended the call. Do you think she's at the hospital? He didn't answer. Sarah was finished with Will. That much was obvious. But somehow, for the brief time they were together, she had managed to change him. She had tamed his beasts. She had made him feel safe. She had made him feel whole. Sarah hadn't completely shuttered the file room, but she had made it seem further away, like someone else's memory, someone else's life. Will had to tell her this, had to explain why she was so desperately needed.
I'll find her,
He told Faith. If anyone could coax the boy into talking, it was Sarah Linton. Chapter 13.
Sarah?
Sarah turned over in bed, trying to get away from the noise. She hadn't fallen asleep last night, so much as collapsed from exhaustion.
Sarah?
Nell said.
Sarah?
Sarah woke slowly, rousing from a deep, dreamless sleep. She put her hand over her eyes.
What time is it?
Just after 4:30.
Sarah dropped her hand. She looked up at Nell. They were in the hotel room. After what happened with Will last night, Sarah didn't have it in her to drive back to Atlanta.
Is Jared okay?
Nell gave an odd smile.
Possum just called. He says they're going to wake him up. I was about to leave for the hospital.
Sarah forced herself to sit up. She hurt in all the wrong places.
I'll go with you.
You need to get the door. There's a man who wants to talk to you.
Sarah finally managed to put together the conversation. There was only one man in Macon right now who would want to talk to her. She wasn't sure she wanted to talk to him. Still, she brushed her fingers through her hair as she went to the door. And then her jaw dropped when she saw Will. For just a moment, Sarah found herself thinking that she was responsible for the damage to his face. Then she realized that he'd been beaten.
What happened?
She reached up to him, but there was nowhere Sarah could touch Will that wasn't injured. Even the blood vessels in his eyes were broken.
Did someone choke you?
He swallowed. The pain made him cringe. His voice was hoarse.
Amanda sent me.
Sarah could hardly understand him.
Come in.
Will didn't move. She grabbed his arm, pulling him into the room.
Nell, this is a friend of mine.
Sarah let herself believe she was holding back details because Will was undercover.
He lives in Atlanta.
Nice to meet you.
Nell dug her hand into her purse, but her eyes were on Sarah's hand, which was still wrapped around Will's arm. Sarah let go. Nell said,
It's good, Sarah. I'm happy for you.
She held up her key card.
I'll be at the hospital.
She nodded at Will before she left. The door closed automatically, slamming hard against the metal jamb. Sarah knew it would be pointless to go after her. She asked Will,
What happened?
He put his fingers to his larynx as if he could force up the volume.
We've got about an hour.
She stared, disbelieving.
What? I know you don't want me here.
He coughed, the effort from talking obviously too much.
Amanda asked me to...
He coughed again, and again. His face started turning red.
Sit down.
Sarah was still angry, but she couldn't let him pass out in front of her. She found a tiny bottle of Tennessee whiskey in the minibar.
Drink half of this.
Will sat down, but he wouldn't take the bottle. He hated alcohol.
You won't get drunk,
Sarah told him. He still wouldn't take it. She stuck the bottle in his face.
Think of it as medicine. It'll numb your throat.
Will reluctantly took the whiskey. He opened the cap. Instead of drinking the alcohol, he sniffed it. He scowled at the smell. He looked at the label, even though Sarah knew he couldn't read the cursive script.
Will, drink the goddamn whiskey.
Her tone was sharper than she intended, but it worked. He managed to swallow a mouthful before he gagged.
Christ!
He heaved a cough from deep inside his chest. His eyes watered. He shook his head like a dog. Sarah crossed her arms to stop herself from soothing him. She'd been too worn out last night to think beyond closing her eyes, but now it all came rushing back. Every ounce of concern she felt kept getting overwhelmed by anger. Will coughed a few more times. He screwed the cap back on the bottle and threw it into the trash can. Sarah asked, "Are we going to talk about what happened?" He blinked to clear his eyes.
Amanda.
"Sweetheart, if you say her name one more time, one of us is going to have to leave, and it won't be me." His jaw set. Sarah wasn't going to give in. "I mean it, Will. You come in here with your face all banged up. That cut should be stitched. You've got blood in your ear. You probably need an MRI. And I'm just supposed to pretend none of this exists. The same way I pretend you didn't have a childhood and you don't have scars all over your body and..." She couldn't go on. The list was endless. "Talk to me, Will. I can handle the strong, but I can't take the silent anymore." Predictably, he did the exact opposite. He crossed his ankle over his leg. She saw the bottom of his boot. The cat's paw logo was on the heel. Sarah had to close her eyes for a moment so she didn't lose control. She counted to 10, then 20, before she could look at him again. "Will, you're not talking to me about things is what got us into this mess in the first place." He swallowed. The alcohol had worked. He didn't flinch this time.
I'm sorry.
Sarah felt like a school mom, but she couldn't stop herself from asking, "Sorry for what?" He picked at the stitching on his boot.
When I chased you,
He stopped.
what I did when I caught you.
Sarah blushed at the memory. He said,
I was out of control.
She couldn't let him take all the blame. We were both out of control.
I hurt you.
I'm not Amish, Will. I've had rough sex before. His startled look told her he thought it was something else. I didn't tell you to stop. Sarah couldn't understand how he could be so wrong about something so obvious. I was never afraid of you. I was furious. I wanted to hurt you, but I wasn't afraid. His eyes glistened. She couldn't tell if it was from the whiskey anymore. Will, I was mad at you. I'm still mad, because you lied to me. Not just once, but repeatedly. Obviously, something happened to you last night, too. We took it out on each other. It's what adults do sometimes. But you need to know that you can't just fuck me silly and make everything better. He was still upset. His voice was filled with self-recrimination.
I never wanted to be that way with you.
Baby. The word came out of her mouth so naturally. Sarah could see the effect it had on him, and she understood that, as bad as things were for her last night, they'd gotten so much worse for Will after he left. Sarah sat down on the edge of the bed. Please, just talk to me. He didn't look at her. He leant forward, elbows on his knees. She could see his jaw clenching and unclenching. A dark red mark crisscrossed the side of his forehead. There was a waffle print to the pattern, as if someone had kicked him. He said,
I came here for somebody else.
Who? Will gripped his hands together. He stared at the floor. When he finally spoke, his voice was so soft that she could barely hear him.
I feel like I'm disappearing.
Of all the things he could have said, this was the least expected. Sarah didn't know how to respond. Will obviously didn't expect her to. His jaw worked again. She could tell every fiber of his being wanted to stop. Still, he said,
All my life, I've been invisible. At school, at the home, at work. I do my job, I go home. I get up the next morning, and I do it all over again.
He gripped his hands tighter. Seconds passed before he managed to continue.
You changed that. You made me want to get up in the morning. You made me want to come home to you.
He finally met her gaze.
You're the first person in my life who's ever really seen me.
Sarah still couldn't speak, but this time it was because she was too overwhelmed. The sound of his desolation broke her in two.
I can't go back to that.
His voice was gruff.
I can't.
Sarah couldn't let him. Her anger slipped away like sand through her fingers. She gently cradled her hand to his face. She knew this man. She knew his heart. Will hadn't hurt her on purpose. He'd been stupid and stubborn, but not malicious. And Sarah couldn't be the woman Lena Adams thought she was. She couldn't demand perfection. She couldn't set her standards so high that no one could meet them. She had already lost the first love of her life. She couldn't lose the second one. Okay. She rested her hand on the nape of his neck. We'll be okay. His eyes scanned her face, looking for any sign of equivocation.
Do you mean that?
She nodded. He nodded too, as if he still needed to convince himself.
I'm sorry I hurt you. I was wrong.
Please, don't do it again. Sarah closed the distance between them. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders. I'm your girlfriend. This isn't just about keeping things from me. It's about trusting me. I may not understand or agree, but you have to trust me enough to tell me the truth.
You're right.
He held her close to his chest. His fingers stroked through her hair. She felt his lips press against the top of her head.
I need you to promise me something.
She pulled back so that she could see him. Okay.
Promise me we're never going to break up again.
She started to laugh, but there was a sincerity to his tone that stopped her. Will said,
Actually, I'll promise. I'll never leave you.
He sounded more certain than she had ever heard him.
You can tell me to go, but I won't. I'll sleep in my car outside your house. I'll follow you to work, to the gym. If you go out to dinner, I'll be at the next table. If you go to a movie, I'll be in the row behind you.
Sarah felt her brow furrow. You're gonna stalk me? He shrugged his shoulder, as if this was all a done deal.
I love you.
She finally laughed. Well, that's a really shitty way to say it.
I love you.
Her response came as naturally as taking a breath before jumping into the deep end of the water. I love you, too. He leaned in, but didn't kiss her. Despite his forceful words, he waited for permission. Sarah touched her lips to his as softly as she could. The kiss was chaste, but it was enough. He said,
We're okay.
She nodded. We're okay. He held her hand in both of his. He kissed her fingers. Then he turned her wrist and looked at her watch.
We need to go.
Where? He stood abruptly.
I'll tell you about it on the way. Lena found something.
Sarah guessed. A winning lottery ticket?
No.
He helped her up from the bed.
She found a little boy.
Sarah pulled her BMW into an open garage bay. There were 2 other cars inside the metal structure, which was several yards from a sprawling, single-story house. They were on a horse farm. She could see a few mares and a colt out by a red barn. The sun was just cracking the horizon. The horses silently chewed some grass as they watched the garage door close. Sarah recognized the black Suburban parked beside them as a G-Ride, or a government-issued SUV. She assumed either Faith or Amanda was here. The sheriff's cruiser in the far bay probably belonged to the owner of the farm. Keeping horses was as costly as it was risky. Normally, amateur farmers had to seek out more steady employment. Sarah had been thrown from a horse twice in her life. She imagined owning a horse farm was only marginally less dangerous than being a sheriff's deputy. Will got out of the car. He opened the back door and retrieved her medical bag from the back seat. He didn't hand Sarah the bag. He carried it for her.
This way.
Will said, heading toward a side door. Sarah followed him as he picked his way past various small machinery, taking up the last bay in the 4-bay garage. She took Will's hand to steady herself as she stepped over a tractor attachment that looked like a gigantic yard rake. He held on longer than necessary. She stroked his fingers with her thumb, wishing she could erase the past 24 hours and start all over again. Or maybe not. In so many strange ways, she felt closer to Will than ever before. Faith opened the door before Will could. She avoided looking at Sarah.
Found it okay?
Sarah said, "The GPS led us straight here."
Good.
She reached into her purse and pulled out a handful of Jolly Ranchers candy.
The boy's still asleep. We didn't want to wake him until we had to. Denise and her girlfriend are in the house with one of the paramedics. The doctor read the message board, so he knows not to come.
Sounds good.
Will took the candy and shoved it into his pocket.
I've got around 2 hours before I'm due at the hospital. What's the plan?
Sarah felt her stomach lurch at the thought of him going back under cover, but she kept her thoughts to herself.
Faith said, "The other paramedic is on her way with the bus. I was about to head over to dispatch. I want to be sitting on the supervisor so no one panics when they go off radio. We don't know how far this thing reaches. I'll stay there until I get the word that the boy's in Atlanta."
Will asked,
Who's gonna follow the ambulance? Sarah's not going without backup.
Denise will be behind them the whole way. She'll have her piece and her shotgun. Amanda thinks a larger escort team would alert Big Whitey.
Will held out his phone to Sarah.
Use this to check in with Faith every half hour.
Sarah tried not to bristle at being ordered around. "I've got my hospital BlackBerry."
The 689 number?
She nodded, and he pocketed his phone.
I'm serious. These people don't mind collateral damage. You need to call Faith every half hour until you're safe at the hospital.
Sarah wasn't sure this was necessary, but Will didn't give her a chance to disagree. He headed toward the house. She saw him take one of the candies out of his pocket. Instead of peeling away the wrapper, he bit it off with his teeth. Again, Sarah followed Will. He was back in top form, back in charge. Even in that awful maintenance uniform, he seemed like his old self. She watched him walk. The easy, athletic gait, the muscular line of his broad shoulders. Her big, tough cop. If Sarah was trim, at least she was the kind of trim who didn't settle. Faith walked beside Sarah. She was silent as they trudged across the yard. The tension crackled between them like static electricity. Sarah said, "You are a fantastic liar." Faith grinned.
"I really am."
Sarah couldn't stop herself from smiling back. Faith asked,
"Did Will fill you in?"
"He told me everything." Faith raised an eyebrow. "Everything that's happened in Macon," Sarah amended. Will had started talking the minute they'd left the hotel room. She'd never heard him speak for such an extended period of time. He told her about Lena's email tip, the rednecks, the boy found in the basement, and Denise Branson's part in protecting him. The only detail Sarah could have done without was the fact that Will had been riding a motorcycle. But even her shocked gasp did not stop him from talking. She'd actually slowed the car at one point, relishing his sudden candor, wishing he would extend it to the rest of his life, his childhood, his family, his bad marriage. There weren't enough miles in the road.
Faith said, "Remember when you told me a while ago that you had to be on Will's side?"
Sarah remembered the conversation well. Faith had asked her for details about Will's background. Sarah hadn't felt right about sharing what little she knew.
I get it. You need to be on his side, too.
Faith smiled, obviously relieved. Sarah asked,
Did the doctor give you any treatment information?
The first few days, he gave the boy fluids, a round of antibiotics, but that was it. He's mostly been dropping by to give him a sense of routine and make sure nothing new pops up.
That probably helped more than anything else. Kids always need structure.
He's still in survival mode. Denise thinks his food might have been drugged while they held him. He won't drink Coke, but he'll drink bottled water. He tears everything apart like he's looking for a pill. He'll eat a bite, then wait to see if it makes him sick or sleepy, then he'll eat another bite. They've tried feeding him stuff that isn't easily tampered with, like fruit roll-ups and deli meats. He still breaks it apart before he eats it.
Sarah nodded because there was nothing to say. She felt overwhelmed by the knowledge of the terrible things that happened to children. Faith must have been feeling the same. She was quiet until they reached the house. The door opened, and a petite African-American woman came out. She was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, but she had a gun on her hip and looked capable of using it. Her toned arms indicated she was no stranger to farm work. She spoke in a surprisingly soft voice.
Are you the doctor?
Yes, Sarah told her. The woman rested her hand on the butt of her gun as she stepped aside, letting them enter the house. The kitchen was warm and cheerful. Obviously, the owner wasn't into decorating, but she'd managed to create a welcoming space with lots of soft wood tones. Sarah guessed Denise Branson was the woman sitting at the table. She had the look of someone who'd lost everything that mattered. She slumped at the table. A mug of tea was in front of her. Rather than drink it, she aimlessly stirred the tea bag around by the string.
Faith said, "Denise?"
Denise looked up, managing a strained smile.
Dr. Linton?
Sarah. She offered her hand to the woman.
I hear you've been taking good care of my patient.
Denise gave a wary look, as if she wondered whether or not Sarah was making a cruel joke. Faith covered the awkward moment. She opened the kitchen door.
"I'm going to head over to dispatch. Just call me when you're ready. Will, keep your phone on you at all times."
He nodded before she left. Sarah didn't like the look that passed between them. The deputy locked the deadbolt with a key that she put in her pocket.
I'm Lila, by the way. Desmond's in the back with the boy. You're Will?
Yes.
Will answered. He put Sarah's medical bag on the counter and shook Lila's hand. The deputy had to crane her neck to look up at him.
I already said this to your partner, but thank you for doing this. We've been going it alone for a while.
You're not alone anymore,
Will told her. And then his eyes lit up when he noticed the box of Pop-Tarts by the stove.
Do you mind?
She retrieved the box for him.
Help yourself.
Will swallowed the candy in his mouth. He coughed several times, but that didn't stop him from ripping open the packet. Lila told Sarah,
The boy's still asleep. I haven't fed him yet. I was going to make crepes. He wouldn't eat the pancakes yesterday. I think they were too thick.
Sarah asked, Do you eat with him or just serve him? Lila was at the open refrigerator. She seemed disappointed in herself.
Damn. If he sees us eating the food, he knows it's safe.
She shook her head as she took out a carton of eggs and a jug of milk.
I just
served him a tray the same as his captors probably did.
Sarah tried to take away some of the guilt.
You guys have been here all along. It's easy for me to come in with a fresh eye.
Lila said,
He won't leave the room. I put a television in there for him. He keeps the sound off, reads the captions. Denise got him some books, but he won't touch them. They can read at that age, right?
Yes, Sarah answered. He's probably used to having to read aloud, though.
He read to his mom,
Denise said, more to herself. Will had finished one packet of Pop-Tarts. He opened another.
Did you try video games?
Lila's face fell again.
Video games?
She asked Denise.
Why didn't we think of that?
She scraped a pat of butter into the frying pan.
I should have taken my brother's Xbox. He's too old to play it anyway.
Denise said,
We should have left him to the experts all along.
You kept him safe, Sarah said. That's all that matters.
Denise stared down at her tea again. Lila started cracking eggs into a bowl. Sarah wondered what would become of these women. Denise Branson was looking at disciplinary actions, possibly criminal charges, but her fate rested with Lonnie Gray. From what Sarah knew about the man, he was fair, but he also believed in swift justice. She hoped that Lila was safe. Unless someone told the sheriff, the deputy's part in this enterprise would remain anonymous. He's awake. Sarah guessed from the paramedic's uniform that the woman in the doorway was Jasmine. Like her friends, she was petite, but there was something about her that indicated she wasn't going to be messed with. Faith had the same bearing. Sarah guessed that knowing you could take down a 200-pound ex-Marine like Paul Vickery with a steel baton engendered a certain amount of confidence. Sarah said,
I'd like to go ahead and see him now.
Lila moved the skillet off the burner.
We'll go with you. Maybe not all of you.
Sarah chose her words carefully.
You've been so good to him. You've taken care of him. Denise, you literally rescued him.
She paused.
He might feel that you won't like him anymore if he tells you what happened.
Again, Lila was quick to find fault with her own actions.
We've been reinforcing his silence by walking on eggshells.
Sarah corrected. You provided a safe environment for him to heal. Lila turned back to her cooking. She didn't seem mollified. Sarah told Will,
You come too.
They all seemed to recoil at the idea. Sarah said, I know it seems counterintuitive, but sometimes victims feel safer with men around. They think that brute strength can protect them. Lila acknowledged,
I've had rape victims ask for a male detective. Sometimes, not always.
Will seemed more hesitant than any of them.
Are you sure?
Sarah advised,
Just sit down when you get in the room. Let him get used to you first. 7-year-olds are highly adaptable. They're also extremely inquisitive. He'll want to know details about what's going on, what's happening next. We didn't tell him anything, Lila said. We just kept saying he was safe.
Jasmine offered. That's what he needed, Lila. You heard the doctor. He needed to feel safe, and we made him safe. She looked at Will. I don't know about you, though. I'm sorry, but he's just a little boy. And the people who hurt him looked a hell of a lot like you. Sarah didn't want to force it, but she said,
I'd really like him in the room. I think it would help.
The tension seemed to ramp up. Lila was the first one to break the silence.
She's been right about the other stuff. I say we give it a shot. If the boy freaks out, then Will can always leave, right?
Will readily agreed.
Right.
Denise and Jasmine exchanged a look. Sarah could tell they were used to acting by consensus. Lila said,
Dee, if something ain't working, then you stop doing it and try something else.
Denise said,
The boy's already broken.
Lila pointed at her with the spatula. Maybe it's time we let the professionals help put him back together. Denise cupped her hands around her mug. She looked at the dark tea. Finally, she said,
All right. But the minute he even starts to look upset, you have to promise to leave.
I promise,
Will said, though he still seemed to be the most reluctant person in the room. Denise stood up from the table.
I'll be right outside the door so he knows I'm there.
Thank you. Sarah retrieved her medical bag from the counter. Denise preceded them down the hallway. Sarah could tell the woman wanted to stop this, to push both Will and Sarah out of the house and do what she'd been doing from the moment she'd rescued the boy from that dark basement. They had been protecting the child for more than a week. They had tended him, fed him, looked over him like guardian angels. Letting a 6'3" man waltz into the room seemed like the last thing the boy needed. At first, it looked as if the boy agreed. His eyes went wide when he saw Will. He shot up in bed, his back pressed against the headboard. Denise gently soothed,
It's okay, baby. These people are friends of ours. They're here to help you.
The boy pulled up the sheet around his chest. They had dressed him in Spider-Man pajamas and put matching linens on the bed. There were toys on every available surface. Matchbox cars, a giant transformer, enough Legos to build a small town. Picture books were stacked on the dresser. Nothing looked as if it had been touched. Someone had obviously gone to the local children's store and asked the clerk exactly what to buy for a 7-year-old boy, but this particular 7-year-old wasn't interested.
Good morning.
Sarah entered the room, keeping her tone as even as possible. She'd always made it a practice to never talk down to children.
I'm Dr. Linton.
This is Agent Trent. He is a police officer, but he works for the state, which is why they call him an agent instead of a detective. She indicated for Will to enter the room. Dr. Thomas isn't going to be here this morning. He told me to say hello to you. I'm going to look after you, if that's okay. The boy didn't move, but he didn't protest either. Sarah did a quick visual exam. Dr. Thomas had done a good job. For all intents and purposes, the boy looked like any healthy 7-year-old. His color was good. His weight appeared to be on the low normal side. There were no indications of dehydration or neglect. The wounds on his face were healing well. Except for his fearful, cowering demeanor, she would never have guessed that the boy had been abducted. Sarah motioned Will toward the chair in the corner. Agent Trent's been in a fight with some very bad men. That's why his face is bruised. You can see the red marks on his neck. They're going to heal in a few weeks. Have you ever been bruised before? The boy stared at Will. He gripped the sheets up around his neck. Sarah continued. In about 2 days, Agent Trent's bruises will look dark purple or maybe even black. She opened her medical bag. Around 10 days from now, they'll start to turn green. Then they'll turn brown. Then, after about 2.5 weeks, they'll just disappear. She asked the boy, You've been bruised before, right? He still didn't answer, but he looked at Sarah now instead of Will. I'm going to put my fingers on your wrist, okay? The boy didn't flinch when Sarah took his pulse. By 7 years, he'd probably been to a doctor's office dozens of times. He was used to the routine of examination. Sarah asked, Do you know what causes a bruise? The boy didn't respond, but she could tell he was listening. It's blood trapped underneath the skin. That's kind of gross, isn't it? He stared at Sarah. Well, I think it's gross, and I'm a doctor. The boy's gaze went back to Will, but he was studying him now rather than staring. Sarah pulled out her stethoscope. It was an old one she kept as a spare.
Her parents had bought it for her when she first entered medical school. Sarah held the chess piece to her mouth and warmed it with her breath. The boy didn't need to be told what to do. He leaned forward in the bed so Sarah could listen to his lungs. She pulled up the back of his shirt. There were burns on his skin. Sarah pretended to ignore them. "Deep breath," she said, then listened longer than necessary. Dr. Thomas had treated the burns, but left them uncovered to prevent infection. There would be scars similar to the ones Sarah had seen on Will.
"Wow," she finally said. "Your lungs are very strong."
The boy leant back so she could listen to his heart. He gripped the sheets at his waist now, but his head kept turning in a triangle pattern. He looked at Denise, who stood in the doorway, then back at Will, then up at Sarah. He was constantly checking his surroundings. His fingers worked the hem of the sheets as if he wanted to be ready at any minute to hide under the covers. Sarah told the boy,
"You know you're in the state of Georgia, right? That's right above Florida."
The boy didn't answer, though there was something in his expression that told Sarah that she was telling him things he already knew. Sarah said,
"In a few minutes, we're going to ride in an ambulance like you did before, only this time, we're taking you to Atlanta."
She paused. He was paying close attention now.
"The trip will take about an hour and a half. When we get there, you'll be at a hospital. I'll be with you the entire time."
The boy looked at Denise. She told him,
Jasmine and Vivica will drive you. I'll be in the car behind the ambulance. Lila will come up later to check on you.
She smiled, as if they both shared a secret.
I told you we're not going anywhere.
Sarah guessed Vivica was the other paramedic. She told the boy,
"We won't have the siren on because this isn't an emergency. You're not sick. You're probably just tired and very scared. And you're not talking, so I need to look inside your mouth and make sure nothing's stopping you. Okay?"
The boy's eyes snapped back to Sarah. He knew she wouldn't find a medical explanation for his silence.
"Just give me 1 second."
Sarah dug around in her bag, the same way Nell did when she wanted to look busy.
"I don't have a tongue depressor,"
She lied. She turned to Denise.
"Do you have any popsicles?"
Denise obviously didn't understand.
Popsicles?
"I can use the wooden stick for a tongue depressor. Maybe there's some in the freezer?"
She stared her meaning into Denise.
"Could you go look?"
Denise obviously didn't want to. Still, she told the boy,
I'll be in the kitchen, okay?
The boy didn't nod, but there was some sort of unspoken language between him and Denise. She understood that his permission to leave was granted. Sarah rummaged around in her bag again. She said,
"I like Denise a lot. Don't you, Agent Trent?"
Will had to clear his throat before he could answer.
Yes. They're all very good people.
She told the boy,
"Agent Trent sounds funny because his throat is sore."
The boy looked at Will again, probably taking in the bruises wringing his neck. She said,
"Agent Trent doesn't like to brag, but he knows some good jokes, don't you?"
Will looked stunned, then slightly panicked. She tried not to use the same tone as she had with the boy.
"Why don't you tell him a joke?"
Will seemed at a loss for words. He was always telling her silly jokes. She had no idea why he couldn't think of any now. Sarah prompted,
"How about SpongeBob? Didn't he get into some trouble lately?"
Will took a candy out of his pocket. He fumbled with the wrapper. Sarah was about to let him off the hook when he said,
Butterflies taste with their feet.
The boy just stared at him. Sarah did too. She had no idea what he was talking about. Will popped the candy into his mouth.
Butterflies don't have mouths that can chew or bite, but they've got these straw things that they use to suck nectar. That's how they eat.
He cleared his throat.
But how do they know what to eat? They land on leaves and things with their feet, and that's how they taste, whether or not it's good. Their taste buds are in their feet.
The boy's eyes narrowed. He was skeptical, but intrigued. Will could obviously tell this, too. He pulled his chair a few inches closer to the bed.
Did you know that most turtles can breathe through their butts?
The boy shot an excited look at Sarah, probably because Will had said butt.
It's true.
Will pulled his chair closer.
They've got these little air sacs in their butts, so they keep their heads down underwater and just stick up their butts when they need to breathe.
The boy had stopped gripping the sheet around him. He stared at Will with open curiosity. Will said,
Actually, I just heard there was some kind of battle going on in the forest.
He cleared his throat again. She hoped he didn't get cut off by another coughing fit. He said,
Insects versus the animals. Did you hear about this?
The boy still would not answer, but he was leaning slightly forward. Sarah said, I think I read about it in the newspaper.
I'm sure you did. It's been all over the news.
Will asked the boy,
Did you see it on television?
There was an almost imperceptible movement from the boy as he shook his head. Will told him,
They finally decided to have it out. The animals and the insects. They scheduled a football game. The winner gets to be the king of the forest forever and a day. And I mean forever, plus an extra full day.
Will leaned his elbows on his knees. He asked the boy,
Are you sure you didn't hear about this game? It was huge.
This time, the headshake was more apparent.
It was an epic game.
Will said,
I mean, unforgettable. For years, the insects and the animals will be telling their kids about it.
The boy leaned forward even more, waiting.
The first 2 quarters, it was no contest. The animals were pounding the insects. I mean, obviously, they've got physical superiority.
Will feigned throwing a football.
One after the other. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. The animals dominated the field. The insects couldn't do anything to stop them. Then, halftime comes.
Will held up his hands as if to stop everything.
The insects were crying like babies in the locker room. They were going to lose this thing. They knew it. They could feel it in their exoskeletons. Humiliation for the rest of their lives. But they still go back out onto the field. They can't just walk away, right? Not after all these years. They may be invertebrates, but they're not quitters. Am I right?
The boy nodded. He was hanging on Will's every word.
So, they start the 3rd quarter, and suddenly, the caterpillar walks onto the field. He's strutting his stuff. He takes up the wide receiver position, and I mean really wide. You can imagine the turning radius on this thing. So, the cricket snaps the ball, and suddenly, whoosh.
Will swooped his hands through the air.
The caterpillar takes off. He's hogging the ball, running up and down the field like crazy. Touchdown after touchdown. I mean, the caterpillar is on fire. He doesn't just win the game, he runs up the score. At the end, it's animals 34, insects 212.
The boy's lips parted at the very thought.
The insects are ecstatic.
Will continued.
They all run out onto the field. They lift the caterpillar up in the air.
They're carrying him around. They can't believe it. They're king of the forest forever and a day. And then, somebody says to the caterpillar, "We could have won this thing before half-time, man. Where were you all that time?"
Will paused for effect.
And the caterpillar says, "Putting on my shoes."
The boy sucked in a shocked breath, then exploded with laughter. His mouth opened, he doubled over, his tiny fists were clenched from the effort. He looked at Sarah as if to ask, "Can you believe that?" Sarah didn't have to pretend to laugh along with him. The boy's unrestrained joy was the sweetest thing she'd heard in a long while. He fell over onto his side. The sheets were a forgotten memory. For a brief moment, he was just a kid again. Then, like a curtain being drawn, the laughter died out and the memories came crushing in. Slowly, the boy pushed himself back up against the headboard. He tucked the sheets tightly around his waist. Will pulled a handful of Jolly Ranchers out of his pocket.
"You want one?"
The boy chose a watermelon-flavored candy. With careful dexterity, he peeled away the wrapper. Sarah held out her hand for the trash. The boy's lips puckered as he sucked on the candy. Something was different. She knew that his guard was still up, but there was daylight between the cracks now.
"You know,"
Will began,
"the man who did this to my face will be in a lot of trouble when they catch him."
He crossed his ankle over his knee, casual.
"He'll end up in prison for the rest of his life. Maybe Denise or Lila will arrest him. Or maybe somebody else. There are a lot of cops out there who are good people. They make sure that the bad guys get locked up so they can't hurt anybody else."
The boy rolled a candy around in his mouth. Sarah could hear it click against his teeth. Will said,
"People who do bad things always get caught. Did you know that?"
The boy seemed to consider the question. Finally, he shook his head.
"You don't know it, or you don't think it's true?"
Will asked. The boy shook his head again, then stopped. Instead of talking, he held up 2 fingers. Will said,
"You don't think that's true?"
The boy nodded. Will told him,
"I know you're a smart little boy, but you're wrong about that. This is what I do for a job. I chase down bad people and I lock them up."
The boy looked down at the sheet. He picked at the stitching again.
"I arrested some really bad guys a few months ago. They told this little boy that his mommy and daddy would get hurt if he talked to the police."
The boy looked up, shocked.
"The bad guys were lying.
Will said,
They were just trying to scare the little boy. His mommy and daddy were safe all the time. And when he told me what happened, I arrested the bad guys and brought the little boy home."
Will leaned forward again.
"Do you understand what I'm saying?"
The boy seemed to understand, but he didn't acknowledge it. Will said,
"The sooner you tell me what happened, the sooner I can get you back to your family. And trust me, they want you back so badly. You are all they can think about. No matter what the bad man did to you, they just want you back so they can take care of you and make sure you're safe."
The boy looked down at the sheet again. Tears slid down his cheeks. Will said,
"It's okay to talk to me, buddy. Whatever happened to you, it wasn't your fault. You're just a kid. And your mommy and daddy love you so much. They want you back home. That's all they care about. No matter what the bad man did to you, they will always, always love you."
The boy kept his head down. His mouth moved.
He had to think about how to turn sounds into words again.
What about Benjamin?
Will glanced up at Sarah. She asked, "Is that your brother?" The boy nodded. Will said,
I'm sure he wants you back, too. Even if you fought with him or didn't get along, none of that matters. Benjamin wants you back home with him.
The boy finally looked up at Will.
He's not home,
He whispered.
he was in the basement, too.
Sarah felt her heart stop. She was too paralyzed to speak. Another boy, a brother, still out there suffering horrible cruelties. Or worse, not still out there, but lying somewhere in a shallow grave. Will was obviously considering the same possibilities. He visibly struggled to keep his calm.
Benjamin was in the basement with you?
The boy nodded his head.
The Batman took him away.
Will's cool started to slip. His voice cracked.
Can you tell me your name?
The boy didn't answer. Will said,
I met a little boy last night, and he knew the name of his school. Do you know the name of yours?
The boy still did not answer. He was getting scared again, worried that he'd said too much. He slid down the bed, pulled the sheets up over his head. Will opened his mouth to say more, but nothing came out. He didn't want to give up, but he didn't know how to keep going either. Sarah rested her hand on the boy's arm. He was shaking. They could hear his cries through the bed covers. She told him,
It's okay, sweetheart. You don't have to say anything else for now. You were very brave to tell Agent Trent what you did. And you're still safe. Nothing bad is going to happen to you.
Denise Branson cleared her throat. She was standing in the doorway. Sarah told the boy,
We're going to leave you alone for now, but we're all here if you need us.
Sarah stood up. She motioned for Will to follow her.
I'll be in the kitchen, okay? You don't have to talk anymore until you're ready.
Sarah left the room, though she felt like part of her heart stayed with the boy. His brother had been taken too. Why hadn't they found him at the house? Where had he been taken? Sarah told Will,
I'll try again in a few minutes.
Will pulled out his phone. The glass was shattered, but the phone seemed to be working. Sarah assumed he was calling Faith, but then he said,
This is Agent William Trent. I need a national alert issued immediately on the authority of Deputy Director Amanda Wagner. 2 missing brothers. Both disappeared on the same day, possibly more than a week ago. No name on the first kid, but he's around 7 years old, has dark hair and brown eyes. The second kid is called Benjamin.
Sarah told him,
Or Ben, or Benji.
Will's expression showed absolute shock. He almost dropped the phone.
What did you just say?
She knew that he wasn't good with nicknames. Benjamin is sometimes shortened to Ben or Benji.
Benji?
Will braced his hand against the wall. He seemed stunned. She asked,
What is it?
Give me your keys.
Chapter 14. Will pushed the needle on the BMW speedometer past 100 as he sped away from Lila's farm. She lived only a few miles from the interstate. He barely slowed for the turn. The tires skipped across the road, but the BMW stayed upright. Will cut off a lane of cars as he merged onto the interstate. He was going fast, but it didn't feel fast enough. He shot past the exit for Macon General. The engine screamed as he gunned it harder. He was coming up on the exit that led to Kayla Martin's house when his phone finally rang. Will drove one-handed as he answered.
Did they get him?
Faith said, They can't find Kayla Martin Street. Will cursed under his breath.
What about the cops who knocked on her door last night?
They're both off duty. Neither is answering their phones. They're probably asleep.
Send somebody to wake them up.
Don't you think I did? Will tried to tamp down his frustration.
They have to find the house, Faith. Tell them to send out a helicopter.
The state highway is 30 miles through that zip code, Will. We've called the road crews. We've called the Park Service and Waste Management and the post office and the middle school. We got 3 cruises out there already. They're trying.
It's a dirt road. There's a trailer park and...
We'll find it.
Tell them to look for me. I just passed Macon General. I'm taking exit 12 now.
The phone was muffled as Faith relayed the information. She came back on the line. Kayla Martin was seen at the hospital half an hour ago. She was picking up her paycheck. Her car is still in the parking lot, but we can't find her.
Did they check the employee entrance? She goes out there to smoke.
Hold on. Again, Faith put her hand over the phone to talk to the dispatcher. They're checking now.
Did you find an Amber Alert on 2 missing brothers?
We've got nothing.
That's impossible.
Will argued.
2 brothers went missing on the same day. Why didn't we hear about it?
Maybe the police thought it was a parent abduction. Faith pointed out the obvious. Something like that wouldn't make it on the news cycle unless there were bodies. She asked Will, "Are you sure the boy wasn't making it up? Kids that age lie about everything. Maybe the other kid was a cousin or a friend or..."
He wasn't lying,
Will said.
And you don't believe in coincidences. Benjamin's not a common name around here.
You're right, Faith admitted. Amanda's talking to the Mounties, the Canadian Federal Police. Their news doesn't trickle down much unless you're in a border state. She thought maybe the boys came from up there.
What about the French-speaking parts?
Will asked.
The Mounties don't serve those areas.
Did either of the boys sound French?
Maybe they're bilingual. I don't know, Faith. Just tell her to call everybody.
Faith said, I'm sending her a text right now. Will was silent, waiting for her to type it out. His head was spinning. He didn't know how this had happened. Benjamin had been right there in front of him. He'd practically begged Will to help him. He'd said he'd been taken a month ago. Will had thought the kid meant taken away from his mother by the police, not abducted by a sadist. Big Whitey. Will knew what had happened to Marie Sorensen. He'd seen the cigarette burns on the boy's back this morning. Denise Branson had rescued him from the basement. What happened to the boys who weren't rescued? What despicable things were being done to Benjamin right now? Okay, Faith said. I sent Amanda the text. We got a no on Kayla in front of the employee entrance to the hospital. She's not on the roof or in the stairwells either. How far are you from the house? Will slammed on the brakes. The car shook. He jerked the gear back into reverse. He'd almost missed the turnoff.
The road's at a steep angle from the main highway, roughly 10 miles from the interstate.
He silently berated himself for not resetting the odometer when he got off the interstate.
There are a lot of overhanging trees. There's a yard sign where the turn is.
He recognized the logo.
It's for the trailer park. It's got palm trees on it.
I'll let the cruiser know. Will laid on the gas as he sped down the dirt road. Red dust curled up behind him. The screen on Sarah's dashboard flashed black. There was no map in the GPS system for the dirt road. Will muttered another curse at his own stupidity. The screen had been in front of him the whole time. He told Faith,
Trap my phone. Maybe the roads will show up on the military GPS.
I'm on it, Faith said. Call me when you get there. Will ended the call and tossed his phone onto the seat. Then he thought better of it and jammed the phone into his back pocket. As long as the trip to Kayla's had felt the night before, the trip this morning seemed unending. The road spread out ahead of him. It felt like half an hour passed before he saw the trailer park. Kids were out playing in the yard. Will slowed, looking at their faces, checking for Benjamin. They all stared back. Some of them headed home. They'd probably been taught to run if a strange man ever looked at them twice.
The steering wheel jerked as the BMW hit a large pothole. Will fought the turn, overcorrecting. He straightened the tires just in time for another loud bump as the wheels finally hit solid pavement. He was in the subdivision now. The empty lots and unfinished building sites were even more desolate in the light of day. Fortunately, Will could easily see the cluster of completed houses. He skidded to a stop in front of Kayla's driveway. There was no car there. He jumped out of the BMW. He checked the windows to the garage. Empty. Will dialed Faith's number as he ran up the front walk. He said,
I'm here. There's no car. The house looks empty.
The cops from last night are on their way. They've got 2 more cruisers with them. I know you don't have your gun. Wait for backup.
I'm not waiting.
Will ended the call. He stepped back from the front door, then kicked it open.
Benjamin?
He called. His voice echoed through the house.
Benjamin?
Will opened the coat closet. He checked the back wall to make sure there wasn't a hidden panel. Next, he went into the garage. The space was unfinished, just the structural studs. There were no hiding places. The kitchen looked the same as the night before. Will's cleaned plate was still on the table. The pots and pans were still on the stove. Tony Dell's beer cans were stacked on the counter.
Benjamin?
Will called. He took the stairs 2 at a time. He stopped outside the bathroom, but didn't go in. There was a surface bolt on one of the bedroom doors. A heavy-duty combination lock held it closed.
Benjamin!
Will banged on the door.
It's Mr. Black from last night. I'm a police officer. I'm here to help you.
The lock was secured with bolts, not screws. There was no way for Will to pry it loose.
Benjamin, I need you to stand back. I'm going to break open the door.
Will waited a few seconds, then raised his foot and kicked the door. The lock rattled against the wood. He kicked again. The wood around the jamb started to splinter. He raised his foot and kicked it again, then again. Finally, by sheer repetition, he was able to break apart the wood. The door popped back on its hinges. The knob stuck in the sheetrock. Benjamin was chained to the floor. He was sitting in the corner, his back to the wall. He was obviously terrified.
It's okay,
Will told him.
I'm a police officer. I'm here to help you.
Benjamin didn't respond. Will quickly took in the situation. A pair of handcuffs linked the boy's ankle to the chain. The end was attached to an eye hook screwed into the floor. Someone had doused it with liquid nails to keep the boy from backing out the screw. Probably Tony. It seemed like the kind of half-assed job he'd do. Tony should have thought about the fact that Benjamin wouldn't have anywhere to use the toilet. The wood had softened from urine. Will easily wrenched the hook out of the floor. Then, he heard a car door slam shut. Will ran to the front window. Paul Vickery got out of a white Honda. He had a gun in his hand. Shit, Will muttered. He should have known Vickery was involved in this. Will took out his iPhone. He asked Benjamin,
Do you know how to send a text message?
Benjamin nodded, his eyes still wide with terror.
You're going to send a text to my partner.
Will swiped the screen. He selected the right app, then dialed Faith's number before handing the phone to Benjamin.
Type in your name. Tell her that you're hiding in Kayla's house. Tell her to hurry.
Will scooped up Benjamin in his arms as he left the room. There was an attic hatch in the hall. Will had seen it when he stood at the top of the stairs. He held Benjamin up. The boy didn't have to be told what to do. He pushed open the hatch and climbed into the attic. Will told him,
Don't make any noise. If they find you, don't go anywhere without that phone. You understand? It's got a tracker in it. We can find you if you keep the phone. Put it in your pocket. Don't lose it.
Benjamin pulled up the chain around his ankle. The hatch fell into place just as the front door slammed open. Will barreled down the stairs at a full run. Paul Vickery had attacked him 2 times before,
But each time, the man had surprise on his side. This time, Will had the upper hand. He also knew that crooked as Vickery was, he was a trained police officer. He'd do exactly what Will had done. Check the closet, check the garage, check the kitchen. Vickery was coming out of the kitchen when Will launched himself off the stairs. Vickery's mouth opened. He didn't have time to scream. Will tackled him to the floor like a pile driver. Vickery's gun skittered out of his hand. Will slammed his fist straight into the man's face. As awful as the situation was, Will couldn't help but feel the sweet victory of payback as Vickery's nose exploded like a blown tire. Will reared back for another go, but Vickery didn't move. Like most bullies, he had a glass jaw. One hit, and he was unconscious. Will sat back on his heels, feeling supremely disappointed.
"Damn, bud,"
Kayla Martin said. She was standing at the busted-open front door. She had a taser gun pointed at Will's chest. The M26C carried a compressed nitrogen air cartridge that shot 2 tiny barbed probes up to 15 feet away. The probes were attached to insulated conducting wires. The wires were attached to 8 AA batteries that delivered up to 50,000 volts of electricity, enough juice to cause complete neuromuscular incapacitation. Will lunged for Vickery's gun, but he wasn't fast enough to outrun the nitrogen charge. The probes dug into the back of his neck. He was unconscious before he hit the floor. Chapter 15. 5 days before the raid. Lena laid back on the table at Dr. Benedict's office. Her head was elevated, but her legs dangled uncomfortably over the end. She tried to keep the paper gown from riding up. It was no use. She was quickly learning that you had to choose between being pregnant and being modest. This was the first of many compromises Lena saw in her future. She already had the sensation of her body being taken over. She was peeing more, sleeping more. Hell, she was even breathing more. The weird part was that instead of feeling invaded, Lena felt happier than she'd ever been in her life.
You decent?
Jared peered around the door. He saw Lena and gave a low whistle as he walked over to the table.
Babe, I'm seeing some bedroom opportunities here.
She rolled her eyes, even though she felt a strange thrill when he talked like this. And he was talking like this a lot lately. She asked, "What did you say to get out of work?"
Told them I needed some personal time. They think I'm having an affair.
She slapped his arm. "That's not funny." He laughed good-naturedly as he looked around the room.
What is all this crap?
"Got me," Lena said, though she recognized the ultrasound machine. Just looking at it made her nervous. She didn't know what she would do if something was wrong. No heartbeat. The baby's brain growing outside of its head. Horror stories were all over the internet. She turned off the computer last night and thrown up in the hall bathroom. Jared pulled out one of the stirrups.
You think they sell these tables at Costco?
"Can you not be disgusting?" She slid the stirrup back in with her heel. "It's bad enough I'm going to be poked and prodded for the next 8 months.
7.5.
He picked up the plastic model of a uterus. The pieces fell apart in his hands.
Oh, shit. The baby went under the table.
Lena watched him get down on his hands and knees to retrieve the plastic fetus. His ass was in the air. His uniform pants stretched in a not unpleasant way. They worked out at the gym together almost every morning. Sometimes, Lena watched him doing squats while she ran on the treadmill.
Found it.
Jared stood up, holding the fetus like a toothpick between his thumb and forefinger.
You okay? Your face is red.
Lena put her hand to her cheek. She changed the subject. "I saw this pregnant woman at the store yesterday. The checkout lady patted her stomach like she was a dog. Then she said,
Good job, Mom. Like it takes a special skill to get knocked up.
Jared grinned. You think people are gonna pat my crotch and tell me good job?
Not unless they want my Glock up their ass. He laughed, putting the plastic baby in the uterus, snapping the pieces back together.
You know, my mom's gonna want to be here when it happens.
Lena didn't want to talk about that. Today was supposed to be happy.
I'm just warning you,
Jared said,
and telling you that I want her here.
Do I have a choice?
Your skeevy uncle will probably come, too.
At least Hank will have the decency to stay in a motel and leave the next day. Jared couldn't argue with that. Hank had visited a few times since they got married. He was very mindful of outstaying his welcome. She said, It's bad luck to talk about any of this now. Lena couldn't help adding, like painting the nursery and looking at cribs. We need to wait another couple of weeks. He put the uterus back on the counter with a thud. She tried, Besides, if you're going to work around the house, you should finish the kitchen.
It'll be finished before the baby comes.
It better be. Lena felt a fight brewing. She pulled back, not wanting the day ruined. All week, Jared had been talking about seeing the baby for the first time. She couldn't mess this up for him. Lena asked, You're never late. What kept you?
They put in the marker for Lonnie's son this morning. Some of us rode by to pay our respects.
That's nice. Lena felt a swell of sympathy for the chief. His son had died after a long illness. Lonnie wouldn't let him go, even when it was clear that nothing could be done to save him. In the end, they'd hooked him up to every machine in the ICU. Jared said,
Something bad like that happens to me. Promise me you'll pull the plug.
I'll pull it right now.
I mean it,
he said.
Don't let me hang around like that. Pain in a bag, people touching me like I'm a baby.
He asked Lena,
What's the point of touching somebody who's in a coma? What if they don't want you to? They can't stop you. They're just trapped there. That's some creepy shit.
He shuddered.
And don't let my mama dress me up in pajamas. You know she'd get crazy like that.
Lena felt her lips start to tremble. He stared at her, confused.
Are you crying?
Yes, I'm crying, you dipshit. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Why would you talk about dying in the hospital when I'm carrying your fucking baby?
Jesus,
he muttered. He pulled a tissue out of the box on the counter. There was only one left. He handed it to Lena.
Don't be crying like that when the doctor comes in. He's gonna think I hit you or something.
Lena blew her nose. Talk about something else. He easily found a different subject.
How's the raid going?
Jared had tipped her off about a shooting gallery on Reading Street. He was following the case like a gambler who placed a large bet. She told him, It's going to shit, is how it's going. She used the dirty tissue to wipe her eyes. I need more Kleenex. He opened the door and called,
Nurse, can we get some more Kleenex?
He waited in the open doorway, asking Lena,
You get anybody to flip on Sid?
What do you think? She wiped her nose again. Denise is about to have a stroke. She's convinced this is our way into Big Whitey. Jared rolled his eyes. He liked Denise, but girls like Marie Sorensen ran off all the time. Using Big Whitey as the bogeyman took some of the blame off her shoulders. Lena felt the need to take up for her friend. He could exist. Denise found his name on a wire out of Florida. Jared shook his head with a sort of disregard that made her want to smack him.
I'm with Lonnie on this one. It's a dead end.
Sid Waller is the key, Lena insisted, though she had come to accept lately that Waller was still going to be walking around free when her kid graduated from high school. Once he's locked up, he'll start singing.
Mean old Big Whitey will kill Waller before he lets that happen, right?
Lena narrowed her eyes at Jared. He was giving her shit again. He said,
Trust me. As soon as Sid Waller's dead, Chief Gray is gonna get out of the Big Whitey business. It's just too dangerous for him right now. And we both know he lost his edge when his son died.
Right,
Lena said, her tone matching his.
Lonnie Gray is going to back down for the first time in his life.
The nurse handed Jared a fresh box of tissues. He told her,
Thank you.
then pivoted back to Lena.
Maybe Lonnie is really Big Whitey. Did you ever think about that?
The door clicked shut. He grinned at Lena.
How crazy would that be? Chief Gray is secretly a dope swinging kitty pimp.
Stop talking out of your ass.
Lena grabbed some tissues and blew her nose as loudly as she could. She hated that his stupid idea actually made a weird kind of sense. Gray had started out in Florida. Over the years, he'd either worked or consulted in several towns up and down the coast, including Savannah. All the mayhem they were seeing in Macon had coincided with Gray coming on board. If Denise was right, and there was a mole in the department, then it had to be a mole who knew everything. What better cover was there than being the chief of police? And what bigger idiot was there than a woman who believed every harebrained theory that came out of her husband's mouth? Less than 5 minutes ago, Jared was saying Big Whitey didn't even exist. Last week, he claimed he'd heard from a guy that Fort Knox had been robbed of all the country's gold. Why on earth was she listening to him now? Lena shook her head, hoping to God she was suffering from pregnancy hormones and not losing her mind. He asked,
Why are you shaking your head?
She didn't answer, knowing there was no point.
I'm stressed about the raid crapping out. Denise and I are both putting our asses on the line over this. And you know Lonnie doesn't forgive or forget.
Jared moderated his tone.
Look, something will come up.
He waited for her to blow her nose again.
Something always comes up. You're a good cop, babe. You're smart and driven, and you never give up. You'll make it happen.
Lena couldn't help it. There was something about the way he looked at her that made her want to cry again. She slipped her hand into his. Jared's arm tensed, but he didn't pull away. He wasn't used to affection. His mother was a cold fish. Lena had never once seen Nell touch any of them. Of course, Lena wasn't the clingy type either. She couldn't explain why touching Jared was the only thing that soothed her nerves lately. This wasn't the kind of thing she could ask Dr. Benedict about. She tried to look it up on the internet, but most of the pregnant women online seemed to hate their husbands. And there were only a limited number of phrases you could Google on pregnancy before you were inundated with some seriously disgusting porn. Jared asked,
You okay?
She chewed her lip, silently willing herself not to start crying again. He turned sheepish.
You know I love you, right?
Yeah,
she managed.
Tell me that when I look like I should be swimming in a tank at SeaWorld.
Babe, as long as you keep getting big in other places, I'm fine.
Lena rolled her eyes. Then she jerked her hand away when the door opened. Dr. Benedict walked over to the sink to wash his hands. He told Lena,
I'm sorry I kept you waiting.
Jared winked at Lena. This was the first thing the man said every time he entered the room. They joked that his wife probably heard the same thing when they were in bed.
Lie back for me.
Benedict pulled out the extension on the table. Lena laid her head on the pillow and straightened her legs. She looked up at Jared. He put his hand on her forehead. The move was clumsy, more like he was checking her for a fever, but she didn't complain. Benedict turned on the ultrasound machine. Unceremoniously, he lifted the paper gown. Lena saw what she'd been denying all week. Her underwear was tight. Pretty soon, it would be rolling under her stomach like a rubber band. She looked up at Jared, expecting a joke. He wasn't laughing. He was watching the monitor, even though nothing was on the screen yet. Benedict shook the bottle of gel over Lena's stomach.
A little cold,
he said, sounding just as practiced as usual. He squeezed the bottle. Nothing came out. He told Lena,
just a moment,
then rolled his chair over to the door. He called into the hallway,
could you bring me some more gel?
He rolled his chair back to the table. His cold hands touched Lena's stomach as he felt around for things he didn't bother to articulate. She wondered again if she should have gone to a female doctor. Then again, her regular doctor was a woman, and she had the bedside manner of a dingo. The door opened again. Lena was glad her feet weren't up in the stirrups. The hall was filled with people.
Here you go.
The nurse was the same one who'd brought the tissues. She handed the doctor a new bottle of gel.
I got this out the warmer?
Lena didn't know which was more annoying, the way the woman raised her voice at the end of the sentence, or the fact that no one had warmed the first bottle. Benedict didn't seem to notice the difference. He shook the bottle and repeated,
a little cold.
Lena looked up at Jared as the warm fluid hit her skin. He winked at her again. She felt the ultrasound probe press against her belly. The fat rolled around in a way she wasn't ready to acknowledge. Instead, Lena watched the monitor, the shifting white and black folds. This was really the stupidest thing she'd ever done. Lena understood why the doctor had to see the image, but there was no reason for Jared to watch her insides get pushed around. There was a pregnant secretary at the station who framed every ultrasound photo she got. Lena couldn't walk through the office without tracking the progress of the weird little alien blob. It seemed like nothing was private anymore. Benedict's eyebrows were furrowed. He stared at the screen as he pressed the probe harder. Lena asked the word she'd been dreading. Is something wrong? Benedict didn't answer, which made it 10 times worse. The nurse said, Listen. She turned one of the dials on the machine. A slow wah-wah sound came out of the speakers, like something you'd hear in a submarine movie. Lena thought she'd missed whatever she was supposed to listen for. Then, the rapid thump-thump-thump of a heartbeat filled the room. Jared gasped.
Is that the...
He looked down at Lena.
It's the heartbeat.
He pressed his hand to her chest, felt for her heart.
It's different.
He was right. Lena's heart was beating its usual slow rhythm, while the baby's heart sounded like the wings of a hummingbird fluttering against a window pane. The nurse said,
See your baby?
Lena looked at the monitor. Nestled inside the folds was a little black dot. Dr. Benedict moved his hand around, and the dot turned into a bean. Lena could see the heart flashing.
Holy shit.
Jared whispered.
Holy shit.
Lena heard herself thinking the same words in her head. How had they done this? How had they created something so perfect? She couldn't take her eyes off the little bean. The round edges, the curve in the center that was going to be a stomach. Soon, the bean would sprout real arms and legs, and a head with sweet little eyes and a crescent-shaped mouth. But for now, he was just a tiny, fluttering little bean. Her bean. Lena had never seen anything so beautiful in her life. Dr. Benedict said,
Everything looks good. You're 6 weeks along. Come back next week around this same time.
He tapped some buttons on the ultrasound machine. A printer whirred to life. Benedict stood up. He went to the sink to wash his hands.
I'll make sure you get a disc with the ultrasound. The picture should be ready in a few minutes.
Jared leaned down, looking Lena in the eyes.
This is it, babe. You and me, and the beginning of everything.
Lena's brain told her the words were melodramatic, but her heart took in the tears in his eyes, the silly grin on his face, the touch of his hand as his fingers laced through hers, and started to crumble. He told her,
Nothing's ever gonna be the same again. One day, we're gonna both be sitting in our diapers at the old folks' home and talking about how this is the moment that changed everything.
Lena put her hand to his cheek. Her thumb traced his lips before she gently pushed him away. She wasn't going to start crying again in front of strangers. Jared understood. He winked at her, joking with Benedict.
Thanks, Doc. Good job.
You're welcome.
Benedict obviously wasn't fond of getting off routine. He studied the nurse as he dried his hands.
You're filling in for Marjorie, right?
Yes, doctor. The woman smiled warmly as she started wiping the gel off Lena's belly.
I've worked in your office before. I'm Kayla Martin.
Chapter 16. Friday. Will's brain burned in his skull. His muscles were still vibrating from the taser. At least his body wasn't tensed up like a fist anymore. His hands and feet were no longer clenched into balls. His knees and elbows could straighten. Despite all that progress, sitting up felt like an impossible task. He lay with his back on the floor. Overhead, he heard Kayla Martin walking back and forth across one of the bedrooms. At least, he assumed it was Kayla. Paul Vickery was bound and gagged beside him. Whoever was upstairs was walking in high heels. Detective work. The throbbing pain in his head had to be from something more than the taser. Will had been tasered before. Amanda had said it was an accident, but the way she cackled made him think otherwise. Will tentatively moved his head. There was a tender spot at the back. He blinked, wondering how many times his vision had gone wonky over the last 24 hours. He couldn't dwell on that. Actually, he couldn't dwell on anything because his mind yet again could not hold on to one thought. Benjamin. That was the one word that would not slip away. Benjamin was in the attic. He still had the chain around his ankle. Will had told the boy to text Faith. Where the hell was she? She'd told Will the cruisers were on their way. Will had to get out of here. He had to find the police before Kayla disappeared. Paul Vickery was out cold, and not just because Will had hit him. There was a deep gash on the side of the man's scalp. He needed medical attention. Obviously, despite Will's assumptions, Vickery wasn't working with the bad guys after all. Whether this was a recent development or not was less clear. Will tried to sit up. The muscles would not respond. He could only flop over onto his side. That was when he saw his wrists. They were tied together with twine. The knots were tight. The twine cut into his skin. Will tried to move his legs. His ankles were tied together too. At least now he knew why he couldn't feel his toes. Will struggled to sit up. His feet slipped. His hands couldn't find purchase. Finally, he angled himself up to sitting. He only had to close his eyes a few seconds before the nausea passed. Then, he opened his eyes and felt sick all over again. There was a man sitting on the couch. He had a Glock pointed at Will's head. Will had never met Detective Deshaun Franklin in person, but he recognized the man from the photograph on Faith's cell phone. He was built like a linebacker, with broad shoulders and legs the size of fallen trees. He took up 2 cushion spaces on Kayla's sofa. The gun in his hand looked like a toy, though Will knew the police-issued Glock was a man-stopper. Will checked on Paul Vickery again. He was still tied up. Hog-tied, really. which didn't explain why Deshaun Franklin was pointing his gun at Will. Franklin lowered the Glock, resting the weapon on his knee.
Paul was coming here to save you.
Will didn't give him the satisfaction of hearing the string of curses that came into his mouth. He asked,
My partner sent him. Your partner sent anybody who was listening on the scanner.
Deshaun smiled.
Thanks for taking Paul out before I got here. Beat downs aside, he's not a dirty cop. Would have been hard explaining to him why I had to tie y'all up.
Will didn't acknowledge the comment. He had to assume the GPS tracker on his phone wasn't working. Faith knew he was at Kayla's house. She would send the cruisers. It was only a matter of time before 20 cops busted down the door. Franklin seemed to read Will's mind. He took away his options one by one.
I told the cops me and Paul would secure the house. Last we saw, you were headed toward the woods on foot. They're setting up a perimeter on the other side of the highway.
He told Will.
The whole damn force is out there looking for you, son.
Will rubbed his face with his hands. His fingers felt cold, probably because the twine around his wrists was cutting off the circulation.
You're working with Kayla? I'm doing a favor for an old friend.
Will got the feeling he wasn't happy about it.
Where's the boy? You tell me. He's not in the house. He's not in your BMW.
He smiled again, showing his teeth.
That's a nice ride. State must pay a hell of a lot more than Macon PD.
Will asked.
You're Big Whitey?
He laughed, genuinely amused.
I'm Big Blackie, motherfucker. You colorblind?
Will didn't know what he was supposed to say.
Who's Big Whitey?
Franklin didn't answer immediately. He looked down at the Glock, twisting it back and forth against his knee.
I was friends with his son. Chuck and me grew up together. We both graduated from the academy at the same time. Both moved around together. He got his lieutenant bars before me, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Will shook his head, trying to break a memory loose.
8, maybe 9 months ago, we were out running. Chuck's leg snaps like a twig. No reason, just snaps.
Will had heard about this kind of thing before. He guessed.
Leukemia? Now you're putting it together. Not really.
Will admitted.
Chuck was supposed to take over the family business. With him gone, who knows? Chuck.
Will echoed. The name was so familiar.
I thought you state boys were smarter than this.
Will said.
I had a bad couple of days. I hear you, brother. Doesn't look like it's gonna get much better.
Will heard something heavy drop on the floor upstairs. It was similar to the sound of a clue dropping into his lap. He told Franklin,
Kayla Martin told me she drove up the Tamiami Trail with a guy named Chuck.
Franklin smiled.
Maybe you're not so stupid after all.
Will realized there was a wall behind him. He slid over so he could lean back against it. The rest did him good. He said,
Chief Gray's son died recently.
Will remembered something Faith had told him yesterday morning.
You were handpicked by Gray to follow him to Macon when he took over the force.
Franklin waited. Will made a calculated guess.
Chief Gray is Big Whitey.
Franklin didn't acknowledge the revelation, but he told Will,
Lonnie was working in Jacksonville, but he lived in Folkestone. Me, my baby sister, and my mama were up by the funnel. Not many black kids around there, but Lonnie didn't bat an eye when he found me sitting at his dinner table. You should be glad he didn't kidnap and rape you.
The gun went up. Franklin pointed the muzzle at Will's head again. Will said,
You didn't know Lonnie was into kids, did you?
Franklin glared at him for a beat. Finally, he lowered the gun back to his knee.
He raised me more than my own daddy ever did.
Disgust showed on his face.
Never heard Lonnie say anything about kids. Never saw him looking at them, talking to them, nothing. I guess as good as Lonnie was at fooling strangers about one thing, he was really good at fooling his friends about the other.
Will asked,
How did it feel when you found out?
Franklin let his silence answer the question. Will said,
Being a badass drug dealer and a murderer is one thing. Raping kids is a whole other category.
He could tell Franklin agreed with him.
It crosses the line, doesn't it? You put a cap in a junkie's ass, that's pretty much what he signed up for. The children are innocent. They didn't sign up for anything. I told you I didn't know. Denise Branson knew. You think anybody listens to that stupid dyke?
Will didn't point out that the stupid dyke had been right all along.
Lonnie was a god to me. To all of us. I had no idea he was...
Franklin couldn't even say the words.
I'm glad Chuck didn't live to find out. It would have killed him all over again. How did you find out? The house.
Franklin said. He meant the shooting gallery.
I sent my guy in before the raid to take out Waller and his crew.
Will guessed Franklin's guy was Tony Dell. There wasn't another player in this thing who was so adept at killing. Will asked,
What did your guy find? What we expected. 3 of them were in the front room watching TV. No problem. My guy takes them out quiet. He goes down into the basement looking for Waller and finds these 2 little kids instead.
Franklin shook his head, and Will could see his turmoil was real.
One of the boys was already dead. Just laid there. My guy said.
Will thought of the boy back at Lila's farm. Playing dead had saved him from countless more miseries. Franklin continued.
The second kid was barely breathing. My guy brought him here for Kayla to look after.
Will wondered if he knew how Kayla had looked after him.
The kid identified Big Whitey?
Franklin nodded, and Will tried not to think about Benjamin feeling safe because Franklin had a badge.
Your guy said Waller wasn't in the basement? Right. Only, he's living out the back with the kid when he hears Waller bust in through the front.
Franklin shrugged.
Waller runs down into the basement to check on his stash. My guy braces the door, traps him down there, and walks away. Why did you want to take out Waller's team before the raid?
Franklin was obviously reluctant, but he answered,
I was worried about Lena getting hurt.
Will must have looked as dubious as he felt.
I'm not an animal man. I got 2 nieces. I helped raise up my sister after my daddy died.
Franklin said.
I knew Lee was pregnant. Kayla fills in at a lot of the doctor's offices. She heard Jared telling Lena that he thought Lonnie was Big Whitey.
Will replayed the words in his head, making sure he understood them.
Was Kayla eavesdropping? Nope. Jared was standing in the open doorway. Half of the office heard him call out Lonnie. And Kayla thought he was being serious, just tossing off that theory at the doctor's office in front of everybody? That's what Kayla said. What did you think? That he was bullshitting?
Franklin shrugged.
Jared's a talker. All those bike boys are. They think they can run with the big dogs, but they don't know jack.
Will had to take another moment to process the information. If what Deshawn said was true, then Lena was right. She hadn't been the one to bring all of this down on them. Jared Long had.
Did Lena believe Jared? I don't think so.
At least Lee never said anything to me or the guys.
Deshawn admitted.
But she's smart when she latches onto something. Jared puts a thought into her head. Maybe she starts paying attention to things she didn't notice before. I had to keep her busy. She was all over the Waller thing. I knew she'd jump at the chance to take him out.
Will felt everything finally coming together.
So, Kayla tells you about the conversation at the doctor's office. You reach out to a pill pusher named Tony Dale. Tony gets arrested. He flips on Waller 2 hours later and gives Lena the evidence she needs to go into the shooting gallery.
I know you think I'm stone cold, but I was trying to protect her.
Franklin explained.
Lena busts Waller. She's covered up in paperwork for the next 6 months. I figured that'd run out the clock while she's pregnant, then maybe once she has the kid, she decides she wants to be a mommy and doesn't come back to the job.
Will wondered if there was a single man in Lena Adams' life who'd ever avoided taking risks for her.
Lena lost the baby. I know.
Franklin seemed regretful.
Kayla called her. Tried to get her to take some time off. She wouldn't listen. That girl never listens to nobody.
Will couldn't argue with that.
What about Jared? What about him? He's writing tickets and sweeping broken windshield glass off the road. He can't start an investigation.
Lonnie Gray wouldn't leave that loose end.
Will guessed. He'd seen with his own eyes what a hard ass the man could be.
You didn't tell him about the conversation at the doctor's office, right? Kayla did. And Gray was a lot more convinced than you were.
Franklin didn't answer, but they both knew that Kayla was that malicious. Franklin put a nicer spin on it, saying,
Kay dated Chuck for 6 years. Stuck by him when he was dying. She got close to Lonnie at the end. She cares about him.
Will bet she did. Kayla gravitated toward drama the way the tides gravitated toward the moon.
That's why you're here, as a favor to an old friend. I can't let her get locked up. I owe it to Chuck.
Will knew there was a code, even among criminals, but he had a hard time thinking Kayla Martin was worthy. He said,
Lonnie sent the rednecks after Lena and Jared.
Franklin nodded.
He had them torture Eric Haig to death.
Franklin's expression darkened.
Threw him out like a piece of trash.
Lonnie's trying to clean house,
Will said.
You were attacked outside the theater last night. Somebody took a shot at Vickery. Tony Dale's still out there. Big Whitey's not gonna stop until you're all dead.
Lonnie's not gonna touch me. He was looking for the little boys. He knew somebody found them in the basement. Both kids saw his face, knew who he was. I ain't saying it's right, just that it's something that could come back on him.
Would that be a bad thing? Letting all this come back on Lonnie? Stopping him from hurting more kids?
Franklin shrugged, but he was obviously talking for a reason. Will said,
You didn't know about the kids until the raid. And you put the hit on Sid Waller and his team before you knew about the kids.
Will guessed the big Whitey business model was being franchised after all. Franklin said,
Things changed after Chuck died. Me and Lonnie weren't so close. I thought it was the grief at first, but then I figured it was something else.
Waller and Lonnie were both pedophiles. They weren't doing it for money. The only time Lonnie ever took a risk was when he was grooming a new kid.
You're right,
Franklin said.
Only, I found out after Waller was dead that they were doing it together.
Stalking kids together?
Doing everything together.
Deshawn looked like he wanted to spit the bad taste out of his mouth.
Lonnie said it was the most fun he ever had.
Will gathered the two men had had several lengthy conversations, none of which had been good for Deshawn Franklin. He said,
It started to fall apart before the raid. You knew something was wrong. You saw that Lonnie and Waller were getting close. You were worried Lonnie would pass on the business to Waller.
Franklin snorted a laugh.
I wasn't worried about it happening. I already knew it was going down. Lonnie told me before the raid. Before Kayla heard Jared. Before any of that shit started, he sat me down and told me it looked like Waller had a better handle on things. Wanted me to be a second to that redneck bastard. Pitched it like he was doing me a favor.
Franklin gave a bitter laugh.
I guess he didn't love me like a son after all.
Kayla Martin asked,
Who loved you?
She tromped down the stairs carrying a large suitcase. She'd packed it too full. She couldn't hold on. The case bumped down the stairs and didn't stop until it hit the front door. Kayla didn't seem to mind. She walked down the rest of the stairs, picking her way carefully on high heels. She was dressed up, or at least it seemed that way to Will. Her tight leather miniskirt looked brand new, and the matching silk blouse was cut so low that it showed the pink bow in her bra. Franklin told her,
Wait in the car.
Nuh-uh.
She took a pack of cigarettes out of her purse.
I gotta say, bud, you really fucked me over letting Benji go like that.
Will looked at Franklin, but the man didn't offer an opinion. She said,
I had a family in Germany ready to pay 30 grand for him.
Family.
Will didn't know if she was deluded or naive.
Good thing I got that goddamn plane ticket now.
She put a cigarette in her mouth, but didn't light it.
Except for Sean picking me up at the hospital, my happy ass would probably be in jail. Ain't that right, hun?
Franklin didn't answer. He just sat on the sofa looking like he didn't think he'd ever manage to get up. Part of him still had to be a cop. He tried to protect Lena. Paul Vickery had been tied up, not murdered. Franklin had done his best to keep Tony Dell's name out of the story. And then there was the immutable fact that Will was still breathing. Deshaun Franklin was finished with all of this. Maybe it was the kids. Maybe it was Lonnie Gray's betrayal. Either way, he was done.
Shit, Sean.
Kayla seemed to sense his faltering resolve. She walked over to Franklin, teetering on her high heels.
You know you gotta do this.
Franklin reached into his pocket. He pulled out his car keys.
Just leave it in the lot.
Oh, hell no.
Kayla's head started shaking back and forth.
No, sir.
Franklin said,
You're leaving town. Whatever I end up doing is on me. It's got nothing to do with you. I owe it to Chuck to make sure your name stays out of it.
Shit, you can't do anything, Sean, and I ain't eating Wiener Schnitzel for the rest of my damn life.
Kayla flicked the lighter and touched the flame to her cigarette.
Come on, just finish it. We ain't got time for your conscience to work itself out.
I'm not going to...
Kayla grabbed the Glock and shot Paul Vickery 4 times. The gunfire reverberated in the small room. The air shook with the noise. Vickery's body jerked violently as the bullets hit his back. Will's hands flew up in front of his face. His knees pulled in like some part of his brain thought he could roll himself into a ball and stop the bullets. He waited for Kayla to turn the gun on him. And waited. Nothing happened. Will peered up, expecting to find the Glock staring back at him. Instead, he saw that Franklin had grabbed the gun away. He was breathing hard, though there obviously hadn't been a struggle.
Fuck, Kayla!
He screamed.
What the fuck was that?
Franklin knelt down beside Vickery. He pressed his fingers to the man's neck.
You killed him!
You're welcome, motherfucker.
Kayla's cigarette bobbed in her mouth.
I heard you upstairs, Sean. You told them every damn thing that's been going on. No wonder Lonnie didn't want to hand you over the business.
Shut up!
Franklin pointed the Glock at Kayla.
Just shut the fuck up!
The cigarette dropped out of her mouth.
Get that gun out of my face.
I said shut up!
Franklin pressed the gun to Kayla's chest.
I told you to let me handle this. I told you to just shut the fuck up for once in your miserable life and let me do what I know how to do.
Kayla asked,
What are you gonna do, Sean? Turn state's evidence? Go to the cops and tell them you're sorry?
Stop talking.
You're gonna shoot me in the chest, Sean? That what you promised Chuck you was gonna do? Murder me?
Her words were strong, but she took a step back.
You know we gotta get rid of him, or he'll go straight to the cops.
He won't go to the cops,
Franklin screamed.
He's a con. He's on parole.
Will stared down at the floor so he didn't give himself away. He had no idea why Franklin had maintained his cover. And he would never find out. Tony Dell pushed open the saloon doors to the kitchen. Will couldn't guess how long he'd been standing there. He'd obviously heard enough. Tony took 3 steps across the room and jammed his knife into Franklin's neck. Franklin's mouth opened. He dropped the gun. He put one hand to his throat, tried to steady the handle of the knife with the other. And then, Tony pulled out the blade. Blood shot out of the wound like a water pistol. Franklin went down on one knee. He gasped for air. Will could hear his breath wheezing through the open slit in his neck. Kayla said,
Jesus, Tony, finish it.
Tony didn't want to. He was soaking in the spectacle of Franklin's death. The blood pouring out of his neck. The way his fingers quivered as he reached out for help. Franklin finally lost his balance. His whole body shifted, his knees slipping out from under him. His shoulder hit the floor. Blood pooled around his head. His fingers kept trembling. A pungent odor filled the air. His big chest rose for one last breath that he would never let go. And then, it was over.
Damn,
Tony whispered.
I think he shit himself.
Kayla slapped Tony on the back of the head.
How many times do I have to call you? I swear to God, I thought Sean was going to arrest me outside the hospital. I told you he wasn't right with this.
You want to stop your yapping and thank me for risking my neck to get here?
Tony wiped the knife blade on his jeans before shoving it into his boot.
There's 20 squad cars set up on the other side of the highway. I ought to take the back way.
Well, poor you.
Kayla picked up her still-burning cigarette from the floor. She grabbed Franklin's Glock and tossed it into the kitchen.
Take care of Bud and bring my suitcase. If we gotta go the back roads, I'm gonna be late for my flight.
Tony said,
Shit, you don't gotta get there 4 hours ahead. That's for them, not you.
You ever been on an international flight before?
She demanded. Tony's expression gave him away.
Just be quick and don't forget to bring my suitcase.
She opened the door, but didn't leave. She walked over to Will and jammed her fingers into his front pocket. He kept his body as still as he could. She pulled out the keys to Sarah's BMW.
Might as well drive there in style.
Tony slapped her ass.
Hell yeah, baby!
Kayla gave Will a nasty look. Her voice went from her usual high-pitched sing-song to a witch's snarl.
Make it hurt, baby. This asshole cost me 30 grand.
She slammed the door behind her. In the silence, Will heard a clicking sound. He realized it was the breath stuttering in and out of his mouth. Tony shook his head.
That gal is a piece of work, let me tell you.
Will said nothing. Twice now, he'd seen what Tony Dell was capable of. Watching Eric Hay get stabbed, all Will could think was that he never wanted to go out that way. Now that he'd seen the alternative, he wasn't so sure. Tony breathed out a heavy sigh.
Get up, bud. I ain't gonna kill you on the floor.
Will struggled to get on his knees. Finally, Tony grabbed his arm and yanked him up. Will tried to pull away, but it was no use. His hands and feet were tied. He was trapped.
He was going to die in this house, on this floor, beside Paul Vickery and Deshaun Franklin. The only thing that brought him any peace was knowing that Benjamin was safe in the attic. He had Will's phone. They would trace him. They would take Benjamin to his brother. Both boys would be home soon. But Sarah would have nothing. Will was still legally married to Angie Pulaski. The courts wouldn't care that Will hadn't seen her in months, that he'd hired a divorce lawyer to track her down. His wife had all claim to him, not just his body, but his memories. Angie had grown up with Will. By virtue of proximity, she knew more about him than anyone else on Earth. She was his Pandora's box that only opened when it was time to mete out pain. Sarah had Will's dog, his toothbrush, and whatever clothes he'd left in her apartment.
Well,
Tony slid the knife out of his boot.
might as well get this over with.
He held it up for Will to see. He'd obviously picked up the trick from the redneck, and as it had before, the trick worked. Will felt his gut clench. Tony smiled at the effect.
You scared, bud?
Will tried to summon Bill Black. He couldn't let himself die a coward.
Go ahead and do it, man. Don't drag it out.
Tony had always been contrary. He lowered the knife.
I guess you pissed somebody off real good.
He indicated Will's face.
Got 2 black eyes, broke nose. I know Junior didn't do that to you.
Will swallowed. His throat was still hurting. He thought about the whiskey Sarah had forced him to drink. She was right. It had made him feel better. Everything she did made him feel so much better. Tony asked,
Who tore into you, bud?
Will knew Tony wanted an answer. This wasn't part of the killing game.
The cop. He caught up with me last night. Sucker punched me.
He looked at Paul Vickery.
Guess he won't do it again.
Tony laughed.
That's good 'un, bud. I guess he won't.
He used the knife to clean under his fingernails. The blade dug into the skin under his thumb. Instead of flinching, Tony watched the blood bead up.
Where'd you get that fancy car?
Sarah's BMW. Her registration was in the glove compartment.
Stole it off a woman in the cafeteria.
That right?
She left her keys on the table. I went out into the parking lot and pressed the button until I found it.
Well, that's a good trick. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Tony hefted the knife in his hand, then started flipping it end over end.
I was wondering about something, bud.
He glanced over his shoulder, as if he wanted to make sure they were alone.
I ain't queer or nothing, but I seen you done some grooming.
He explained.
Back at the club, when Danny made you pull your shorts down.
Will shook his head.
What?
Seems to me, a man don't groom himself like that unless he's doing it for a woman, am I right?
Will swallowed again. He couldn't accept that he was going to die talking about his genitals. Tony kept flipping the knife.
Kayla taught me into shaving my balls once. They itched so bad I nearly about scratched them off.
He shrugged.
I guess it's better what you did.
Will couldn't tell if he was asking a question or making an observation. Tony caught the knife by the handle. He smiled, like he just figured something out.
You're still sweet on that lady up in Tennessee, ain't you?
Will tried to summon up a Bill Black answer. But then he remembered that this was exactly the kind of death a man like Bill Black would face.
Yes,
Will said.
I'm in love with her. That's where I was heading. Up to Tennessee. I don't want my kid growing up without his daddy.
That's what I thought,
Tony said.
You was just trying to make her jealous, wasn't you? Going out with Kayla like that?
Will nodded.
Yes.
You came here to tell Kayla that, right? That nothing was going to happen?
I know she's your girl, Tony.
Will grasped for an excuse to explain why he was here.
I heard at the hospital they were looking for her. I came here to tell her that she might want to lay low for a while. I was looking out for her in case you couldn't.
Tony's jaw twisted to the side as he considered the excuse. Finally, he decided,
You're a real gentleman, bud. Looking out for her like that. I always knew you was good.
He paused.
What's this about you leaving town?
Will tried not to flinch as he swallowed.
I was heading up to Tennessee right after I checked on Kayla for you. There's nothing in making for me. That right?
Tony asked.
You was gonna skip out on your parole? Heat's too much around here. Too many dead cops. Just a matter of time before the pigs try to pin it all on me. You could always turn. I don't snitch on my friends. And I won't.
Will cut himself off before he started begging. Tony liked to hear people beg.
I want to see my kid grow up. No reason for me to ever come back here again. That's real sweet, bud. I'll bet you would have made a good daddy. That's all I ever wanted.
Will lied. There were too many bad things that could happen to children for Will to ever want one of his own. Still, he told Tony,
My daddy ran out on me when I was a kid. I don't want to do that to mine.
Tony studied him carefully. He finally said,
My daddy ran out on me, too.
Every muscle in Will's throat strained to keep the conversation going, to create some fictional fairy tale about the woman in Tennessee, their wonderful lives together. But Will knew it was too late. Tony was done listening. He was trying to make a decision. Will could tell by the way his eyes scanned back and forth as if he could read Will's mind. Finally, Tony sheathed his knife back in his boot.
Be careful on them mountain roads.
Will felt his lips part. Just like that, the good old boy Tony was back.
I hear Tennessee's real pretty.
Tony walked toward the door. Then he remembered Kayla's suitcase. He had to grab the handle with both hands.
Shit. She's got just about every damn thing in the house packed in here.
Will didn't speak. Tony said,
I like you, bud. It's a shame I ain't never gonna see you again.
He gave Will a hard look.
Right?
Will nodded furiously.
Right.
Tony dragged Kayla's suitcase out the front door. He didn't bother closing it behind him. Will felt his body sway as he listened to the suitcase scrape against the porch. It banged against the concrete steps, then scratched down the driveway. They couldn't work Sarah's key fob. The panic alarm went off, but they managed to stop the piercing siren before it got too loud. A door opened and closed, then another one. A few seconds later, a door opened and closed again. The engine turned over. The tires screeched as Tony stepped on the gas. Slowly, Will's body adjusted to the fact that he wasn't going to be stabbed to death. He had to lean on his hands and drag his knees behind him in order to get to the front door. He saw the brake lights on Sarah's BMW glow as Tony roared out of the subdivision. Will sat back on his heels. He closed his eyes and just breathed. His heart was pounding so hard that he could almost feel it tapping against his ribs. Benjamin. The boy was still in the attic. Will didn't want to call for him in case Tony changed his mind. Besides, Will's hands and feet were bound. He couldn't exactly run up the stairs and catch the kid when he jumped down through the hatch. And there were 2 dead bodies down here. Benjamin had seen enough bad things to last him a lifetime. Paul Vickery was lying on his side. The gouge in his head had stopped bleeding.
His wrists were bright red with a twine cut into his flesh. Will pressed his hands to the floor and dragged his knees, thinking he was moving like a caterpillar. It was hard to believe that he'd told the boy that football joke just a few hours ago. He was probably at Grady Hospital by now. So was Sarah. She was safe. That was all that ever really mattered. Will stopped beside Vickery's body. He checked the man's pockets for his cell phone. He found a wallet, a set of car keys, and a handful of change, but no phone. Will patted Vickery's chest. There was something hard underneath his shirt. Vickery groaned, and Will jerked back like a snake had tried to strike.
Oh.
Vickery pulled down the gag. He cursed a few more times as he loosened his collar. Will could see the black Kevlar vest underneath his shirt.
What the hell happened?
You got shot.
Will checked Vickery's back. 4 flattened bullets were lodged in the vest.
By you?
No,
Will sat back on his knees again.
I saw you on the road talking to Tony Dale last night.
Vickery blinked, like he couldn't understand.
No, you didn't.
White Honda. You were pulled up by Tony's truck.
Do you know how many white Hondas there are on the road?
Vickery tried to roll over onto his back.
Why didn't you tell me you were a cop? I was too busy getting the shit kicked out of me.
Vickery chuckled, like it was a fond memory. And then he looked at Deshaun Franklin, and his face fell.
I trusted that bastard with my life.
Will didn't say he was probably right to.
Where's your phone?
Front pocket.
Vickery tried to reach down, but the twine stopped him. Will knew the pocket was empty anyway. Reluctantly, he crawled over to Franklin's body. The blood had stopped pumping along with his heart. The wound in his neck had slowed to a dribble. Will tried not to shudder as he searched the body. His wrists being practically glued together didn't make the task easy. An eternity passed before he found the phone in Franklin's shirt pocket. Will backed away from the dead man before he even looked at the phone. By necessity, he held it in both hands. His thumb swiped the screen. Instead of a keypad, a microphone icon flashed up. The red button below it was flashing. There was a clock counting off the seconds, and below that, a flat line like on a heart monitor. The line bobbed up and down when Will told Vickery,
I think he recorded us.
Vickery shook his head but didn't answer. 12 minutes, 23 seconds. That's how long the recorder had been running. Franklin must have started it when Will woke up from his taser fugue. Vickery said,
You gonna call somebody or what?
Will pressed the red button. The timer stopped. He wasn't familiar with the phone's operating system, but they were all pretty much the same. He touched his thumb to the icon of a house. He touched the symbol with a telephone receiver. The keypad rolled up. Will dialed Faith's number. He rested his hand on his face as he waited for the connection to go through. She answered on the first ring.
Franklin, what is it?
It's me.
Will told her.
I'm at Kayla's house.
Will?
Faith's voice trilled up.
We got 60 cops combing the woods for you. We can't pinpoint your phone.
You need to put an APB on Sarah's car. Tony Dale and Kayla Martin stole it. They're headed toward the Atlanta airport, taking the back roads. International terminal. She's going to Germany.
Faith didn't bother to cover the phone as she shouted orders to her team. As soon as she finished, she asked Will,
What about Benjamin?
He's safe.
Will looked at Paul Vickery. He still didn't trust the man.
What about the other thing?
They're at Grady. Sarah called over an hour ago. They're both fine.
Will felt relief flood his senses. Faith said,
The boy started talking in the ambulance.
His name's Aaron Windsor. Amanda was right. His parents live in Newfoundland. They were going through a bad custody battle. The father was on a fishing trip. The mom thought he'd abducted the boys. The police were about to arrest him.
Faith seemed to realize she was talking too fast. She slowed down her words.
The parents are on their way to Atlanta right now. Jesus, Will, you have me scared to death.
Hold on.
Will couldn't stay on his knees any longer. He didn't want to sit down, so he pushed himself up against the wall. Vickery's eyes tracked his every movement. They both heard sirens in the distance. Will asked,
How far out are the cruises?
Faith said, 5 minutes, tops. Call Sarah.
She's probably busy.
Don't be an idiot.
Will heard a click as she hung up the phone. He glanced at Paul Vickery. The man was still on his back, his elbows and knees bent at an uncomfortable angle. Vickery asked,
You gonna help me here? This hurts like a bitch.
It certainly looks painful.
Will felt some give in the twine that was digging into his ankles. After a few unsuccessful shuffles, he hopped toward the kitchen.
Where are you going?
Vickery shouted.
Come back here!
Will didn't stop until the saloon doors flapped behind him. He leant against the counter to catch his breath, and also to catch himself, because hopping around was harder than it looked. Deshaun Franklin's phone had gone back to screensaver mode. The picture showed 2 little girls dressed in Mickey Mouse ears. Will didn't want to think about someone telling the man's nieces what had happened. He swiped the screen and dialed Sarah's number. She was used to getting strange calls in her hospital phone. Still, her tone was strange when she answered.
Dr. Linton?
Will said,
I'm okay.
in a voice that sounded exactly the opposite.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Now that he had her on the line, Will felt it all start to catch up to him. Sarah had literally saved him by the short hairs.
Well, everything's fine.
He made his voice stronger.
I'm just a little tied up at the moment.
He stopped himself from laughing at his own joke, mostly because he was pretty sure Sarah wouldn't find it that funny.
I don't know about your car, though.
Sweetheart, do you think I give a damn about my car? Will hoped she still felt the same when she turned on the news and saw her BMW being tracked up I-75.
Are you at the hospital?
I'm at home. Denise gave me a lift while Amanda interviewed the boy. She's going back to Grady to stay with Aaron until his parents are there. Did Faith tell you?
Yes.
Will closed his eyes. He liked thinking about Sarah being safe at home.
What are you doing?
Lying on the couch. I was going to take a shower, but I feel like I've been run over by a truck. I'm too sore to move. Will thought about the night before.
Sore from me?
A little, she allowed. When do you think you'll be back in Atlanta?
I'm driving back tonight.
Will decided at that moment that he would quit his job if that was the only way to make it happen.
I'll call you when I'm 10 minutes out.
He covered the bottom part of the phone with his hand, an easy task considering there was no daylight between his wrists. Still, he lowered his voice, telling Sarah,
I want you to fill the bathtub when I call.
She sounded surprised, but said, Okay.
When I get there, I want you to get in the tub with me.
Her okay was very different this time.
Then, we're going to talk.
Her voice changed again. Just talk?
I'm going to answer every question you ask me.
Every question? She repeated. The water will go cold.
We'll keep it warm.
He told her.
I mean it, Sarah. No more secrets.
Will looked out the kitchen window. He saw a police cruiser kicking up dust in the distance.
His resolve started to slip. Will felt like he was stepping out onto a tightrope. His hands were so slick he could barely hold the phone. Still, he managed to say the one thing he should have told her in the first place.
I trust you.
Sarah didn't speak, but he could hear her breath through the phone. Will felt his throat start to tighten. He should probably hang up. He wanted to hang up, but he asked,
What do you think? Does that sound good?
Baby,
she sighed out the word.
I think that sounds like the perfect way to start the rest of our lives.
Chapter 17. Macon, Georgia. 5 days later. Lena sat across the table from yet another internal affairs investigator. Brock Patterson's black and white ensemble reminded her of the woman who'd investigated her the week before. Lena wondered whether there was a departmental dress code, or if they all secretly worked night shifts at Olive Garden. If their pay was commensurate with Lena's, it wasn't a stretch.
Detective Adams?
Patterson said. He'd obviously asked a question. Lena had stopped paying attention when she'd figured out the repetitive code to his interrogation. Every 20 minutes, he reset, asking the same questions he'd asked before, but using different inflections, different phrasing.
When did you find the boy? You found the boy when? Where was the boy when you found him?
The boy. Aaron Windsor. He was safe now, but they were all too terrified to say his name on the record. If Lena was being honest, she never wanted to think about the boy again. Not out of spite, but out of self-preservation. She'd spent 4 days rehashing every horrible detail of the shooting gallery. The dead bodies, the cold fear that sat in the pit of her belly when she stared down Sidwalla. And then the worst part. The part she'd left out during the first investigation. Finding the boy. Lena still had nightmares about pulling back that panel in the basement, seeing those 2 terrified eyes staring back at her. Aaron's pupils had been black as coal, set in a field of reddish white. He hadn't said a word when Lena lifted him out of the hole. He'd felt so light, like a blanket. Lena had cradled him in her arms, cooing to him. She'd never had a maternal bone in her body, but with Aaron, it came naturally. She stroked his hair, kissed her lips to his dry forehead. Her hand on his back felt the rapid thump-thump-thump of his heart, and she thought of her little bean, forever captured on that ultrasound file she kept on her computer at the office.
Detective Adams?
Patterson said.
Could you please focus?
Can't you just look back at your notes and write down what I told you the first time?
The first time you were interviewed, or the first time you told the truth?
Point taken. Lena sat back in her chair. It was uncomfortable by design. The room was cold, painted cinder blocks with scuff marks around the vinyl baseboard. She stared at the mirror behind Patterson, wondering who was watching. Her last run-in with the Rat Squad had taken place in the conference room. Lena guessed with Lonnie Gray sitting in jail, the whole force was being treated differently. There was a half-empty bottle of Coke on the table. Lena took a long sip before putting it back down.
Tell me why this happened.
Patterson's mouth turned down. He looked like the living embodiment of a frowny-faced emoticon. Lena said,
No one will tell me why Jared and I were attacked. Was it because of the boy? Did they think I knew where he was?
Predictably, Patterson wouldn't yield.
It's my job to ask the questions.
Is it really my job to answer them? Lena asked. She was sick of not knowing. It was all she could think about. What had she done to bring this down on them? What stupid mistake had she made? What asshole had she pissed off? She told Patterson, My husband was almost killed.
I was attacked in my home. Don't you think I deserve to know why?
My colleague is investigating the attack. As you know, you and I are here on a different matter.
Patterson had the poker face of a banker denying a loan.
Your cooperation would go a long way toward...
Toward what? She interrupted. I wasn't involved in any of this. I did what my commanding officer told me to do.
You lied under oath. Did I?
Lena smiled. She'd been too careful for that. The first investigator hadn't asked about the boy. As far as Lena knew, there was no law that said you had to volunteer information. Patterson sat back in his chair, obviously trying to mimic her relaxed demeanor.
We're both on the same side, Detective Adams.
He tried to sound reasonable, though they both knew he had skin in his game. He'd be looking at a big promotion if he could weed out a few more bad cops, and the man had made it clear from the beginning that he didn't trust Lena.
We just want to make sure the case against Mr. Gray holds. It seems to me we share the same goal here.
Mr. Gray, Lena echoed. No one was calling him chief anymore. No one was laying claim to him at all. My goal is to get back to my husband. He's better, by the way. Thanks for your concern. Patterson tucked his chin into his chest. He did this whenever Lena pushed back, a physical manifestation of hitting a brick wall. He let out a short puff of air, then stacked together some papers on the table.
I'll just be a minute.
He stood up.
Feel free to take a bathroom break if you need one.
Lena gave him a salute as he left the room. He was obviously going to confer with whoever was behind the one-way mirror. She guessed it was Amanda Wagner. The deputy director would count arresting Lonnie Gray as a feather in her cap, though the truth was that Will Trent deserved the credit. He was the one who'd risked his life. He was also the one who'd kept Lena from killing a man. While Lena was no stranger to having blood in her hands, taking on the two rednecks who'd broken into her house had been different. If she thought about it too long, the bloodlust came back. She could feel it boiling up into the back of her throat. Her muscles tensed, her hands clenched. Even standing in the ICU over Jared's bed, Lena had struggled with the impulse to go one floor down and finish the job on the monster who'd wanted to kill her husband. Not that he'd succeeded. By some miracle, the doctor said that Jared was going to make a full recovery. He was looking at a few months of physical therapy, but his otherwise good health and youth had been on his side. Of course, now the same two things were working against him. Jared had been home less than 36 hours, and he was already going stir-crazy. Staying up too much, moving around too much, getting in her business too much. She was tempted to send him to his mother's. Lena didn't hate the woman as much now. Maybe because Darnell Long was the only reason Lena had a functioning kitchen. Fortunately, Jared's mother seemed to understand that their truce was only as strong as the miles between them. She had already made one trip back to Alabama. If Lena was lucky, Nell wouldn't return to Macon until the trial. Not that Lena thought there would be a trial. Just this morning, Fred Zachary, the second shooter, had taken a deal in exchange for giving up the rednecks at Tipsy's. The rednecks weren't talking, but it was probably just a matter of time before they decided to play ball. That left Tony Dell, and Mr. Snitch had made it clear he didn't want a deal. He admitted to being on the street the night Jared was shot. He admitted to stabbing Eric and Deshawn to death. He corroborated everything Deshawn had told Will Trent about Big Whitey and Sid Waller. Basically, he'd thrown everybody under the bus, including himself. It wouldn't be long before someone decided Dell should stop talking. Lena figured he was planning his own suicide. The fact was that Tony Dell had nothing to lose. The Atlanta police had caught up with Dell and Kayla Martin outside the international terminal at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Dell was obviously a psychopath, but he was also a survivor. He'd known the gig was up. He'd raised his hands and gotten out of the car. Kayla Martin wouldn't go so easy. She'd jumped behind the wheel and tried to outrun the police. Unfortunately, she'd run in the wrong direction. Lena wondered what was going through the nurse's mind when she saw the shuttle bus speeding straight toward her. According to the accident report, there were about 2 seconds between the time Martin tried to turn the wheel and the head-on collision. Lena knew what it felt like when you thought you were about to die. 2 seconds was an eternity. Martin wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Probably another second passed as she flew headfirst into the shuttle bus and snapped her neck on one of the seat bags. Lena couldn't help but think that the sweetest part of that story was not Martin's brutal death, but the fact that Sarah Linton's $65,000 BMW had been turned into the world's most expensive Rubik's Cube. Laughter tickled Lena's throat as she pushed herself up from the chair. She started pacing the room, forcing herself not to count off the steps because she already knew the space was 12 feet across by 10 feet deep. She looked up at the camera. She smiled, though she felt the snarl in her teeth. She wanted to get through the pile of paperwork on her desk. She wanted to check on Jared. She wanted to go home and do the things that made her feel like a normal person. Clean the house top to bottom, do the laundry, tend to her garden in the front yard. Winter was just around the corner. Lena should probably pull out the petunias, but she didn't have it in her to let anything die just now. She'd been to too many funerals lately. Deshawn Franklin's body had been unceremoniously cremated at a facility outside of Macon. Other than the mortician, Lena was the only person in attendance. His sister didn't want her children there. His ex-wife wouldn't speak his name, and his current wife wouldn't show her face in public. Jared hadn't wanted Lena to go, but he didn't try to stop her either. She had made a lot of mistakes in her life. She figured Deshawn had tried to do right at the end. He turned on that recorder on his phone. Lena didn't know everything that the recording had captured. Nobody at the station did. But apparently, Deshawn had given Will Trent enough evidence to bring down Big Whitey's organization. That detail alone earned Deshawn one pair of clear eyes watching him go to his maker. Eric Haig's interment had been markedly different. The state had cleared him just before the burial yesterday morning, so he'd been given a proper send-off, with officers in dress uniforms and a full police escort. Lena guessed she wasn't the only cop there thinking that the last funeral they'd all attended was Chuck Gray's. Lonnie's son had died of leukemia 3 months ago. Lena had cried at Chuck's ceremony, not because she liked Chuck, who was the kind of spoiled asshole you'd expect of the chief's son, but because she'd felt so bad for Lonnie Gray. She imagined Lonnie was feeling very sorry for himself right now. He had an excellent law firm fighting the charges against him, but as smart as Lonnie was, he'd made one enormous mistake. Lena figured it was arrogance that had brought him down. Lonnie never considered the possibility that the GBI would seize his home computer. Even without the murders, kidnappings, and trafficking, the state had found enough child porn on the chief's hard drive to send him away for 100 years. Stupid, sick bastard. Last month, Lena had run a 10K with Lonnie. They were raising money for leukemia research. Lonnie had 30 years on her, but he'd beaten her to the finish line. Lena relished the thought of his strong heart ticking away as he marked off prison time for the rest of his miserable life. She hoped some big, nasty con did to Lonnie Gray exactly what he'd done to Marie Sorensen and all those other poor kids. Lena hoped they did it to him every second of every day until Lonnie fell over from exhaustion. And then she hoped they picked him back up and started all over again. Lena wanted to think Lonnie's imprisonment would help Marie Sorensen's mom and the Windsor family sleep better at night. But she knew from experience that some demons never went away. The door opened again. Patterson stood with his hand on the knob. He didn't enter the room. He looked highly annoyed, which told her everything she needed to know. Lena said, "I guess the rat didn't get his cheese." She didn't wait for Patterson's response.
She brushed past him, flashing her teeth the same as she had for the camera. Lena knew that she shouldn't push it, that she hadn't gone away with anything. But any time you left the rat squad with your badge intact was a reason to celebrate. Lena felt her smile abruptly drop when she saw Denise Branson standing in the hallway. She had known that Denise was in the building, but Lena had prayed like hell that she would never have to see the woman again. Not that Lena had ever had a prayer answered before in her life. Nor had she ever seen Denise Branson so obviously uncomfortable. It was hard to look at. She shuffled from one foot to another. She wouldn't look Lena in the eye. There was an air of humiliation about her, as if she'd been beaten down so many times over the last 4 days that she'd forgotten what it was like to get back up. Patterson said, "Miss Branson?" His tone had a snarky edge to it that Lena didn't like. If the man had kept silent, Lena probably would have never spoken to Denise again. As it was, she asked the woman, "You need a bathroom break?" Denise was obviously surprised by the question. Still, she nodded, and they both headed toward the one place Brock Patterson couldn't follow them. Lena saw the disappointed look on his face as the door to the ladies' room closed. Denise got right to the point. Her voice had the practiced tone of somebody who was used to apologizing.
I'm sorry. I've got no excuse for what I did to you.
Lena prompted, "But?"
No buts.
Denise seemed resolute. There was none of her usual self-assured swagger.
I misled you about the boy. I dragged you into this without your knowledge. I got the rat squad looking at you when you didn't do anything wrong.
Lena asked the question, "Is that why they tried to kill me and Jared? Because they thought I knew where the boy was?" Denise shook her head, then shrugged.
I don't know, Lee. It doesn't make sense that they go after y'all instead of me.
Lena kept coming to the same conclusion. She was a dog chasing its tail. "Who else did you tell about the boy?"
Friends. People I could trust.
"I thought I was a friend you could trust." This time, Denise had an excuse.
I thought I was protecting you.
"That's a lie," Lena said. "You didn't trust anybody at work. Not me, not Lonnie. You knew something was wrong. You thought there was a mole, and you thought it could be anybody from the top down." Denise let out a heavy sigh. She looked like she couldn't muster the strength to argue anymore. Lena asked, "Did you suspect Lonnie was Big Whitey?"
I don't know,
she admitted. Lena could tell from her expression that this was the truth.
It seemed odd that Big Whitey was getting tipped off. I thought maybe it was one of Lonnie's secretaries or somebody on your team.
Or me? Denise's gaze settled somewhere behind Lena.
I didn't think so. But the stakes were too high for that kind of risk.
Lena studied Denise Branson, thinking not for the first time that she was looking at herself 5 years ago. The old Lena would have absolutely tried to go it alone. She didn't trust anybody. She didn't lean on anybody. She never asked for help. She thought there was only one person in the entire world who could do things the right way. Even today, all those tendencies were still there. Lena spent a good deal of her time battling her baser impulses. Sometimes she won. A lot of times she still lost. She consoled herself with the knowledge that at least she was trying. Lena said, "I heard Lonnie was in the mayor's office when they grabbed him. Took him straight out the front door of City Hall, so God and everybody could see him." Denise grinned, obviously familiar with the story.
That blonde chick's the one who arrested him. Agent Mitchell. I bet she kept her foot up his ass the whole time.
Lena didn't doubt it. If Lonnie was half the man he claimed to be, he'd find a way to kill himself. Save the courts the trouble.
Give me a damn shiv, I'll do it myself.
Get in line. Lena blew out a long breath. I can't waste any more of my time on that bastard. How the boys doing? Denise's face lit up with something that could only be described as pure joy.
They're good, Lee. I put Aaron in his mama's arms myself. He's surrounded by family. He's back with his brother. It's gonna be tough, but they've all got each other.
Again, Lena got the strange sensation of looking at herself. All those balls juggled in the air were worth it when you managed to keep them going. Watching them fly brought a bigger rush than any drug on the street. Of course, the high never lasted. No one kept juggling that many balls for long. The first time one of them dropped, you wanted to die. The second time, you felt bad. The third and fourth times, you just found another ball to throw up into the air and moved on. Lena had dropped so many balls in her lifetime that she'd lost count. She told Denise, "I forgive you." Denise looked surprised, then wary. "Why?" "I have no idea," Lena confessed. She was living proof that second chances worked, but she'd never been able to extend that courtesy to anyone else. Losing Jeffrey Tolliver had taught her a lot of things, but the possibility of losing Jared had floored her. Denise asked,
"You want to think about it?"
"No." Lena offered the naked, unadorned truth. Deshaun and Eric are dead. Lonnie turned out to be Satan. Paul's put in an application for the Atlanta PD. Jared almost died. Lena felt a lump in her throat. She left her little bean off the list, but the memory was still raw. "I guess I can't afford to lose anybody else." Denise was still skeptical.
"It's probably my fault you and Jared almost got killed. I could have gotten you fired. It's only through the grace of God that those assholes in IA believe your story."
You think they believe me? Lena laughed. The only reason I'm not on the street or in a jail cell is they can't prove anything.
She walked to the sink and turned on the faucet. The water was ice cold. Lena bent down and drank from the tap. Denise said,
"I've been a bad friend to you. I know that.
Her voice went low.
And I know you've been going through some things. Before all this, I mean."
Lena turned off the faucet. Denise wasn't the only one with trust issues. It had never occurred to Lena to talk to anybody about losing the baby. Not to Jared, not to Denise, not even to herself. Truthfully, it felt like too much of a failure, something she should be ashamed of. And even if it didn't feel that way, Lena wasn't about to pour out her heart in the women's toilet at the police station. She told Denise, "It's all right. It's something I had to go through on my own."
"I get that."
Denise wasn't one to sit around gazing at her navel either.
"I'm here if you want to talk, though."
Lena looked down at her hand. It was resting on the sink instead of pressed to her empty belly. She wondered if that's how it happened, incrementally. The nurse from Dr. Benedict's office had been right about one thing. It didn't go away, but it got different. Lena let out another long breath. She looked at the mirror over the sink, thinking she'd aged about 20 years since this all started. Jared's been bugging the shit out of me. I could use an excuse to get out of the house. Denise caught Lena's gaze in the mirror.
"Me too."
Lena waited. Denise cleared her throat. She struggled to speak.
"Her name's Lila. We've been dating for a while."
Lena didn't push it. "How long is IA gonna keep you here?"
"Long as it takes."
"Call me when you're finished. We'll go to Barney's." Denise looked away. The beaten-down expression was back. Barney's was a cop bar. She obviously didn't want to be seen by the men she used to command. "You know what?" Lena grabbed a handful of paper towels. "As far as I can tell, you were the only cop on this entire force who saw something was wrong with Lonnie. You saved that kidnapped boy's life. You kept him hidden and safe. You made sure he got home to his family. You gave Marie Sorenson's mother a face to the name. You took a vicious predator off the streets.
You wrapped all of this up in a pretty bow for the state to untie. She tossed the paper towels into the trash. Am I right? You did all that.
That's one way to phrase it.
As far as I'm concerned, that's the only way to phrase it to any asshole who asks. Denise shook her head. She saw where this was going.
IA isn't gonna see me as a hero, Lee. They're gonna find my ass as soon as it hits the chair.
Then you tell them you'll go straight to whichever news station will take you. Hell, go to the Nationals. Go up to Canada. Tell them what you did to save that boy, and then let the Macon PD explain why they fired you for it. Lena laughed at the thought. If they need somebody to corroborate your story, give them my number. Denise stared openly.
You are one crazy bitch, you know that?
Maybe. Lena rested her hand on the door, but didn't open it. I've been exactly where you are right now too many times not to know how to dig out of it.
You really think that's gonna work?
Never underestimate the modern police force's aversion to bad publicity, Lena said, thinking she should put that on a plaque by her office door. Don't let them hit your pension. That's what they'll go after first. Don't let them bust your rank to anything lower than detective. Lena smiled as she thought of something. What do you think Paul's odds are getting onto the Atlanta PD? Denise smiled, too.
White male, ex-military. They'll roll out the red carpet.
Either way, I'll need a new partner.
Little salt and pepper.
More like Chico and the man. Lena held open the door. Her smile dropped for the second time that day. Will Trent was leaning against the wall. His face was a mess. Black and blue bruises were punctuated by dark red spots that were about the size of a grown man's knuckles. Lena told Denise, "Call me about that beer."
You got it?
Denise didn't look at Will as she headed toward the interrogation room. Patterson was standing sentry in the doorway. He glared at Lena. She resisted the urge to stick out her tongue at him. Will waited until Denise had shut the door. He told Lena,
I see Jared's out and about.
She must have looked confused because he said,
I just saw him go into the locker room.
Lena felt her jaw clench. She was going to kill Jared. After all her stupid husband had survived, she was going to strangle him with her bare hands. Will nodded down the hall toward Denise.
She gonna be okay?
What do you think? Lena asked. She wasn't being belligerent. The state would have a lot of sway in Denise's case. Will said,
I think the department has enough bad press without pissing off somebody like Denise Branson.
Lena wondered how much Will had heard standing out in the hallway. She seems ready to take her medicine.
In my experience, people like that don't generally stay down for the count.
He stared his meaning into her. They both knew Lena had a habit of rising from the ashes. Right. Lena looked at her watch, though the only thing on her immediate agenda was to drag her idiot husband home by the collar. I'll let you get back to work.
I'm already finished. I was waiting to talk to you.
Lena felt dread flood through her body. About what?
To tell you that you were right.
She laughed, thinking this was some kind of joke. Right about what?
The attack. IA wanted me to wait until you were clear to tell you.
Lena wasn't laughing anymore. Tell me what?
It wasn't your fault. The reason these two men went to your house that night was because Jared said something at your doctor's office.
Lena couldn't make sense of the words. It was like he was speaking Japanese. Will explained,
Kayla Martin was filling in for one of the nurses at Dr. Benedict's office while you were there. She overheard Jared talking about Big Whitey.
Lena's mouth didn't just open in surprise. Her jaw practically grazed the floor. Kayla Martin. The name had sounded familiar when Lena first heard it 3 days ago,
but she'd never in a million years put it together. I thought she just worked at the hospital. That she was Tony Dale's stepsister.
She did part-time work at Dr. Benedict's office.
Will spoke carefully, like he was explaining it to a child.
Kayla overheard Jared telling you that Lonnie Gray was Big Whitey.
No.
Lena felt a dry laugh scratch her throat. The conversation sounded more and more like a really bad joke.
It wasn't serious.
Kayla felt differently. She told Deshaun Franklin, who said it was probably nothing, and then she told Lonnie Gray, who put out a hit on you and your husband.
None of this made sense.
How did she...
Kayla was dating Chuck Gray before he died of leukemia. She was close to Lonnie, or as close as two people like that can be.
Will put his hands in his pockets.
You want my personal theory? I think she was just one of those women who likes stirring things up.
Lena felt her head shaking, even as her brain tried to process the information. She remembered the doctor's visit. She remembered Jared talking shit. And she remembered taking him seriously for just a brief moment before dismissing his theory like she dismissed every jackass theory that came out of his mouth. All she could manage was, "I don't believe you."
Why not?
Will asked.
It's the truth.
There was no smile on his face, no indication that he was about to reveal the punchline.
It wasn't your fault. I wouldn't say it was Jared's fault either. It's just something that happened.
Lena pressed her back against the wall. She'd been racking her brain, trying to figure out where she'd gone wrong, what she'd done. And in the end, she was completely blameless.
I just assumed...
Lena shook her head again. She was turning into a bobblehead doll.
I thought it was something to do with work.
That's a reasonable assumption.
Will agreed.
We all thought it was work-related, but it wasn't.
We were...
She let her voice trail off. Lena couldn't say the most startling part of all. On the street, you expected bad things to happen. They had been in her doctor's office. Lena had thought they were safe. She told Will,
I don't even remember meeting her. I've seen her face all over the news, and it never even crossed my mind.
She felt a jolt from a distant memory.
I think she even called me on the phone.
Will said,
If it helps any, you've really annoyed my partner. She spent her professional career saying there's no such thing as coincidence.
Lena kept shaking her head. She'd never believed in coincidences either.
So,
Will said,
any questions?
Lena could only think of one.
Does Sarah know it wasn't my fault?
He hesitated, but told her,
Yes.
Lena didn't even try to fight the smile on her lips.
And she knows that you're down here telling me?
Yes.
She didn't try to stop you?
I should head back to Atlanta.
Will pushed away from the wall, obviously uneasy with the subject.
I'm glad everything worked out for you and Jared.
She couldn't let him leave.
Why didn't you just call me or email me?
He gave her a knowing look.
You always come out better when we're off the record.
Lena didn't have to ask for clarification. Her memory flashed up that night in the house when she'd held the hammer over her head. Jared was bleeding out on the floor. One man was already dead. Even now, the bruise on Lena's knee was still tender, where she dropped her full weight onto Fred Zachary's spine. If she thought about it hard enough, she could hear the crack of bone echoing in her ears. Georgia's castle doctrine law provided that any man or woman could use deadly force against an intruder so long as they believed their life was in danger. Will Trent knew just as well as Lena that Fred Zachary had no longer been a threat. He gave a slight bow, his only acknowledgement of the truth between them.
Until next time.
There's not going to be a next time.
Lena,
He sounded almost wistful.
I really hope you're right.
Will kept his hands in his pockets as he walked away. Lena remembered the first time she'd met him. With his three-piece suits and mild manner, he was more like an undertaker than a cop. In Lena's quest to learn from her mistakes, Will Trent was up there with the big life lessons. That undertaker had almost sent her to prison. And not without good reason. Lena gave Will enough time to leave the building before she approached the interrogation room door. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear anything. Denise had a quiet voice, and Brock Patterson had the dulcet tones of an ancient nun. Lena pressed her palm to the door as an act of silent solidarity. So many times, Lena had been on the other side of that door. So many times, she'd known in her heart that no one was waiting on the other side.
Hey.
She spun around, surprised to find Jared behind her. The shock wore off quickly.
You dumbass, what are you doing up here? How did you...
He kissed her in a sloppy way that was meant to shut her up. Lena scowled as she pulled away. He was wearing blue sweatpants and a bright orange Auburn sweatshirt. His bandages were off. His hair stuck up like a duck's ass in the back. The scalp had Frankenstein stitches that had already been documented on several Facebook pages. She asked, "How did you get here? You're not supposed to be driving."
Estefan picked me up to come see the new Harleys.
Estefan, she muttered. The two had half a brain between them.
You need to go home.
So, take me home.
He wrapped his arms around her waist.
Jared.
Take me home.
He grabbed her ass to get her going. Lena slapped away his hand. Cameras covered almost every angle of the building. She imagined the front desk sergeant was pressing record at this very moment. She said,
"You should be at home asleep right now. You were in the hospital. You almost died."
I'm not sleepy.
Bullshit. You can barely keep your eyes open.
I wish you couldn't keep your mouth open.
She gave him a sharp look, but she took the hint. Lena had spent enough time with Nell to know the kind of wife she didn't want to be. She was all for putting a man in his place, but Jared's father was so neutered he probably sat down on the toilet to pee. Jared leant on her as they made their way toward the front exit.
These bikes are gonna ride awesome, babe. There's push buttons on the bags. They've all got the 103 power pack.
Lena tuned him out. She let Will's revelation roll through her mind. Kayla Martin. Dr. Benedict's office. No matter how hard Lena tried, she still couldn't recall meeting the woman. She was just one of those faceless people who blended into the scenery. Jared didn't remember her either. At least, he hadn't commented the one time he'd watched the news with Lena. Kayla Martin's face had come on screen, and he turned off the TV before the story could run. Unlike Lena, Jared didn't seem interested in finding out why they'd been targeted. He was too focused on being happy that the shooters hadn't succeeded. More likely, he thought it was Lena's fault, but didn't want her to feel bad about it. Lena had no problem letting him live in blissful ignorance. Since Fred Zachary had made a plea deal, there would be no trial. There would be no testimony explaining why two men had been sent to kill Lena and Jared. There was no reason for Jared to ever find out that he'd been at the root of all this evil. As forgiving as he was of others, he did not easily forgive himself. Lena was much more accustomed to living with guilt. Not that she'd ever felt guilty for lying to her husband. They finally reached the front lobby. Jared stopped walking. He put his hand to the wall to help keep his balance. They both knew they were in a camera blind spot. Every cop in the building knew how to stay off film. Instead of doing something lewd, he told Lena,
You smell a little sweaty.
"Thanks a lot." She punched him in the shoulder. He smiled sweetly.
Have your eyes always been brown?
Have you always been an idiot? He stopped smiling. The creases at the corners of his eyes didn't completely go away.
I want to try again.
Lena felt her face flush. He didn't have to tell her what he wanted to try again. Do you think that's a good idea?
Hell no.
He laughed.
That didn't stop us the first time.
Lena couldn't respond. She wasn't sure how she felt, whether or not she was ready. Last time had been an accident. To do it on purpose seemed like tempting fate.
Lee.
Jared took her hand. He'd been doing that a lot lately. Lena kept waiting to feel annoyed, but mostly she found herself appreciating the solid feel of his hand, the tight grasp that told her he was going to be all right. He said,
I want a baby with you. I want to make a life together. A family.
Just hearing the words made her want all of it. But Lena was too afraid to answer, too terrified to get her hopes up again. Which is why she said, Okay. Jared grinned like a fool.
Really?
Yes. She said it again just to make sure. Yes. He kissed her, his mouth lingering longer than usual. His hand cradled her face. Jared looked into her eyes. His thumb traced where his lips had been.
And I want to rip out the kitchen because my dad did it wrong.
Lena's string of profanities was muffled by a trumpet of motorcycles pulling into the parking lot. She could see them lining up through the glass doors. 6 Harley-Davidson police issue bikes gleamed in the sunshine, courtesy of Sid Walla's stash of money in the basement of the shooting gallery.
Hot damn!
Jared sounded like a frat boy at a pool party. He hobbled toward the parking lot, grabbing the back of a chair, the door handle, anything he could use to propel himself toward the bikes. Lena shook her head as she took a key out of her pocket. Weapons weren't allowed in areas where prisoners were kept, so there was a row of lockers by the front door. She slid her key into the correct lock. Lena had never been the type of woman to carry a purse. She had shoved her messenger bag into the tiny locker so many times that the canvas was worn where the metal edges scraped into the material. Out of habit, she did a quick inventory of the bag, making sure her Glock was inside, her wallet, her keys, her pens. Almost as an afterthought, she checked the outside pocket for the postcard. There it was, stamped and ready to go. Lena had been carrying the postcard around with her for 3 days, putting it in her bag, sticking it in her pocket, tossing it onto the dresser. Now, she pulled out the card and looked at the photograph of downtown Macon. Thank you for visiting the heart of Georgia, was written across the top in a curly yellow script. Lena flipped the card over. The address was the same one she'd written years ago on an envelope she'd mailed to Atlanta. The letter. Lena knew that she'd always placed too much value on Sarah Linton's opinion. For years, Lena had let the blame of Jeffrey's death shadow her every move. She was so low at one point that she had to reach up to touch bottom. Lena had written the letter to beg for Sarah's forgiveness, to seek absolution. She'd structured her case the same way she would present an investigation in court. She'd testified to her own good character. She'd laid out the evidence. She'd highlighted the inconsistencies. She'd expertly spun the divergent facts in her favor. Lena hadn't been writing an apology. She had been begging for the return of her very soul. The postcard was different. 2 words, not 3 pages. Giving something, not asking for it. The truth was that Lena had recovered her soul on her own. When she looked at her life now, all she could see was good. She was good at her job. She was good to her friends. She had married a good man, even if he talked too much. They would eventually have a child together, maybe more than 1 child.
They would raise their family. They would suffer through Nell's visits. They would have birthday parties, Christmases, and Thanksgivings. And no matter what Sarah Linton thought about Lena's choices, she would always know that she had done the right thing. Virtue was its own absolution. There was a mail slot by the lockers, a brass plaque with the words U.S. Mail engraved in bold print across the top. Every day around lunchtime, the woman in the front office collected the outgoing mail and took it to the post office. One of the perks of working at a police station, especially if you liked long lunches. Lena stared down at the postcard. For just a moment, she thought about tearing it up. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Lena was fine. Sarah was the one who needed forgiveness. She was the one who couldn't let go. It cost nothing to release her. Lena angled the postcard into the mail slot. She held on for just a second, then let it drop into the basket below. Outside, a motorcycle revved. Jared was straddling the bike. Estefan was behind him because he couldn't hold it up on his own. Lena hefted her bag over her shoulder as she headed toward the door. Toward Jared. Toward her life. She smiled at the thought of Sarah reading the postcard. The message was simple. Lena could have just as easily written it to herself. You win.